We are live. Welcome in, everyone. It's weird. I don't have to wait to do a podcast intro, but maybe I should just play the music for get us in the mood. Man, this is exciting.
I realized that they can hear me. I was just talking to y'all and realized I wasn't talking to everyone.
Awkward.
I'm so excited for this. I'm so ready. I've been needing this to get here. It felt like a kid on Christmas. And I am still working on a few final things. Getting them ready and getting settings set up, but cannot wait.
As of 6:01 JP, who are you expecting the Saints to draft?
Schubert.
Not one, expecting.
Yeah, what are your expectations?
Reuben Bain Jr., edge rusher, Miami.
Okay. Who do you want?
Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
Within reason.
I want Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State. That's what I want.
That's fair. I'd be happy with that.
I'll ping pong the question back to you. As of 6:02 p.m. Central Time, what do you expect the Commanders to do at number 7 overall?
Expect, I think Carnell Tate will be drafted. I genuinely don't know. There's rumors flying around from Sonny Styles is Dan Quinn's guy, and if Sonny Styles is there at 7, there's no way we don't take Sonny Styles. But then all of a sudden, the admin is on Twitter's posting old pictures, and all of a sudden they're showing Terry McLaurin back in an 83 jersey because, maybe if we take Carnell Tate, he swaps off a 17. But I expect, sadly, wide receiver, I would love Sonny Styles.
He's not getting there to 7. I refuse to believe that.
We'll see, man. We'll see. Someone's got to get there to 7. Whether it's Sonny or Caleb Downs or
Yes. Fair.
The only way it doesn't is if no offensive lineman, no receiver go.
Give that a like, Sanders, while you're sitting there. Good for the algorithm. We have 4 viewers, but no one's saying hello. Hello
Well,
to
I'm
you
one
guys.
of them, so I'll
I'm
say
one
hello.
of them too. Sanders is one of them. So who are you? Person out there. Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello. I can remove my own message. Great.
Testing now.
The Super Bowl and where they were so stacked on the defensive line. It's
I'll let you know.
Don't we? How does that sound in the context of our volume is another question. Can you turn it back up? Because I want to see how loud we are. Because that's what's going to matter. I'm just going to put this on. Unmute it. And then if I do this.
Set, and those around the league are keeping an eye on 2 teams.
It's kind of loud, isn't it?
A little bit.
I'm going to turn it down a little bit. I think that should be good. We can fiddle with it as we go. My dad is on a flight. He went to Las Vegas yesterday, and so he texted my family. And did he text you or to Who texted you, JP?
Harris did.
Harris did? Okay. my dad was texting our family and was like, "Guys, I'm in Vegas and I've never placed a bet before. What do I do?" So I think
Your advice was sound. So
It was sad.
he parlayed Thunder and Pistons, and then he said he wanted a risky bet, so he put money on Shohei to hit a home run, and Shohei in turn broke his streak of like 45 games on base, and did not get on base.
Nice.
Which that's so funny because my dad is the guy who everywhere he goes to work, his boss gets fired in like 12 months, like 1 to 2 years, or retires. Excuse me, I get fires, but like his boss leaves,
moves on.
or
Yeah.
gets fired. He has had both happen. But so it's just my dad is. We have a running joke that like he's like the Grim Reaper. Like when he shows up to somewhere, the person ahead of him is going to leave.
So never hire Mr. Oakley.
Unless you don't like the person who would be his boss.
But I'm saying like
No, you should never hire him and be his boss because that means that something's going to happen to you.
He's really excited for his team to not have a pick.
He should be.
Would you show up to the draft as a fan?
Definitely not if my team didn't have a pick.
But you could trade up.
I would maybe go once if I didn't have to travel very far to get there.
Yeah,
it
so like
was
if it was in New
regional.
Orleans. Or
Yeah.
like,
And just to say I've been. I don't have any like strong desire. Like I have to get to the draft at some point in my life.
yeah.
Also, maybe like the Commanders had the first overall pick or something like that.
If the Commanders had the first overall pick,
Well, hopefully that's in like 20 years after we've won 4 rings with Jaden Daniels.
or y'all just execute some like wonder trade where you move on from a guy late
Yeah.
to a team that thinks they're going to be good and then they're not, and you get it that way.
Bill will have a fantastic sophomore season. And we'll flip him.
For a first round pick?
Yeah, for first overall pick.
Yeah, I can definitely see like I don't know, who's going to be picking first overall next year? Is it do we have odds on that right now?
It would probably be Arch Manning or Dante.
No. Who's going to pick
What
first
team?
overall?
Oh, who's gonna pick?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out who they need to trade Bill to for their first round pick.
The Tennessee Titans.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's who I was thinking. Them or the Cardinals. But yeah, so y'all
Jets
just.
are in the running.
I feel like the Cardinals probably would not give y'all a first rounder for
Well,
Bill.
the Cardinals are going to get Ty Simpson, and so he'll probably help them win a couple games.
Maybe.
Dolphins are in the running.
He might.
The Dolphins are very much in the running.
Can y'all believe that tomorrow is the 1 year anniversary of our first live show?
I can believe that.
I don't know. I mean I can because it's it's true. I'm not
Yeah.
lying, but it's still like
Feels longer
Crazy.
than a year.
yeah, it feels like it's been an eternity. Like we're old pros, old vets. Oh man, I cannot wait for this. I've just been thinking about this like the last 48 hours have been so hard. It felt like Christmas. It felt like the lead up to Christmas when you're a kid, when you just like need it to be there now,
Sure.
and instead it feels so far away.
What did Santa bring you then?
Santa brought me offensive lineman or a weapon.
Cool. So
Or-
we're gonna find out if you
or
were naughty
Caleb
or
Downs.
nice then.
Or Caleb Downs.
Because
Both would be reaches.
what I'm hearing is if y'all don't go offensive line or weapon, then it's the equivalent of Cole,
Either that or Santa's a good gift giver and he got me something I didn't know I wanted.
maybe. What if y'all go?
The only positions I would be upset if we went quarterback, running back. You can never have too much offensive line, especially for us on the
What if y'all
interior.
take Sadu Traore at 22?
Apparently he's had meetings with like 30 teams, so he's going to get drafted, I expect. I don't know where. Are you surprised by that, JP?
That doesn't mean he's going to get drafted.
Is that not is
They're-
meeting with
they're-
30
It just means
teams?
some
They're
people might
prepping
view
for
him as an
undrafted free
undrafted.
agent.
I
It's
guess.
also a very deep tight end group,
That's fair.
so
Well, he's part of the deep tight end group.
this is true.
He's one of the reasons it is deep.
Debatable.
I'm also wearing my Saskatchewan Rough Rider socks.
Reppin'.
Yep. Canadian draft is I can't remember when it is, but it's not
like
long
next
after.
week,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
not long after the NFL draft. Is Curtis Work still in the Canadian Football League?
I couldn't tell you. Can't say I follow.
I
so.
remember him. He got drafted last year, and I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. The quarterback of one of the best.
He got drafted in both drafts.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And he was like one of the first people to ever have that happen.
Interesting. I guess because the Canadian team figured that he would not be.
Yeah, they basically drafted his rights if he didn't end up going to the
Yeah.
NFL, or if he didn't end up working out in the NFL.
Yep.
I have no idea what he's doing now.
Who knows? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, it's just thinking back to like where we were a year ago and like the desk and standing up. And do you remember the mics, JP? The one your mic would not stay where you wanted it to stay.
You had to hold it.
Yeah,
Very fondly.
man, crazy. Maybe someday we'll go back there and do like a 10-year reunion show from the
At the-
studio where it all began.
Yeah, maybe.
Hopefully they get upgrades.
I don't know.
At that point.
I want the nostalgia though. If they get upgrades, it's not nostalgic.
Maybe they can at least have fixed JP's mic.
Yeah, maybe.
Is that too much to ask?
Nope. I was talking to JP about this, Jack. I really want to like try and. What's up, McBride? That's crazy. He said he's ready to get draft knowledge. This is the first time that he's not watched hours and hours of pre-draft podcasts. Grad school.
He
We'll do
also
that.
knows it doesn't matter because even if they draft a good player, the Cowboys aren't going to win anything. Cause,
Yeah.
Jerry Jones is at the helm.
One of my friends texted me and said
I don't agree with them.
he'd be watching today, and I feel like Jerry Jones is a very good drafter, but not good at anything else. So he texted me and he was like, "Man, I can't wait to see Jerry Jones screw us tonight." And I was like, "I mean, Jerry Jones has been pretty good. I feel like in the first round, offensive lineman, he's done really well. He got Micah Parsons, C.D. Lamb. He scooped up C.D. Lamb when he slid. He got Leighton Vander Esch, who the first several years of his tenure there looked really good, and then that didn't turn out great. So I feel like historically he's been good in the first round.
Was Mozzie Smith the first round pick?
I'm not positive. Taco Charlton I know was. But he's going to have misses. Everyone has misses. I'm not saying Jerry Jones is the Eagles. No one is the Eagles except the Eagles. But I feel like Jerry Jones, like first-round draftability is like here, and everything else is there. But maybe that's just me. But welcome in, everybody.
No,
We
they
are
do
happy
actually
to have
typically
you.
draft pretty good.
Fernando wearing a blue tie. Is that a sign?
Well, he's fallen to 2 to the
that
Titans.
The Jets are at 2.
3 then? 4?
Is
4?
that a sign
4?
he's going to the Giants at 5?
He said Jerry drafts stars but can't put it all together. That's fair, McBride. I would agree with that.
I mean, theoretically, the defense should be a little better this next year. And obviously, Dak is still around, and the weapons are there. But no faith.
Yeah, that's tough. Jerry doesn't need faith. He's got money. But like, think about like the classic draft night memes we've gotten. We've had CeeDee Lamb with the 2 phones. We had Will Levis and his girlfriend at the time. That was a meme. Like, you can even go back to like, I think Aaron Rodgers or is it Big Ben that 2000 and I'm trying to remember. Like, we've had memes from like the 2000s.
I mean,
that
Aaron
still
Rodgers,
circulate.
you got shot after shot of him in the green room as he slid.
It was Aaron Rodgers.
Michael Sam kissing his boyfriend.
I don't remember what. I don't remember that one.
Everyone remembers that one.
I do not remember that one.
I mean,
Andrew
I
remembers
think
that
the
one.
biggest one is that we haven't mentioned is Russell Wilson getting drafted and his then girlfriend at the time
Yep.
reacting like she won the lottery,
Yep.
only for her not to end up staying with him.
Yep. We've had some good dog moments. Some dogs.
Dog
Classic offensive lineman. Like, I love the Joe Alt. He just like is just chilling there, and the Chargers drafted him, and they were like, "This is exactly what we need." It's just a offensive lineman was he out of Notre Dame? McBride said he remembers that one. JP, I do not remember that one.
Everyone remembers that one. Everyone remembers where they were when Michael Sam kissed his boyfriend.
I do not. What day of the draft was that? He was not a first rounder, was he?
I think it might have been day 2. It
Okay.
might have been, but linebacker out of Missouri. I don't remember what team drafted him now off the top of my head, but everyone remembers that one. That was I would just say, a key milestone day in NFL draft history
Interesting.
would be
I mean,
my
it seems
words
like
for
it.
it. As far as draft knowledge, though, McBride, we got it all here. You can ask us anything. I can tell you anything about teams and players.
What do you have on Trace Smack?
I don't know who Trace Mack is.
Florida kicker, I believe.
The St. Louis Rams back then.
That's right, St. Louis.
Man, R.I.P. the St. Louis Rams. Now they're just another LA team.
They're
Trace-
the LA team.
They are the LA team. I don't know why the Chargers went there. It's really sad. Like, the Rams made sense because they started in LA. Also, I think our camera is a little crooked, so I'm about to have to go fix that. I think it needs to turn.
Yeah,
A little
maybe
bit that
just
way.
slightly.
New viewers, welcome in. Say hello in the chat so we know who you are.
What's welcome in hip hams?
DOB question mark.
It was no Will Levis slander. It was just a mention of Will Levis, and that is honestly the only mention he's going to get on this podcast. So you should
that wasn't a that was not intended to be
you
Will
should
Levis
be happy
slander.
for some shred of Will Levis relevance, to be honest.
Yeah, like CeeDee Lamb is a fantastic wide receiver, and I mentioned him in the exact same context.
Yeah.
So honestly, it should be honored that Will Levis is still being mentioned in NFL Draft Podcast. Here we are, 2 years later, 3 years later.
I think it's 3.
Was he 20? Hold on, let me think about Kentucky quarterbacks. Will Levis transferred there, and then they had the Georgia guy, and then they had the NC State guy. So
One of Fernando Mendoza's party guests wearing a Patriots team license gear. Is that a sign?
I'm trying to figure out how many people is there because it looks like a
falling to
pretty big
31.
party.
Yeah.
Not as big as that.
yeah, not as big
crew
as the
right there
actual draft.
in
There's
Pittsburgh, but
there's a few. There are a few people there. I don't think I could go. I think it would just be too many people. That's one thing I've realized is having worked with that in athletics for the last 3 years, is I have a place, and I also have my pass. Like lets me go basically wherever I want. I've got my place that I'm supposed to be. It's like next to the dugout in the media corral. I don't think I could go to sporting events as fans very much anymore because I've been spoiled of like being able to like cut in lines and not have to like scan tickets and have limits about where I can go. Devin Leary, that was the guy. Thank you, Harris. Was he he was NC State, I believe. And then they
Yeah,
had the
he
Georgia
was.
transfer that medically retired like right after the season ended. I think it was a former, not Gunnar Stockton. That's
Brock,
the current
was it
quarterback.
like Brock Vandegrift. or
Vandegrift,
something?
I think is who
Yeah.
they had.
Well, there's Zach Calzada, obviously too.
Yep, there you go, Harris. Yeah, and then they just had Zach. I forgot that they just had Zach
Cutter
Calzada.
Boley.
What a time. He's still mad. Harris is still mad that they let Cutter Boley go and then brought in. Did they get no? Minchie went to Nebraska.
Did
They got no.
I don't remember who they got. Is Zach Calzada the last Kentucky quarterback to beat Alabama since?
Did Calzada? Well,
mean,
he didn't beat him
at
with Kentucky. That's not.
But he's still the last quarterback to suit up for Kentucky that also beat Alabama.
Did Georgia never beat Alabama while Vandegrift was there? But I guess.
Vandegrift didn't play. I mean, Zach Calzada led his team to that win.
Oh, I see. Well, if we're saying he transferred in, I don't think playing should have mattered either. I think we can say he was on the roster when they beat him. He was a big practice squad player. He's how that defense prepped.
Sure.
I mean, he was just a spitting image of, was that Jalen Milroe at the time? Whenever he might have beat them, I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Bryce Young.
Got to remove the captions. We're not
Oh,
going to
I
see
can-
the draft timer.
I can remove captions real quick. I'll have to go over there.
So Minchie did end up going to Kentucky. I think we had it flipped. That he was going to go to Nebraska, and then Kentucky said, "We want you." He said, "Okay."
Hey, when the OC that's put 2 straight quarterbacks in the NFL draft calls, because he put Gabriel in the 5th round. Was Gabriel? No,
He was
third
the
round.
third
Third
round,
round, and then Shooter was the 5th round. So he put Gabriel in. He put Bo Nix in. When he calls, you answer, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
And then they just got a high school commit, I think, too.
yeah,
So big time for Kentucky.
I saw they were in the news because they fired their AD or let go of their AD and tried to transition him into a new role, and then the governor of Kentucky basically was like, "Yeah, this is a misuse of funds," and so now he just does not get his $1 million a year to do nothing, basically.
I'm okay with that. One draft question I have is, what player in this defensive class, first rounder, should I be looking out for in the 10 to 30 range? Really only know about Bailey, Bain, Downs, Ohio State guys, and corners. So, I mean, if you're talking about not a corner, 10 to 30 range, I mean, at the back end of the 30s, I would say like Zion Young. But that's in like the back end of the 20s, I guess, would be like the Zion Young.
Yeah, I feel
out
like he's
of
really
Missouri.
even more back into the 30s.
Yeah.
Is when you kind of more see a swell of the second or third tier. There's a lot of edge rushers group there, guys like R. Mason Thomas. But like I said, they're outside the 30s.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of guys in that range, it's guys like Keldrick Falk, who I'm personally not a very big fan of, but just he's still young and he does have great frame and great size, and so
Yeah. Does
someone's
Mansur
gonna end up
Delaney
taking
fall in
him.
there as like the opposite end of the spectrum?
Well, he said corners.
He said, I
He knows
only
the
know.
corners. Players come to mind. Dylan Thieneman
Yeah.
would be one. Safety out of Oregon. He played 2 years at Purdue as well. He can play all over the field, so he can play in the box. He can play deep safety, but with how much the Cowboys, just put into Jalen Thompson, I'd be surprised if they do that. You probably know the name Akeem Mesidor because of Miami and their playoff run. He'll be 25 before he turned 25 this past week, actually. So he's already 25 years old, edge rusher out of Miami. Very productive throughout his career with Miami, as well as freshman and sophomore seasons at West Virginia. Other names that have been linked to the Cowboys, you have R. Mason Thomas. If you remember the Oklahoma-Tennessee game, that's the guy who had the scoop and score and pulled his hamstring at the very end of it. He was very productive for Oklahoma this year as well. Kind of a game wrecker. He's kind of taken over games. So that's someone to look at. Cassius Howell, Jack's guy from Texas A&M, is someone that maybe they could draft at 20.
You're okay with that pick if they still have Micah Parsons, right?
Definitely if they had
Less
Micah
so now.
Parsons.
Yeah, less so now. I mean, I don't want to have to root for him when he's on the Cowboys. It becomes a conflict of interest.
It's also just like for the, to eliminate the non-bias. I think your point about how he would be a really good guy to put across from a Myles Garrett or a Micah Parsons.
Well, I mean, ideally in year one, he's just a designated pass rusher.
Yeah.
Then that's kind of really the only responsibility he has, and that potentially wouldn't be the case for the Cowboys.
The guy Jack mentioned, Keldrick Falk out of Auburn, he's the antithesis really to Akeem Mesidor, and he's way, you could argue even the antithesis to Cassius Howell.
Yeah, I
very very physically gifted, but didn't produce a ton at Auburn.
Huge.
He's 6'6", 276. The 3 words I had for him were leadership, accountability, really big character guy, and then big human was used a ton by scouts. He made the SEC all-freshman team his first year at Auburn, but then sophomore and junior season he was just not very productive. The kind of tricky spot that the Cowboys are in is sitting at 12. They're more than likely going to miss out on the blue chip prospects of this class, and those are the guys you mentioned, the Ohio State guys. Maybe not Gerard McCoy, but Mansour Delane for sure, David Bailey, Ruben Bain. I don't think it would be kind of surprising if any of those guys were sitting at 12. And then in that middle part, it is a ton of offensive linemen. From 12 to 20, it is a ton of offensive linemen, a few receivers in there that are the most likely draft picks. And in terms of big boards or whatever you want to call it, that's where they're kind of sitting. So then you get to 20, and at 20 you're drafting guys that may be on your board that are in 20 to 32 as opposed to they're below 20 for you. And so the Cowboys have been linked a ton to trading up in this draft or hoping someone slides. That's kind of where you're sitting at. Some of the mocks that I've seen, which I will make this joke because we made it on Monday. I heard from Peter Schrager personally that the Cowboys could trade up to 9, flip the picks with the Kansas City Chiefs, who drafted 9 and 29, and give the Kansas City Chiefs 12 and 20. So then they draft at 9, they can get Mansour Delane, and then at 29 they can get one of those edge rushers or someone who's sitting there at 29, like T.J. Parker, Peter Woods even. Cassius Howell would be someone that's sitting there maybe. Zion Young out of Missouri, potentially. What's his name? Malachi Lawrence out of UCF.
Yeah.
Any of those names. Or they could just trade 12 and 20 and get a top 7-ish pick, and then you can get someone like Sonny Styles, like Caleb Downs, like David Bailey, if he were to fall that far. Mansour Delane for sure. That's kind of maybe the Cowboys' decision to make. Now with George Pickens signing the franchise tag and essentially saying he'll be playing for the Cowboys next year, I don't think Jordan Tyson at 12 is a conversation anymore, which I don't know. It doesn't suck for like ESPN and them, but they spent their A block of every single show today talking about Jordan Tyson to the Cowboys, so that was all wasted. Now it's kind of deciding, do the Cowboys want to trade up and go and get one of the premium guys or hope someone falls? I don't know. It's tough.
Both their picks fall in a bad spot in this draft in terms of like you just kind of just miss out on the tier you want, like you said, in 12. And I just trying to get defensive player at 20 is not where you want to be. You're going to end up taking a guy that has either production question marks or like size, talent question marks. It's really not the deepest draft. It's not the best draft from that standpoint. So 20 is not really where you want to end up at all. So yeah, I am interested if they trade up. They're one of the. They may be like the team I'm most interested to see if they trade up. / like I think they're the most likely team to try and trade up. It's just, can they find the right spot to do so? Because I think the first team we're going to see try and trade out is Arizona at 3. But like I don't see the Cowboys getting all the way up to 3. That's just it's from 12 to 3. It's going to be a little too rich. You'd have to pay a really hefty price for that. Yeah, you'd come with a premium edge rusher, but even still, and talking about once again the 2027 draft classes being like lauded as a fantastic draft class, teams are more hesitant to give up their picks in that draft because of that. And so I just don't really necessarily see them making that move. And so then after that, it's like, where else could you potentially find a team willing to trade back?
It'd be so funny if the Cowboys did that, trade away Micah Parsons, and then spend 2 first-round picks to trade up and draft another guy who probably won't be as good as him.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, depending on who you're trading up for. Like Sonny Styles or Alvaro Reese very well could have the same impact that Micah Parsons did to a degree.
They could have the same impact.
And that you have to also think it's not just them trading for just that player. They also got Quinnen Williams.
Well, yeah, that too.
He's way cheaper, 4 years younger. If it's like Alvaro Reese, he's 4 years younger. So you've reset the timeline. You got Quinnen Williams, and he's way cheaper. It's not just player for player. Andrew asked, because of the lack of blue chippers, do we think there's going to be a lot of trades in this draft?
I think we're going to see a good number, but more so towards the back end. One spot I'm really looking at is what the Lions draft at 17, and everyone knows the Lions want tackle. Like they've brought in almost every single offensive tackle in for workouts. I've done a lot of research on the tackles, and they may kick off a run of tackles. And so if there's someone you really want, you may have to like jump the gun, try and see if Tampa Bay is willing to trade back or someone like that to hop the Lions and get the tackle you want. So I think that could be a spot we see a lot of movement. And then even at the very tail end, talking about how the back end of the first round, talent-wise, isn't that great and it really plateaus off. We could see a team like the Seahawks try and trade out. Maybe the Texans trade out again, someone like that. Maybe the Cardinals want to trade up and get Ty Simpson or something like that. So I'm not optimistic we're going to see like a crazy splash trade within the top 5 or maybe even the top 10, but I do think we'll see a lot of movement on the back end.
I honestly I'm not going to say I think we will, but I think there's a lot better chance than last year, and we saw one last year.
We did see one last year.
Because
there's always surprises.
The weird thing about last year's draft class or last year's draft was like 24 hours before every team still had their first round pick, or a week. I don't remember what the time was, but it was like a record amount of time leading up to the draft. Every team still had their first round pick. This year, you look, the Giants have 2, the Cowboys have 2, the
Browns
Chiefs have 2, Browns have 2, Jets have 2. The Jets won't trade up, obviously. Dolphins have 2. So there's just a lot of teams with ammo to go up. And some of those teams don't need to go up. Like the Dolphins don't need to be going up.
Dolphins, Jets, Giants are all just largely trying to get players.
Right.
Like multiple bodies.
But there's still just a lot of first-round picks out there. A lot of ammo. A lot of teams with ammunition who maybe the Dolphins, their first pick is at 11. Maybe they want a top 10 player. I don't know. But there's a lot of teams with first-round picks or multiple first-round picks, unlike last year, which might mean that we see one of those or 2 of those make a move.
I think there's good reason that a lot of teams would want to trade and should trade. And you think of like the conversation for the past 2 months has been, oh, the Cardinals should trade back. The conversation over the past month has been the Browns should trade back. Some of these teams should straight up. The biggest counterpoint has not been some big reason why. It's been as simple as, okay, but who's going to trade up? That's been the problem. Who's going to want to trade up to those late picks in the first round besides a team looking to draft Ty Simpson? So that's just one team. Who wants to trade up for one of these guys? Because the feeling overall is that from 20 to 50, you're drafting about the same quality player. You're going from 22, you're drafting a guy who's an 89 overall versus at 42, you're drafting a guy who's an 88 overall. That's kind of the feeling amongst people. So it's hard to find the suitors for these trades. It's easy to find a bunch of teams that would like to trade out or trade back and maximize their capital for what is next year's draft, and everyone is talking as the draft going forward.
This draft is also really weird because talking about like teams trading back. It's a large part of, well, the best players are at non-premium positions. So, like, for example, Jeremiah Love. Maybe the Cardinals want Jeremiah Love, but they don't want to take him at 3. So I don't think it's actually going to happen. I'm just, speculating / creating a scenario to prove my point of, like, they want to try and trade back a couple spots so that they can potentially still try and get Jeremiah Love, accumulate some assets, get a great player in non-premium positions. Similar with Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs. They're both fantastic players at their positions, but they're not edge rushers. They're not quarterbacks. They're not offensive tackles. And so, like, which team is going to eventually say, I don't care that they play a non-premium position and draft them because they think they're the best available? It's going to be interesting to watch.
And then we got Chromie in the chat trolling. Does Marcel Reed go tip 3, as he said? Top 3. Maybe next year when he...
Top 3 in amount of aura?
Top 3 rounds?
Draft,
yeah. He could go in the first 3 rounds next year. Or the year after that. Is he a redshirt?
He'll have 2 more years of eligibility, or he still has 2 more years of eligibility because he just finished his redshirt sophomore season.
And I feel like he's probably going to end up staying. Unless he just takes a huge step forward next year.
Nah, he's staying. We welcome it.
So there's that. Me and my brother have been getting into football cards over the past couple weeks, and I bought some like college football cards. They're like, potential draft prospects. Pulled some fantastic names like Eli Sanders, running back USC, draft prospect.
Yeah, big time draft prospect.
Luke Haas, Ole Miss tight end. He was one of the ones
Don't
I just
get me
opened.
started on him, man.
You got what do you mean?
He's on my fantasy team and just never healthy.
We got Caton Hauser, East Carolina, big draft prospect.
The quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go Pirates.
I mean, not the. Wasn't Mike? Did Mike Wright come from East Carolina, or he go there?
Mike Wright was at East Carolina this past year, but he was not the starter because Caton Hauser's way better.
Wasn't he like playing cornerback and punting?
He did everything. He played punter, up man, or whatever it's called in the with the punt routine when you go down and like down it. But yeah, he punted, played cornerback. I think he had an interception, or maybe a pass deflection. He recorded a stat. I don't remember what the stat was, but he recorded a stat. Mike Vrabel is currently having his pre-draft news conference. Man, I wish we could. I mean, I could turn the sound on. Do we want that? Or
no, I really don't. I've spent too much time today on the Rossini files, and the deeper I've gone, the worse it's gotten, and I feel worse as a human today after the things that I've read and seen and the speculation. I'm going to be honest, never have I seen a story quite this wild so far.
Sure.
And just the nature of how everything is being released as well is very cynical. But we will talk about it if you guys have questions about it. And I do think there's some very interesting complexions that will go with it. It does feel like, okay, is this another story of, this is just how the Patriots do it? In terms of they were getting insider knowledge, more than likely, from Diana Rossini about what other teams were thinking at different times throughout.
I will say Vrabel's
players were thinking.
Vrabel's been there for a year.
Still, they have a standing relationship there that's been there for 4 years, or 5 years before he gets there, as well as with him with the Titans as well. Any potential insider leaks there, it kind of puts a really wonky feeling on everything.
Well, I was gonna say to lighten the mood, I just pulled a dog out of Texas Tech, Baron Morton.
Shout out Baron Morton.
Shout out Baron Morton, man. Who's the other quarterback that's gonna? Well, I guess he won't take over because the Cincinnati guy came in. But who was the other guy that came in when Morton got hurt?
Will Hammond.
Yeah, Will Hammond. Man,
Hammond's gonna be recovering from an ACL.
is he still on the? Is he still at Texas Tech?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
Yep, remember the whole thing of when they asked him about it, he's like, well, he signed a 2-year contract, so he'll be back.
Oh, and I guess I wanted to say Desmond Ridder, but that's the old Cincinnati quarterback from 2019.
Brendan
Sorsby. With him coming in, expected to be a one and done. I mean,
Yes.
that's what you
He
expect.
has 1 year of eligibility.
So maybe Hammond's thought is rehab at Texas Tech and then take the starting job next year, regardless of whether or not he had to leave with a 2-year or had to stay because of a 2-year contract. I don't know. That'll be interesting to see. But that's a long way away. That's next year's draft and next year's team that we're talking about.
Do y'all want a real quick refresher on what
Absolutely.
y'all NFL
and refresh the
NFL draft auction
new
picks
viewers
were?
what this is?
Yeah, just on probably about a month ago, we played a game where I said draft predictions, and JP and Sanders bid on them for the honor of having them basically on their team, and if they become correct on draft night, they get points awarded to them based on which prediction it was. So, for example, Ruben Bain dropping out of the top 6 is a prediction Sanders won he bet 6 bones on it. And so if that happens, which it probably will, Sanders will get a point. Other first-round predictions, JP has Mekhi Lemon going before Jordan Tyson. That one is looking a lot less likely in the lead-up to the draft. Caleb Downs going in the top 10. Sanders has that. Ty Simpson going in the first round. JP has the honor of winning that one. And it's
Can't believe I got free points and Caleb Downs going in the top 10.
Well, it was round 1. They were supposed to be a little more likely. And then Sanders has 2 linebackers going in the first round. Round 2, JP won the whole round. So JP has Cassius Howe getting drafted in the first round. Cardinals taking offensive tackle at 3. Saints going skill position player at 8. 6 wide receivers going in the first round, and then Caleb Banks being the first defensive tackle taken. That's a bad crop right there. That's a really bad crop, I won't lie. The board did not break out well there. Round 3, Sanders has the Chiefs going defense at 9. Andy has the Panthers going defensive line at 19, and he has Omar Cooper going in the top 28. JP does have Blake Miller going in the first round, and then Sanders has 4 cornerbacks going in round 1. And then the bonus rounds, Sanders has Ioane going at 22 to the Chargers, and JP has the Eagles drafting Kenyon Sadiq at 23. And then the big risers, Sanders has Brandon Cisse, and JP has R. Mason Thomas.
Yep.
It's really looking great for Sanders, I will not lie.
Really?
That round 2 crop that JP's all over is tough, in my opinion.
I don't know. I thought there were a couple in there that he could get. And then the round 3, read the... I don't have to make you
Chiefs
read them
go
all again.
defense at 9. You have that Panthers go defensive line at 19.
I don't feel good about... I had Ioane to the Chargers.
Yes.
I don't feel good about that.
Yeah, but I also don't feel good about Sadiq at 23 to the Eagles.
Ioane.
Is that the updated pronunciation?
That is, yeah.
That's just
Ioane.
the pronunciation.
That is the pronunciation. There will be no other pronunciation.
As they come in correct and incorrect throughout the draft night, I'll update y'all on point totals and
Excellent.
whatnot.
Oh, are we watching? It looks like the Puts is watching NBA right now. It's really tough. Well, not tough. I'm very excited for the NFL draft, but it was a good crop of NBA games tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Hawks are up 12 at the end of the first quarter. Kuminga
Knicks lead that 1-0 right now?
Kuminga has 10 points.
No, that's tied because
It's
the Hawks
tied
just
1-1.
won the second
Yeah.
game too, which is crazy. Texans will win the draft from Cromie.
Do the Texans even end up making their first round draft pick?
Who do they have to pick to win the draft as well?
Yeah, Cromie, who do you want at 28? That's what we're all wondering.
Ruben Bain.
He was saying earlier that Will Anderson is a top 3 edge rusher, and then he was like, and CJ Stroud is a top 3 quarterback. but then we were trying to like finagle it so that you could say that's true. So if you said Will Anderson is a top 3 edge rusher, C.J. Stroud is a top 3 quarterback on teams with top 3 edge rushers.
True.
It is true. C.J. Stroud is a top
That's a
3
logical
quarterback
statement.
among teams with top 3 edge rushers. But then I was also trying to think like, he might be QB1 among the top teams with the top 3 edge rushers because he's better than Shadur Sanders, and they have Myles Garrett. But then it kind of comes down to who is QB or edge rusher 2. Maybe
Graham Mertz would have something to say in that conversation. Texans' 3rd-string quarterback.
Huh?
You think he's better? He's going to be the starter?
You think he's better than C.J. Stroud?
I'm just saying you would have some words for that conversation
Like, you're right.
of being a top 3 quarterback with teams that have a top 3 edge rusher.
So to do this, you have to establish who the top 3 edge rushers are, and I think it's fair to say Will Anderson, Myles Garrett, and then who do you get to at 3?
I think you didn't mention the number 1 edge rusher.
Micah Parsons?
Yeah.
See, but I was also like, he's coming off an injury. Like, we just gonna give it to him?
I mean, I gave him the other top 3 slot.
That's fair. So then among teams with the top 3 edge rusher, it would be Jordan Love / C.J.
Take
Stroud.
that jersey off.
I would obviously lean C.J. Stroud because I'm a Jordan Love hater. So it goes C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love.
So you'd rather have
And then Shedeur
C.J.
Sanders.
Stroud lead your Chargers into battle than Jordan Love?
I didn't say that. I just said I'm a Jordan Love hater. I'm thankful I don't
Would
have
you
to make
rather
that
have
choice.
C.J. Stroud's career or Justin Herbert's career so far?
I'm very content with Justin Herbert's career so far. He's had a
What about
couple bad
those-
playoff games, but the stats he's put up, I'm pretty happy with that.
There's been some bad head-to-head performances in that matchup for Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
fair.
playoffs.
Yes, Chromie, that is a very good CJ stat. It's an integral to CJ stat. But-
I'd rather have C.J. Stroud
You'd rather
in
have
his career
That's fair.
than Herbert's career, personally.
Hey, we're each allowed to each to.
I'd
to
also-
each
We're
his
not
own.
allowed to disagree. No.
Yeah.
No disagreements.
One
on
of them
the
has
spot.
consistently won a playoff game. Has Stroud won one game his rookie year?
He's won 3. Won a playoff game every year.
Oh, you're right. My bad. I just remember them getting worse and like progressively worse. It feels like since his rookie year. But
He beat the Joe Flacco Cleveland Browns. He beat your Justin Herbert-led Los Angeles Chargers, and he beat the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers last year.
crazy.
3 playoff wins, 3 playoff losses.
I'm intrigued. I think Jordan Tyson is up there as like I just saw his name flash across it, and it just jumped out to me as like very intriguing. I just can't wait to see like what he looks like as a rookie. Hopefully healthy.
I'll say hopefully it doesn't look like him in a cast on the sideline.
Correct. He just, dude, if he can stay healthy, he's gonna be he might be like the steal of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, health is definitely part of the question, or part of the equation, not the question. Torn ACL in 2022, broke his collarbone in 2024 at the end of the season, and then missed the college football playoff when Arizona State made it. And then he had a hamstring last year.
Dog.
But
Meant to be.
the dude is tough, unbelievably tough, including a game against Texas Tech last year where he injured his hamstring, played through it, didn't come out of the game, hurt his other hamstring in the game because he was playing with one hurt hamstring, finished the game, and they beat Texas Tech and Will Hammond that week in Arizona State. He's a very tough guy. He's the most physically gifted of the receivers that are going to be drafted here in the first round tonight, and so the physical talent pops off the chart. He's more like the draft prospects of Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. A lot of people think like Cardell Tate is at best a really good wide receiver too, like a really good, Jalen Waddle to Tyreek Hill, or a really good. What are the other wide? A really good George Pickens to a CeeDee Lamb, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
Something like that. That
Said
is
wide receiver too. So like, did you say T Higgins to Chase?
T. Higgins to Jamar Chase. Yeah, absolutely.
Devontae Adams to Puka Nakua. depending on who you think is wide
I did-
receiver.
well,
one
Devontae
there.
Adams is a Hall of Famer.
I know.
so
That was more of a troll. Also, just pulled my
Tutu Atwell.
just
Tutu
had-
Nakua.
first card come out that could be a first rounder. Casey Concepcion.
He could be a first.
That's the
round.
first out of like 20 cards that could actually get drafted in the first round tonight.
Desmond Howard just predicted that he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Really?
Yep.
Doesn't even know what team he's going
Desmond
to.
Howard really likes A&M for some reason. I won't lie.
Interesting.
Like even
He's a Michigan guy.
I remember, I
He
think
is
it
a
was the
Michigan guy.
2021 season.
Michigan
He made
Heisman
his,
Trophy
his
winner.
preseason college football playoff predictions, and A&M was in it, along with Pitt, for example. So obviously, a lot of things went really wrong with that prediction.
He beat out Manning in '99, didn't he? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure he's the Michigan guy who beat Manning.
He
Did he
won
play
the
both
Heisman
ways?
Trophy. He did play both
That's what I thought.
ways. He didn't play a ton of receiver. He just played a little bit of receiver. But then he was more dynamic in the kick return game than he was. I think he was a Falcon, but he won the Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers. So
The draft does start at 7, Tucker.
they're doing the national anthem as we speak.
Yeah, we have a live feed. We're not even on. No,
The
imagine.
guards are presenting the colors.
Theoretically at 7, I guess I should say. The odds,
I have little trust.
The timer, starts ticking at 7. Is
The
very
the
little.
Raiders will be on the clock at 7. So then they'll have 8 minutes to put their pick in.
I saw someone
They'll
say.
probably make us wait 7 minutes for no
yeah,
reason.
I saw someone say, which I wonder how much of if there is any delay at the first overall pick because they are fielding calls from teams. Probably not. I feel like
No.
there's maybe some years.
I mean, there is.
I think it'd just be such aura to be like the clock starts and at 7:55 it's like the pick is in and it's like okay they
they
know.
what they're doing in that time for the Raiders at least. The time period will be calling Fernando Mendoza and saying, "We're taking you with the number 1 overall pick and welcome to the Raiders," to get that social media moment, so that can be posted and he can have that forever, and then the formality of turning the card in.
Do we know who this is? Kells?
I don't know who Kells is. No, I was not in the national anthem market for the NFL
Sure.
draft this year,
Probably for the best.
sadly.
Is there when you say that market, are you talking about your Super Bowl market when you
Correct.
is that a market? Or is it just because
I'm sure it is. I'm sure
think it's a
there's
high-profile
market
enough
for
event?
anything.
That's fair. There is a market
I
for
believe
anything.
it was the Panthers doing it. Harris, when was the last time a team traded up for the first overall pick?
Yeah, Panthers
Yeah.
did it, trading with the Chicago Bears.
And then the Bears, was that their pick that they drafted Williams with, or was that the Panthers pick?
The Bears picked with the Panthers pick the following year, selecting Caleb Williams.
So could you
number
say
1
that
overall.
they traded for the first overall pick
No,
more recently than the Panthers did?
not quite the same.
They almost traded for it at the exact same time,
Yeah.
even though it was in the
So
future.
they're in a tied for
the,
first.
the action
They're
was
tied for
made at the
first.
same time.
They traded for each other's first overall picks.
Correct.
That's kinda sick.
flyover.
That's kind of sick. Dude, let's get this show on the road. Let's get past the first overall pick
11
so we
minutes.
can talk 11 more minutes, man.
Fernando Mendoza deserves our respect.
I know
and
he does. I know
admiration.
he does. Let him have his moment. Let him have his
Indiana's actually doing their pro day, or not their pro day, their spring,
moment. Their spring game.
is about to start. So they're going to have Fernando and him being drafted number 1 overall on the big board there in Bloomington while their spring game is going on. I'm sure they'll take a break or whatever, so everybody can celebrate that. That's going to be a really cool moment. Can't wait to see that on social media eventually.
They'll probably give us a live shot of it, like
I
they do
doubt it.
on
I
some-
haven't seen it mentioned.
I've seen it mentioned.
Yeah, by him.
Yeah, on Twitter.
Okay.
I feel like
It's
like
possible, but also they're
it
gonna
was
show,
the On3 guy, the big transfer portal one, Pete Nakos, I believe.
Oh.
Pete Nakos mentioned it.
Okay.
we may see it, but also if they're gonna have to show Mendoza's house, and maybe they want to get an interview in with Mendoza or
and
yada, they might not
whoever
have
that
enough time.
guy wearing the Patriots
Yeah.
license gear was, as well.
Yeah, JP really wants to talk to that guy and find out why are you wearing Patriots gear, to a party where the guy is expected to get drafted by the Raiders.
Tom Brady. Maybe it's one of Tom Brady's representatives.
Maybe.
Maybe that'd be kind of crazy. While we wait, how about J.R. Ritchie?
Fantastic. Jerry Ritchie, Braves pitcher,
Braves,
made his
yes.
debut today. Major League debut. Went 7 innings, gave up 2 runs, including, he did get up a homer on his first pitch he threw in the major leagues. But bounced back fine. Anytime I got in trouble, he remained very calm. Kind of went back to pounding the strike zone. Never really looked like he was nibbling, which is something you can worry about with young pitchers that give up a couple home runs of they begin to not trust their stuff. But no, he stayed attacking the strike zone, attacking hitters. Showed all of his 6-pitch mix, and all of it looked pretty good. He doesn't necessarily, I guess the one knock is have a plus pitch, but if you can throw all 6 pitches that effectively, you have a long future. And now I'm really interested to see what the staff does, because theoretically we don't need him. We have 5 starters already, and Strider is about to come back.
You have 5 counting Strider, or you have 5 and Strider's about to come back?
We have 5 counting. We have 5. One of them is just the placeholder for Strider.
Okay.
So really, we have 5 counting Strider. And so we'll see what happens. But the future is bright, and it's kind of hard when a kid pitches that good to just send him right back down.
Yep.
But that may be what happens.
Harris said he'll get injured in the next 2 weeks, like all Braves pitchers.
Well, I mean, if you feel like you're trying to speak something into existence, but we'll see. We got to catch a break at some point. I would argue.
I mean, y'all had a
He's
good
already
day.
had Tommy Johns. He had it in 2023. So.
Padres today down 8-5, top of the 9th, 5-run 9th, including a Gavin Sheets 3-run home run on his birthday.
The cardiac Padres strike again.
First time he's homered on his birthday since college, he said. And of course, the crowd chanted "Holy Sheets" as they do. It was pretty cool. And it was at the Rockies too, so it was big to take the series. Dodgers lost last night, so we're still tied. I don't know what time they play today. I should check. I'm gonna have to keep up with that because I am curious.
Did you see what Nick Saban said about Caden Proctor today?
No, what do you
You're going to have to get specific.
Just being he's a good kid. He's really teachable, but he doesn't really have the
Yes.
I'm now
He
blanking on
doesn't
the
have the
phrasing.
drive and the
self-start, basically.
Yeah.
He's not going to get after it himself. He would come into training camps not at the weight they wanted him to be at. He clearly wasn't necessarily. Yeah, he didn't have the self-motivation.
does
in
a
the
bad
off-season.
job holding himself accountable.
Yeah.
How long did Nick Saban have him for?
1 year.
1 year?
Yeah.
1 year, and then Proctor entered the portal after
That's
retired.
right. Went to Iowa.
Committed to Iowa.
Yep, and then came back.
Then came back to
I think he was at
Alabama.
Iowa for the spring. I think he went there for the spring semester and then came back over in the second portal.
I don't
Something,
remember.
something along those
It
lines.
was crazy. I forgot about that, and I'm sure Tucker, if he's still in the chat, he could tell us if that's correct. But I think that's right. Is he transferred there and was there for the spring and then came back? Crazy that they could do that. Used to be able to do that. Yeah, look at all those teams. 6 teams with multiple first-round picks: Jets, Giants, Browns, Chiefs, Dolphins, and Cowboys. All of them have a pick inside the top 12, and then Giants have 2 in the top 10.
Yeah, it's kind of the big storyline that one of the storylines we talked about on Monday. The Giants and the Jets kind of controlling this first half of the draft, and the players that they can get to impact their franchises that have been piss poor for years on end, except when Daniel Jones got that playoff win. That's why Daniel Jones is better than Justin Herbert. But that is one of the big storylines, especially the 2 top 10 picks. I think for the Giants are a big one. A lot of people think the Giants are going to be really good next year. We'll see where we end up having them when we get to that portion of the offseason. But I think people are forgetting that team won 4 games last year, just 4 games, and they're going to play an equally tough schedule this coming next season. So I'd pump the brakes on them, but they have a chance to move forward in a different direction now with head coach John Harbaugh coming over from Baltimore and Jackson Dart. And we can't wait to hear from now his age is actually, it's at large. It's either 9 or 10 years old. Tate calling in for the Giants, our local Giants
It's going to be a treat.
Going to be a treat. Going to be the star of the show tonight. Last year it was Thomas, our Falcons fan. If you don't remember, last year had our live callers called him very early on when the Falcons selected Jalen Walker with, I'm pretty sure it's either the 8th. I think it's the 8th overall pick. Traded back into the second half of the first round and selected James Pierce Jr. And to see the level of drunk change in Thomas over the course of those 2 hours as he was out in the bars was very hilarious. We don't expect any changes from Tate from pick 5 to pick 10. We don't expect any changes in Andrew, who's in the chat, from
Walker,
pick 12 to pick 20.
Sure.
But who's to say?
Walker
if
was
that'll
15th.
change? He was 15?
Yeah,
Okay,
Jalen
well,
Walker was 15th, and then Pierce was 26th.
That's right. The Panthers were 8, not
Yep.
the Atlanta Falcons. Welcome to the chat, Nick. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and for you to return to the glorious town of Starkville, Mississippi. We're very excited to host you. Nick, are you a Falcons fan? Is that like your go-to team, or do you have a different team that you cheer for? And Buzz, of course, as well. Dolphins get Casey Concepcion per Morton. How do you feel about an Aggie going to the Dolphins?
I'd be fine with them. I mean, Devon Achane.
I'd say Devon
there's already
Achane's
one
doing
there.
great.
Yeah.
I think Malik
Even though
Willis
y'all say
is
free
competent
Achane
quarterback. Well,
every week.
it does feel a little unfortunate that everyone got to leave but him. So it kind of feels a little bit like he's being held hostage in that regard. But at the same time, it's a compliment because they decided to keep one guy, and I guess they liked him the best out of the bunch, and so that's who they decided to keep. Yeah, Andrew McBride stayed locked into his studies.
Yeah.
Nick says the Falcons. Okay. Nick, how do you feel about the Falcons? Next season. Do you have a favorite player on the team? Would be my question, I guess, to you, as well. As we are less than 3 minutes away from the Las Vegas Raiders being on the clock and us getting started tonight.
We got another first rounder, Francis Maui-Noah.
Francis Maui-Noah.
Dude,
Potentially
there
a
was
top 10 pick. We'll see.
Yeah, I pulled I just had Dylan Stewart, which was kind of cool. He'll be a top probably 10 pick next year, unless South Carolina gives him money and he comes back for his final season. But Dylan Stewart and who's the Texas edge rusher? Is it another?
Colin Simmons.
Colin Simmons. I was about to say Colin Stewart, but Colin Simmons. I feel like that next year's draft class, and I'm the guy that said that this year's QB class was going to be like 6 guys deep in the first round with this was like over the summer. I was talking to someone in the comment section like of one of our videos, or it was in the live chat, and I was like, they were complaining about this year's draft class, and I was like, no, we've got Lenora Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, like there's just so
Drew
many.
Aller.
Drew Aller, yeah,
Kay
exactly. Kay Klubnik. There was just so many. I was like, there's like 6 guys that could go in the first round. All of them could be competing for first overall. And here we are, like 8-9 months later, and it's Fernando Mendoza, who I did not mention. JP said he had bad footwork. I didn't mention him as one of my top quarterbacks. Do you remember your like beginning of the season where you did your QB rankings?
I think I had him as like a 3rd or 4th round prospect, and probably sitting at like 8 or 9 on the quarterbacks at that point. I really did not like his footwork specifically during his time at Cal, but I quickly noticed, by the time Indiana played Illinois, and we previewed that game on the show, that there was this very clear difference in the way that he was playing quarterback from how he was at Cal. His footwork
There he is.
was much improved. It's still a work in progress. Speak of the devil, we have just pulled a Fernando Mendoza
Fernando
card.
Mendoza, the camera cannot see, but Fernando Mendoza.
Source, trust us.
Yeah, it's real. I promise. Why would we lie?
The word I used a ton though with Fernando was I just really liked the conviction that he threw with. It really felt like he trusted his reads, had a ton of confidence in his reads, ton of confidence in his receivers. Like, we now know the names of Elijah Surratt, and we know the names of Omar Cooper, who we expect his name to be called tonight. Excuse me, but we have to remember, like, those weren't names at the time. Indiana was thought to be, okay, it was just a one-off season, really weak schedule.
One of them, like, just to give context for those 2 wide receivers, one of them had been there since before.
Yeah, Omar Cooper.
Like, he'd been there when they were terrible
Yeah.
the year or 2 before, and then one of them came from JMU, so he was a G5 guy.
Absolutely.
So
we
their
did,
stories are crazy.
we didn't like, a lot of people didn't like their talent, and Fernando, with his play, really turned that around. And it's really fascinating with him. I don't know of a guy who won the Heisman Trophy and then his best play was after him being awarded the Heisman Trophy. Him during the playoff, Fernando, was absolutely ridiculous. The guy was unstoppable, especially in the Alabama Rose Bowl game and then in the Peach Bowl against Oregon. He was ridiculous. In the first 2 games of the playoff, he was 31 for 36 with 8 passing touchdowns. That is 3 more passing touchdowns than incompletions through 2 playoff games. Not just 2 games against group of 5 teams. A game against Alabama, in which Alabama had 3 weeks to prepare for him, and a game against Oregon, who had a week to prepare for him and had already played him that year. They'd already seen him in that offense, and he was 31 for 36. He was absolutely ridiculous. So he has rightfully played himself into quarterback 1 in this class. Now, I do think, if Dante Moore is in this class, maybe there's some argument for Dante Moore being the number 1 overall pick. If, Arch Manning had played well this year and had declared for this draft, maybe there's an argument there. Nussmeier, if he hadn't gotten hurt this year, maybe there's an argument for him there. Ty Simpson, if he didn't have the digression or the regression he had in the final 5 games, maybe he would have been the first quarterback taken. This is not like a surefire blue chip number 1 overall pick like Andrew Luck, like Trevor Lawrence have been in the past, but he is worthy of being that number 1 overall pick.
Do you think he's being booed right now?
Fernando?
Yeah. No,
Roger
Goodell.
Goodell.
Definitely.
Well, he brought out Steelers with him, so I think he's
that's
getting
a smart.
cheers.
Yeah,
There's
he has a
Cameron
nice
Hayward
buffer.
and T.J. Water out there.
It's a great buffer. It's a great move.
What a pack we have right here.
I do think.
You said we had a Buzz fan, Georgia Tech fan in the chat, JP? Was that Nick?
Well, good
It is
gig him
Nick.
too.
Yeah, Haynes King,
Haynes King.
Mississippi
Shout out
State
Haynes
legend
King.
Kevin Coleman, and then freshman Bryce Underwood. So we hit the trifecta: Georgia Tech,
It's a good pack right there.
yeah, A&M, Mississippi State, and then Michigan for our boy the Puts in the chat.
Which he just said he put his entire investment portfolio on Baron Morton going first overall. So
You would make a lot of money if that hit.
How deep is your portfolio?
Unfortunately, Fernando Mendoza is currently minus 50,000 to go first overall. Let me see if I can find odds on Baron Morton.
I doubt it.
Yeah, right now it goes down to plus 30K, and there is looks like a 8-way tie for that. It is Carnell Tate to go first overall is plus 30,000. Caleb Downs, which I'm really surprised Caleb Downs is tied with the rest of these guys. Like, I feel like his, great football player shtick would get him a little bit better than that. Francis Mauigoa plus 30K. Ruben Bain plus 30K. Caden Proctor. Wow. Caden Proctor is ranked above a lot of guys. Ty Simpson plus 30,000. Jeremiah Love. And then finally, Jordan Tyson plus 30,000 to go first overall. So unfortunately, I can't even find odds on Baron Morton. Hey, if you want, you can just make the bet against me. I promise I'm good for it. I'll give you plus 50,000 for Baron Morton to go first overall.
Say plus 50,000. Are you willing to lose $50,000?
Baron Morton's not gonna. I said I'd be his bookie. Baron Morton's not gonna go first overall. That's
Are
why
you
it's plus
sure?
50,000. I feel pretty confident.
Cromie is known as a seer, so
Cromie has been known as a seer before.
he probably can make a call to Tom Brady and be like, "Yo, Tom, I need a favor."
I don't think 50K is going to move Tom.
But he can make it a
feelings
pride
off this
thing and be
pick.
like, "Tom Brady, if you're really the best quarterback of all time, you can make a great quarterback out of anybody. I present this as a challenge to you."
Yeah, we think Jerry Jones is bad about playing fantasy football with a team. Tom Brady's actually just, doing whatever he wants.
Oh wow, JP, you're an Eagles fan. Wow.
That's not me.
Oh, looks like we have another identity theft happening in the chat as JP's fiance is signed in on his Google account and therefore looks like it's him.
I got YouTube Premium, so no ads. Although we're not at the point where we have ads anyway, so
What who do you want the Eagles to take? Abby.
I'm not sure she could name a prospect. We'll see.
What position? We can also go that route.
Another Indiana great, D'Angelo Pons. I feel like she can name a prospect. She's watched enough shows. She's probably heard a mock draft or two.
Terry Bradshaw.
I thought you were saying that was a prospect. I was like very confused. Yes.
Adam, are there ads?
No, there are not ads. There are not ads.
Quit lying, Adam. Am I a fake fan, or does it look not fun to go to the NFL draft? Chromie asked. We talked about it earlier. Sanders doesn't like it because he thinks there's too many people. Jack wouldn't do it unless it's close by. And he definitely wouldn't do it if his team didn't have a first-round pick, which there are 6 teams that don't have a first-round pick. And there are fans for all 6 of those teams there tonight. And I would also do it if it was close by. I think it would be pretty fun. Abby, Eagles fan, wants a white boy.
A new white boy to replace
Reed Blankenship,
Reed Blankenship,
who left this offseason. Dylan Thieneman
Would
is
fit the
definitely
bill.
the option.
That's what. Imagine if they do. That would get. There might be some questions to be asked there.
All right, well,
Also, I think it's funny. I guess YouTube Premium just gives you perks when it comes to like getting ranked in the chat. Because currently, after just 4 chats, she is now our top fan. Even though we've had other, I think Chromie's been in there chatting for like, he's probably sent 15 at this point.
the other white boy I'd mention for the Eagles would be Blake Miller, right tackle, Clemson.
Yeah.
Definitely a possibility. But the Las Vegas
Yep.
Raiders are
We're on
officially
the
on the
clock.
clock.
Here we go.
That timer is ticking down. Fernando looking nervous for no reason. He knows he's about to be drafted number 1
you'd be
overall.
nervous though.
The thing about Fernando is you can tell he is so cerebral that he knows what people are thinking and what people are going to think. And that's why I feel like as we've gotten to know him more over the past year, we've seen him have like answers that are like, oh, yeah, he knows what's going on. This could be a character. This could be a bit to a degree. But the Raiders are on the clock. They have needs of quarterback, offensive line, wide receiver, linebacker, and corner. They spent a ton of money this offseason on some big contracts like Nakobe Dean for $36 million across 3 years. Quay Walker, Kwity Paye, re-signing Eric Stokes. They signed Jalen Naylor. Tyler Lindenbaum, 3 years, $81 million. The center came over from the Baltimore Ravens. So they have addressed so far a little bit of their offensive line needs, which their offensive line last year was really, really bad. Geno Smith was tied with Cam Ward for the most sacks last year, being sacked 55 times.
Every one of those hurt JP's soul.
The Raiders took it did, as a Geno Smith guy. The Raiders took Genty as at running back at number 6 overall in the first round, and they had the least rushing yards in the NFL as a team with 1,300. So first, top 10 pick running back, least rushing yards in the league. Offensive line is 100% a need that they're going to have to address at some point. But we fully expect the number 1 overall pick to be Fernando Mendoza.
To the point where we just had it up there as having gone through, but we've since corrected that since it's not official.
It is not official at this point. They definitely have a need at quarterback. See, Geno Smith is gone, so they have to replace him. He was great last year, of course. Not. Geno Smith led the league in interceptions last year with 17. Of the quarterbacks to start 15 or more games, he was dead last in touchdowns. He was also, of the quarterbacks to start 15 or more games, he only threw for more yards than Jalen Hurts. That's not something to celebrate. Bryce Young, which if you've listened to this pod before, you know about the Bryce Young game that we talk about, and Cam Ward, who the rookie quarterback, number 1 overall pick. Geno got traded to the New York Jets, and now they have a true need at quarterback. Do you guys expect them to draft Fernando Mendoza? And any thoughts on Fernando?
I mean, I could see them going that way, but personally, I mean, it's got to be Mendoza. It makes so much sense for them to find their quarterback. I think Mendoza's you kind of touched on it earlier, but I'll go back to it since, the draft has now officially started. He's not like a generational prospect, but he's a very good quarterback prospect and a good enough quarterback prospect that you don't really have any qualms taking him first overall. and being the guy you hopefully can kind of give this franchise a kickstart with all the money they've spent in free agency, with kind of the younger weapons they still have there, Genty, Brock Bowers. I think it makes a ton of sense for them to go Mendoza.
Yeah, I expect him to. So I'm gonna go ahead. Do we want to go ahead and get a little bit of a jump start on like what that team could look like with him as the quarterback? I still have concerns about the weapons. I know that they made a couple moves on offensive line. They brought in Tyler Linderbaum. They signed him in free agency from Baltimore, I believe, making him the highest paid center in the NFL.
Highest paid center ever.
Ever. Well, yes, in the NFL currently, and then ever. So that was a big move there for them to kind of improve that offensive line.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. Man, they brought in Kirk Cousins too. Sorry, I'm just looking at this but weapons wise, I am not a huge fan of their wide receiver core. I was not last year, and JP insisted Geno Smith was going to carry them, which he did not.
Wow, JP slander.
I'm sorry. I just had to throw in. I had to throw you and Geno. You and Geno were both going down in that comment.
Oh, maybe get the Geno Smith jersey out.
Yeah,
Well, he's about to return it in an hour and a half when the Chargers are on the clock. 2 hours.
Unfortunately, saying we are not at 500 viewers. We are currently at 14, which last year we peaked at around 20. So hopefully we break that peak.
We're
that
breaking
record
that
this
easy.
year.
No sweat.
And there it is. The pick is in. Yeah, it's still in. They just showed the room.
Yeah, they keep flashing. Kirk Cousins was signed and picked up in free agency. Are we any worries that Kirk Cousins is going to steal Fernando Mendoza's job?
What does the NFL know? Also, if we got on Twitter right now, would we see that Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport tweeting that the Raiders have drafted Fernando Mendoza?
I hope not. That's why we're not going to go there, and we hope you don't go there if you're there in the chat. With Clint Kubiak, he, throughout the process, has been talking about that they needed to bring in a veteran quarterback, really regardless of if they were drafting Fernando at number 1 overall. I do think we're in a spot where Kirk could start week 1.
Here he comes, man.
But it's all dependent on how Fernando does in camp. Goodell is making his way to the stage, and we will hear who the first overall pick is here live on Technical Foul.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza.
Wow.
Shocker.
Indiana.
Wow.
Shocker.
Mind blown.
The words we've been waiting to hear from Roger Goodell for 4 or 5 months. Now at this point, Fernando Mendoza has been selected and is going to be the Las Vegas Raiders quarterback going forward. Last year, of course, Fernando, Heisman Trophy winner, whose best play, in my opinion, came after he won the Heisman Trophy. He 41 touchdowns, 6 interceptions at Indiana last year. Transferred over from Cal. He had a 72% completion percentage last year. He's a big guy. This is not a small guy. 6'5", 225 pounds. He'll turn 23 this season. I said his best play came after he won the Heisman. His first 2 games of the playoff, he was utterly ridiculous against Alabama in the Rose Bowl and Oregon in the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. He was 31 for 36 with 8 passing touchdowns. That's 3 more passing touchdowns than incompletions. The guy did not miss a throw. A lot of these throws that he's making in the playoff as well are not just the receiver making miraculous plays. No, it is quite literally Fernando putting the ball in the perfect spot every single time, and his receivers just doing what they're supposed to, catching the ball. If there is a knock you're going to have on Fernando, and it is something that I personally want to see him develop, is he is not a guy who's going to go through multiple progressions. He was very, very, very much in Indiana, and I say that. I say very 4 times there because it's quite literally the truth. He was a first-read guy at Indiana. He was I look at my first read. If it's not there, I either scramble, throw it away, or I put my head down and I start running. He's not a guy who will go through multiple progressions. He wasn't asked to do that in Mike Shanahan's offense in Indiana. It was very RPO-based, so a lot of RPO offense is a lot of first-read stuff. It is technically you're making 2 reads. Do I hand the ball off or do I throw the ball pretty much every single time? There are not many throws you're going to find out there where he got to his 3rd read in the progression. But the Heisman Trophy winner is going to the Las Vegas Raiders, and he looks to change the franchise's future.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and talk about. Honestly, the puts already brought this up. Will this increase Bauer's fantasy production? While I did just say I'm not a huge fan of their weapons, I am excited to see how Genty and Bowers, two guys who kind of had struggled last year, Bowers with injury, Genty behind a poor offensive line, how they kind of change, how their play change hopefully improves. Bowers with a quarterback a little bit more consistent and less turnover prone than Geno Smith. And then Genty sharing the backfield with a guy who was a really great leader at Indiana, kind of see how he leads that team, that offense. I'm excited for that, to see that, and see both those guys take a step forward, Bowers in year 3 and Genty in year 2.
Well, moving on at this point, the Jets less than 3 minutes on the clock.
We're going to be flying.
The Jets have picks at 2 and 16, and the pick is already in for the New York Jets with less than 3 minutes remaining on that clock. They got needs at quarterback. They brought in Geno Smith via trade from the Las Vegas Raiders. They're going to have a need at wide receiver. Last year, Garrett Wilson was the leading receiver for them. He only played 7 games. He had 395 yards. They're going to have some needs on the defensive side as the ball. On the defensive side of the ball as well. Aaron Glenn, last year his defense for a defensive head coach was abysmal. 0 interceptions for the first time in NFL history. So expect the Jets to address corner at some point in this draft. They also had the second least sacks in the NFL with just 26 and allowed the second most points per game, 29.6. This is a Jets team that went through a huge rebuild throughout the season, trading Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts, which got them pick 16 that they'll use, and then trading Quinnen Williams for a pick next year from the Dallas Cowboys to Dallas. This is a Jets franchise that is rebuilding for, I don't know, the 10th year in a row at this point after the Aaron Rodgers saga sadly ended in just 2 plays with his torn Achilles, and then a pretty sad return season. The debate throughout the draft process has been David Bailey and Arvell Reese. For the final time, I ask you guys, David Bailey or Arvell Reese?
I would go Bailey. I think you go Reese.
I'd go Reese, yeah.
Also, I'll just point out, quick check it chat. Zane said that he was asked how the Jets got the number 1 overall pick, and I'm going to be honest, they kind of did because of the Raiders kind of having to go Mendoza. It's kind of what we all expected was for them to go Mendoza. So the Jets do kind of get the first choice of guys that sort of quarterback.
2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey.
There it is.
Linebacker.
Well, we got the
Texas
answer
Tech.
before Jack and Sanders could get the answer. We're going to have to speed up. This is blazing through these picks.
We're moving. 8
with
minutes
the
is quick.
8-minute timer. David Bailey, edge rusher from Texas Tech. He's a transfer from Stanford. He's a 5-star recruit back in his high school class. He chose Stanford because he wanted to get a good education. He graduated with a degree in science from Stanford in just 3 years. 3 years.
Science?
Yes.
Interesting.
I couldn't get what the actual degree was, but it was in science.
Cool nevertheless.
STS is what it's called at Stanford. In just 3 years, he graduated from Stanford in just 3 years. He will be one of the older players in this draft. He played every single year he could in college. He'll turn 23 before the season even starts. But last year, he led college football in sacks with 14.5. He had 3 forced fumbles and 3 pass deflections last year for Texas Tech. 6'4", 251, 33 3/4-inch arms, and ran a 4.5 at the combine. From Irvine, California, David Bailey is a New York Jet. Your reaction to this pick, guys?
I would have preferred Arvell Reese, taking the younger player that I think has more upside here at 2. But David Bailey is, at the same time, a good edge rusher. He's going to use speed a lot to win, not really much of a power guy. The biggest question for him / concern is, can he be a guy that can play all 3 downs? How is he going to hold up against the run? And if that doesn't pan out, then you're looking at a guy that is largely like a designated pass rusher that you took 2nd overall. That's kind of like the floor. And so the floor is pretty low for a guy you're taking 2nd overall. But he's very toolsy, and you talked about the size and the speed he has. So, like, there is still a lot to like while I say that.
Have you connected your phone for callers?
Yeah, it's connected.
Excellent. I will say that I love this. I think defense was absolutely the way to go because this is Aaron Glenn's 2nd year as a head coach. He's a former defensive coordinator for the Lions, And you look at the defensive side of the ball, all the additions they've made. They brought in Tavondre Sweat from Tennessee, bring in David Onyemata from Atlanta. Demario Davis makes his return from New Orleans. Nashawn Wright from Chicago, a guy that JP, we made a short talking about how impactful he was in a couple big moments for Chicago last season. Minka Fitzpatrick comes in from the Dolphins. So a lot of new starters. Now you add David Bailey into that mix. There's a lot of new guys, a lot of fresh faces in this defensive room for Aaron Glenn to work with and kind of try and establish really what he wants his team to look like, what he wants that locker room to look like. And then next year, going forward, once you have that defense really settled in, that's when you can start to figure out offense.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, just a few minutes ago, it's a defense that lost its pillars in Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner, and David Bailey will look to be one of the new pillars for the new Jets in New York as an edge rusher, and then you add the veteran experience of Demario Davis and Minka Fitzpatrick. I think right away you kind of just expect the defense to be better in general. A second year in the system under Aaron Glenn, and then those veteran pieces, and now this new ready-to-go 14.5 sacker from Texas Tech and David Bailey. Very, very big guy, 4'5" and the 40. I remember when we watched the 40. I don't remember what we were doing. We were watching the Combine while we were recording. We watched his 40. I was just in awe. The dude is a physical specimen. I really wish he had fallen to 8 for the New Orleans Saints. It
wasn't going to happen, sadly.
A second year in a row where the edge rusher goes number 2 overall, and I wish that he was falling to the Saints at 9 last year, but 8 this year. That puts the Arizona Cardinals on the clock, and they only have 2 minutes left, which means we got to get to the Cardinals and talk about them. The Cardinals hired head coach Mike LaFleur, who comes over from the Los Angeles Rams. He was a part of their offensive staff. Kyler Murray was cut. It's now Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew are their 2 quarterbacks going forward. They have need at quarterback because of that. We expect them to be in the running for Ty Simpson later tonight. But at 3, this was a heavily debated topic of whether or not they are going to trade this 3rd overall selection and trade back. At this moment, we haven't seen that, but the pick is also not in, so it's definitely still up in the air. The Cardinals have a needed running back as well, which is why there's been some fire for Jeremiah Love. Last year, their leading rusher was Michael Carter. He had just 33.3 yards per game. They had the 2nd least rushing yards in the NFL. And then James Conner, their other running back, is 31, coming off a broken foot.
They also have Tyler Algier, who they brought in from Atlanta this offseason, who'd been a very suitable backup to Bijan Robinson the past several years.
He was a superstar.
He was a
talked about
superstar
superstar in that building.
Inside of the 5-yard line, he was a superstar. Unless you did not have him on your fantasy team, if you had Bijan Robinson, you hated him. But yeah, that's kind of the big discussion here. Is a lot of people expected them, if they drafted, to go tackle to try and continue to work on that offensive line. They did bring in Elijah Wilkinson. They brought in multiple offensive tackles in the offseason, but even with Paris Johnson there, settled and set to play left tackle, offensive line is still kind of a big need for them to protect their quarterback of the future, which is not Jacoby Brissett.
Because they played 2 quarterbacks, the stat doesn't show up just for quarterbacks, but they gave up more sacks to their quarterbacks than Geno was sacked, and Geno was sacked the most of any quarterback in the league. They gave up 59 sacks as an offensive line and have a glaring hole at right tackle because of it. I also think they have some big needs defensively, which is why I've argued throughout this draft process that the Cardinals should really consider going with defense maybe at number 3 overall if you don't like the value of drafting a Francis Mauigoa or another offensive lineman there at number 3, and because they allowed the 4th most points per game last year. They gave up 35 points 6 times last year. They also allowed opponents to score on 48.9% of drives. But they've made the pick. They have not traded this pick, and now Roger Goodell is heading to the stage, and we're about to hear who the 3rd overall pick is here, as we've gotten 3 picks in the first 14 minutes.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love.
Wow, so it wasn't smoke.
Running back.
Wow.
Wow.
And
They were not lying.
there's the first big domino of the night. Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame. His father was a draft pick of the his father's a retired cop. Him and his father made a superhero comic book called Monster, and that's what he is. This guy is a monster. Jeremiah had 1,300 rushing yards last year as a senior at 6.9 yards per attempt. Is 6.9 yards good? Yes. You look at Ashton Genty last year. Ashton Genty had twice as many rushing yards, but he also ran for the same yards per carry as Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah just didn't get the carries for that. This is not your typical running back. This is a running back with extreme receiving upside. He is a terrific, terrific receiver. He is loose, explosive, 6 foot 214 with 32-inch arms. He ran a 4.36 at the combine. That's the same 40 time as Jahmyr Gibbs. Explosive plays are all over this guy's tape and all over his box scores. He had runs of 98, 94, 76, 68, 68, 64, 63. I can continue in college. He had 4 games of more than 100 yards with 10 or less carries, meaning more than 10 yards per carry, and getting up over that century mark of 100 yards, including a game against Syracuse last year where he had 8 carries for 171 yards and 3 touchdowns. Last year, he had 21 touchdowns, 18 on the ground, and 3 through the air. And now the Arizona Cardinals have drafted him to change their franchise and put them in a different light. I heard this argument earlier today for drafting Jeremiah Love, and I really like it. The Cardinals for years have been the 7th or 8th game of the day that is only broadcasted in the local market.
Yeah.
It's never the Fox game. It's never the CBS game. And Jeremiah Love has a chance to change that for them and get them in more primetime games and get them more in the national spotlight. But y'all's thoughts on Jeremiah Love, as this is the first big surprise of the night so far. Alvaro Reese has fallen to 4, and I know we got some Titans fans in the chat are excited about that, but we'll get to the Titans in a second.
I love the player. He's a fantastic running back prospect. He's going to be able to play all 3 downs. Can block. Fantastic out of the backfield as a receiving threat, both like in screen game and then vertically down the field on wheel routes and such. And then obviously what you really draft the running back to do, he's fantastic at running the rock. It is maybe like 3, a little rich potentially for a running back, but at the same time, he is probably the best. Like most people, he's their best he's the number 1 player in this draft. He's the best player in this draft. And so to get him at 3, I can't hate it too much. And it will make watching the Cardinals a little more exciting, kind of as you said. I don't know who in the world they're showing right now.
It's Jeremiah Love's high school
Okay.
in St. Louis.
Gotcha.
That's
that makes
sick.
sense.
Yeah, I like it. Like I said, I love the player. I do value position and would have said, I don't know how I feel about this. Last guy taking this high was Saquon at 2, so Love is the highest drafted running back since Saquon at 2, and that's worked out, especially for the Eagles. I mean, he now has a Super Bowl ring, but it's going to be interesting to see how much Jeremiah Love moves the needle. We saw the Raiders draft Ashton Genty at 6 overall last year, and he comes in and through a majority of the season was just continually getting hit behind the line of scrimmage, was averaging more yards after contact than he was yards per carry. And so just not – I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I hope that he's different. I hope that it's a different situation and that the Cardinals are able to kind of navigate that and get him successful touches as opposed to constantly being hit behind the line of scrimmage. But that offensive line was not good last year, and now you put a guy who depends on those players behind him.
Yeah, he immediately becomes the 7th highest paid running back in the league, with him being selected here at number 3 overall. The Titans pick is in. He also is now the largest contract addition this offseason for a running back as well, more than Kenneth Walker. He has more guaranteed money than Kenneth Walker, more guaranteed money than Travis Etienne, or Travis Achan now, which is how you say his name. I can't believe he did that. You can't do that. 4 years into your NFL career, you can't change how you say your last name.
Yeah, it's too late at that point. You just got to ride.
Way too late for that. But Jeremiah Love is already now the 7th highest paid running back in the league. The argument was for the edge rusher, where had you drafted Arvo Reese, let's say, at number 3 overall, he would have been the 35th highest paid edge rusher if he was drafted at number 3 overall. Big difference in the money that you're paying to a back. But the Cardinals at this point aren't committing money to a quarterback, a lot of money to a quarterback for a long time, the most expensive position in the NFL. So I do think that they can afford this to a degree.
That's a good point.
And again, the question will be, like Sanders posed with them is is that offensive line ready for Jeremiah Love? But we get to see a dynamic duo next year in whoever they start at quarterback, really. Jacoby Brissett, Jeremiah Love, and Gardner Minshew, Jeremiah Love are both dynamic.
Yeah.
The Titans are on the clock.
I was going to do a
Their
quick
pick
chat,
was in. Go
chat
ahead.
check and just say that McBride pointed out he's going to be a future number 1 overall in redraft league.
Absolutely.
Very likely. Tucker Medlin, who is our Titans fan, says he wants Styles here at 4. And then I'll get back to Mary's comment. We can talk about Goodell maybe for 30 seconds in a minute. I'm probably not going to – I can't get to the mute button in time. But we've got the Titans up. I'm interested to see where they go here, and then we can get Tucker on the phone.
Titans.
Wow. Carnell Tate.
Wow.
Do we want-
Whoa!
All right. Are we
Wide
going to get our
receiver
caller?
from Tennessee Titans. We are going to call our Titans fan, our first live fan call of the night. Jack ringing him in. Number 4 overall
Wow.
pick is Carnell Tate. As we wait for Tucker.
Tucker, what is up?
Tucker,
What's
welcome
up?
in. You're live
I
here.
haven't seen the pick yet because I was watching y'all.
Okay,
Have
well,
they made the pick yet?
they
Yes,
have made the pick.
It's Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver,
Oh my
Ohio
God.
State. You got
That's you give us your thoughts.
1 minute. Go ahead.
Well, I feel like there's a clear big board of go get the best player because the team overall isn't very talented.
Sure.
And so then you draft for position. I get that you're getting a receiver for your quarterback, but I think there are a lot better receivers in next year's draft, specifically the chosen one that was playing on Carnell Tate's team this year. You drafted the second best receiver on his own college team. How does that make sense?
It really
Very
doesn't.
fair.
I can't say I disagree with you.
I'm kind of speechless. I really don't know what to say. Okay, I will say this: you get your young quarterback a weapon now, right? You try to help his development now instead of leaving him kind of alone on that offense for this year, right? Currently, his playmakers, Wan'Dale Robinson, who did just record 1,000 yards last year at the Giants, Calvin Ridley, who has not been the same since his gambling suspension several years ago, and then you've also got Miami team.
I would say Elick Ayumanor.
Yeah.
I don't even mention Xavier Restrepo.
Yeah. So those are kind of the weapons he's got available. Carnell Tate is an upgrade over at least 2 of those, if not the
Sure.
third. He's younger than Wan'Dale Robinson is. Wan'Dale has had success in the NFL. We saw that last year at the Giants, but Tate is likely more talented than those 3 guys, at least, definitely younger.
Still
And
just seems
so-
a little rich at 4, though.
It is rich at 4, but also wide receiver is an impactful position. The Giants probably weren't going to go the Titans probably weren't going to go to defensive line. They brought in Jermaine Johnson from the Jets to play edge rusher. They still have Jeffrey Simmons there on that defensive line.
Jacob Martin, John Franklin
Yeah.
Myers as well.
I just don't know.
Sure.
Like, they probably weren't going to go edge rusher there, and so wide receiver is an impactful position.
All right, real quick, Tucker, like 5-10 seconds if you have any final thoughts, and then we're going to let JP kind of break down the player.
Well, the last 2 years, I've been the first call on this show. I was going to say the goal is to not be the first call next year, but I have a feeling we'll be right back here. So I'll see y'all first up next year.
Yeah, see you then, Tucker.
All right, Tucker, talk to you next year.
Oh, man, what an ending. Real quick, JP, what are your thoughts on Tate as a player?
Okay, well, Carnell Tate is a terrific player. We talked about this earlier, but it does feel like for him, Carnell Tate, his ceiling is to be a really, really good wide receiver too. A T. Higgins to a Jamar Chase, a George Pickens to a CeeDee Lamb, a Jalen Waddle to a Tyreek Hill. Problem is the Titans don't have one of those. At least as long as you don't ask Cam Ward that question, they don't have
Sure, good
one of
point.
those guys on the roster. But Carnell Tate immediately will become the wide receiver 1 for that team. He's never been the wide receiver 1 at Ohio State. He's always been behind somebody. Marvin Harrison. He's been behind Jeremiah Smith this
Emeka
past
Egbuka.
year. Emeka Egbuka the prior
He
year
was
before.
wide receiver 3 last year because I would say Smith was over him.
Carnell Tate, 6'2", 192. Last year, 51 catches, 875 yards, and 9 touchdowns. His 17.2 yards per catch last season, which among receivers with 50 or more catches was 6th best in college football. He had touchdowns in 8 of his 11 games. He ran a 4.53 at the combine. So get the fake news out of the chat, Chromie, please, saying he ran a 4.86 at the combine. His NFL comp would be CeeDee Lamb. He's built almost identical, 6'2", 192 to CeeDee Lamb. CD ran a 4.5 flat at the combine, and Carnell Tate ran a 4.53. So the speed is actually very similar. When you think of CD, you think of speed. When you think of Carnell Tate, you don't think of that. But their speed, top speed, is very, very similar. This is a guy from Chicago, Illinois, that the moment he got on campus for Ohio State was very driven and wanted to be one of the best receivers at Ohio State. His mother was tragically killed in a drive-by shooting literally 2 weeks after he got on campus at Ohio State, and he used that to drive him throughout his career at Ohio State, and he became a very, very consistent player. When he was in high school, he wasn't as consistent. When he got to Ohio State, and with the loss of his mom, he found his drive and his passion for life. He's going to be a very, very good player for the Tennessee Titans, I fully suspect, and I think Cam Ward should be ecstatic to have him.
He's doing a little happy dance right now.
But as Tucker had mentioned, at 4, it's too rich.
Yeah.
It's too rich for all of us here. He was mocked at 4 back in the past, but as we got further and further along in this draft process, it just did not make sense for the Titans to go with the receiver there at 4 and a receiver draft that is so deep with receivers and a team that has way too many needs with a new head coaching regime and Robert Saleh.
Yeah, it makes me think that they probably tried to trade back, and there's just not really much of a market in terms of teams trying to trade up to 4. That being said, the pick's been in for 2 minutes at 5
we're
for
in
the
commercial.
Giants.
So,
I can't believe we have commercials in the first 5 picks.
I was gonna
go for
Proud
it.
Mary. She was asking why they boo Goodell because fans are not a huge.
No one ever likes the commissioner.
Yeah,
of any
no one
sport.
likes commissioners of any sport. They don't like NBA commissioners. It's pretty standard for him to get booed when he comes on.
It's a tradition. At
It's
this
a
point.
tradition, and yeah, I think he kind of embraces it, and which is fine. It's part of the draft, and it's fun. We got a lot of people that are not impressed by Carnell Tate. But yeah, let's talk about the Giants because now 2 guys are off the board that they've been linked to.
Yeah.
In Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Love, both of them. It's really weird because both of them are kind of at positions where you might think that they kind of are set, right? They've got
Sure.
Malik Neighbors, they've got a wide receiver 1, which Carnell Tate would have been a great T. Higgins to Jamar Chase in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
And then they have Kim Scadaboo, who was kind of, I think, became kind of a fan favorite last year.
Absolutely.
As he did nationally at Arizona State when they played Texas. I think he kind of did the same thing at the Giants. And so people linked Jeremiah Love to the Giants. People linked Carnell Tate to the Giants. Both those guys are gone. Do they look at defense here, or do they reach and take another offensive player? Is this where we see a wide receiver 2 come off? That feels way too early.
I mean, they have been said to really like Tyson. That's been a rumor recently.
I
still
just
we'll see
think
defense
how many
here, but-
times did the Giants run through a mock draft simulator in the past 2 weeks, and how many times was Arvo Reese available here at number 5 overall? And while they have so many pass rushers, and they drafted Abdul Carter last year, I don't know when you look at the Seahawks and the way that they won the Super Bowl this past year, how you pass up on a talent like Arvo Reese when he could play linebacker for you this year.
Yep, Goodell's about to make the announcement. They've got, that's true. They have defensive players, but I don't know if they have anyone like Arvell Reese. I mean, you look at that defense right now.
Yes, that one.
What's up?
Just make sure I had the caller right.
Make sure you got the caller right. That's good call there. Good call there. And we'll let JP handle this one. They're still Goodell is still talking, but yeah, look at that defensive line. They've got Brian Burns. They have Abdul Carter, a former first-round pick. Well, last year's first-round pick. Darius Alexander.
He's still rambling.
Yeah, he is. He is still talking. I'm sure about a good cause, which we can't really hear it. But it is making it difficult to know when to unmute because I can't hear it. So I'm just kind of like, all right, I think this is gonna be it.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese,
Wow.
linebacker from
Okay.
the Ohio
So they just
State
basically best
University.
available.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Arvo Reese, the edge rusher out of
Arvo
Ohio
Reese
State. I
does
just
go
made an
off the
argument right
board
before
with
they
his
said this
5th
pick.
overall.
I just don't know how you pass up on a talent like that, even after you drafted out
if you will,
last year.
at MetLife,
But
their neighbors
we will
chose
get ready
David
to
Bailey,
call
leaving
our
Arvell Reese on the board.
resident
He
Giants
dropped all
fan.
the way down to 5.
I'm not
Hi, if you
and
record
he's
your
going
name
to
and
be
reason
a
for
New
calling,
York
I'll
Giants.
see if this person
You
is
got the
available.
That's an embarrassment of
What in the
riches.
world?
Now
We'll try
that can rush
try
the
to call him
quarterback
back
for
in
the
like
New
a
York Giants. I
minute
know
here in a
Dexter
second.
Lawrence is no longer there.
Arvell
But
Reese,
when you
edge
already have
rusher
Burns and
out of
Abdul
Ohio
Carter,
State.
Thibodeau's still
As we
there
just
at the
tried to
moment,
get Tate
and now
on the
you add
phone.
another one. And
69
these guys
tackles
are all
last year,
elite
6.5
athletes.
sacks.
If you think of the last 2 Super
One
Bowl
knock on him.
winners,
He wasn't
they both
productive in the
won
second
Super
half of
Bowls,
the
not just
season.
based off
He had
talent,
0
but the
sacks
depth
in his
of their
final 6
defensive
games at Ohio
front.
State, but
Now
this is
all
an
of a sudden a
athletic
Giants team that is extremely
specimen.
deep up
6'4",
front.
And how did the
241
Giants win it under
with
Tom
32
Coughlin?
inch
How deep
and
was that
32 and
defensive
1/2
line?
inch
Being
arms,
able to
which
go
are
get the
longer
quarterback,
arms than
have an
Micah
effect on
Parsons.
people, especially
Micah Parsons has been his comp so far throughout the NFL draft process. He ran a 4.46 at the combine, which is the fastest among all edge rushers. He is yet to turn 21 years old, meaning he will not be drinking beer tonight as he celebrates being drafted into the NFL. He turns 21 in August. This is a young guy who has a lot of room to grow and a lot of time to grow as well. Out of Cleveland, Ohio, he was the best talented player on an Ohio State defense that was the number 1 defense in the National Football League, and here he goes to the New York Giants at number 5 overall. You want to try that number again?
Yeah, let me try that number again. I'm personally really sad because just as soon as it looked like there was maybe a faint hope Arvell Reese would find his way to 7.
That was a sorely misplaced hope. Still nothing?
I still don't think we got anything.
All right, well, I guess we can just keep talking about the Giants. Like I said, right before the pick, they add Arvell Reese to a defensive line that already contains Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, 2 pieces that have been invested in, right? A first-round pick in Carter, and then Brian Burns, a former first-round pick who they traded for from the Panthers.
Do you want to try and connect in?
Yeah.
They also have a player who's near and dear to Jack's heart, Darius Alexander from last year's draft.
Yep.
Who we
Toledo made.
prepared for as a potential first rounder who ends up going in the 3rd round. So that did not happen. But that now is, I said it last year, I thought that defensive line was
We
scary.
did just definitely have a trade go through.
A trade?
I'm judging on the chat. We can't be giving this franchise these trades.
Interesting.
Chromie says wow in the chat, so we're definitely a little behind, but I
Let
can't
me
see
see
what
if
the
I can
trade
get that
is.
addressed.
Um,
It says we are live, but maybe Hulu is just a little bit slower.
It's
than
about to
YouTube
go through.
TV.
Try one more time
okay.
before we get to this trade. She said she's solid.
Gotcha.
Try to get Tate in here. Here we go.
There's
we have
no
an actual ring this time. What is up? Welcome to Technical Fowl. You're live.
Tate, welcome in. How are you doing, Tate? The Giants just selected Arvell Reese. You got 30 seconds, my man. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. He will be helping for our defense this year, and he will probably be good for our defense, and hopefully he can back up Jackson Dart, and we hopefully can win some games this year.
He definitely contributed to some winning throughout his career at Ohio State. He's a physical freak. Tate, I really hope that one day maybe you grow up to be 6'4" and 241 like this guy. Tate, we're gonna call you here in a few minutes when the Giants select here at 10. But we appreciate you and your thoughts. And I personally don't hope Jackson Hart does well next year. But have a good one, buddy.
That was
As
awesome.
I hang up on him.
That was awesome.
Always hang up on Ole Miss fans.
So the Chiefs do trade up to 6
Wow.
overall. The chat was all over it before we were. I
Yeah.
just missed. Did anyone see what it was for?
The 9th overall pick, and it looked like it said 2 third-rounders.
Gotcha. So what do we think the Chiefs are trading up for?
I would imagine the Chiefs are trading up to guarantee they get some kind of player. I'm thinking Caleb Downs, I think, is who they're going to pick here. I think they're trading up to guarantee that the Saints and the Commanders don't select a guy like Caleb Downs, or they're that high on Mansour Delane that they thought maybe the Saints were going to take him at 8.
Sure.
So I'm thinking this is Caleb Downs here at 6. This is
well, we're about to find out
shocking
because
trade.
Goodell's walking up to the stage.
And I don't think the Browns got enough value out of that. If that was 2 third rounds, 74 and 148. Oh,
So it was like a
wasn't
third
even
and a
2
fifth?
thirds. It was a third and a fourth. or
Looks
5th.
like-
Yeah, Goodell making the pick though.
It
Okay,
was
there
indeed
it was.
Mansour
Wow,
Delane.
Mansour Delane,
Mansour
yeah.
Delane.
So they were high enough on Mansour Delane that they wanted to ensure that the Commanders and the New Orleans Saints did not select Mansour Delane. Mansour Delane, the 5'11", 3/4-inch, 187-pound cornerback from LSU, who made his national debut on a national stage in the first big game of the college football season, having an interception on, at the time, #1 overall pick Cade Klubnik against the Clemson Tigers, in a game in which LSU and Clemson, of course, were expected to both be in the playoff, and of course, both of them had a season where they made the playoff. But Delane, 45 tackles with 2 interceptions last year. He's a transfer from Virginia Tech. He's from Silver Spring, Maryland. Been a Maryland guy. 8 career interceptions, including 6 at Virginia Tech and then 2 last year with the LSU Tigers. But he had 11 pass defenses. 4.34 at his pro day. We were worried about his speed potentially, but he feels an immediate need for the Kansas City Chiefs, who traded Trent McDuffie for the 29th overall pick in this year's draft, and then also allowed Jalen Watson to walk in free agency, who, funny enough, also went to the Los Angeles Rams.
Yep.
Last year, defensive back was actually pretty strong because they had Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson, so there's not really numbers you can look to for we need to replace or get better at corner because of these things. We just lost our best players, and so we're going to look to get the #1 overall corner in this draft in Mansour Delane, and that's why you saw them trade up to 6 and select him. Fun fact about Mansour Delane, which I read this in our pre-draft process, the first high school he attended was more known for lacrosse, so football games were played on Thursday instead of Friday. They had Thursday night lights in Maryland instead of Friday night lights.
Crazy.
Something I will say is this kind of makes me wonder about the Browns' thought process. Maybe they wanted Love or Tate or one of those edge rushers, and so maybe the guys they were high on were gone. You think about it, they've already got like cornerback and secondary pretty established there with Denzel Ward there at cornerback, so maybe with Mansour Delane sitting there, that wasn't their guy, and so that's why they trade back, and that's also why they were willing to do so for what felt like little value, is because they think that the next guy on their board, whoever that may be, maybe they're going to go get Kenyon Sadiq, right? Maybe they want Kenyon Sadiq because Njoku is out.
I think the
That's why
highest
they take
odds
the trade
are
back.
they want offensive linemen, and they know that the Chiefs or the Chiefs weren't gonna. They were gonna trade up and take Delane. The Commanders aren't gonna go offensive line, and the Saints weren't gonna go offensive line. And so you can drop back to 9. I agree they should have got a little more value, but if they can still just drop to 9 and take their top offensive tackle, you definitely should do the trade, and it's a worthwhile trade for that reason.
Yep.
But I love Delane, cornerback 1. He's phenomenal. I mean, they flashed it. He allowed under 200 receiving yards this past season. Great in press, great ball skills, quick, has the vertical speed to hang with fast receivers down the field. He's going to be a great fit. It's a great pick by the Chiefs.
Other highest drafted cornerback since 2023. That class contained greats such as Devon Witherspoon, Christian Gonzalez, and Emmanuel Forbes.
The
2023.
Commanders' pick is in.
The pick is in. Oh boy, Jack, what do you want here?
I want Sonny Styles.
Okay.
I would love to shore up the defense. The high fives are going around in the draft room. They look pretty happy. I can't go through another season. I will, but I can't at the same time of watching a defense that bad. Play again, JP, if you want to read off the stats real quick. If you have them.
It fills up an entire page for me, and it really, there's a lot. The worst hurry percentage in the NFL. Their leading sacker was Von Miller. He's 37. Their leading tackler was Bobby Wagner, 36. They had the second most missed tackles in the NFL, 131. They allowed the most yards per game, 384. They had the 5th most passing yards allowed. They allowed the worst yards per completion. They had just 6 interceptions. They allowed the 5th most fantasy points per game to wide receivers, the 4th most to running backs. And now Roger Goodell will yap a little bit here, talking about the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. But that defense was terrible last year, and they need some help there on the defensive side of the ball rather than the offense. And that's a Dan Quinn-led defense. So
the standard's high for him. You can't think he's going to let it be that bad again. 1, because he has pride, but also 2, that means he loses his job if it's that bad again. Shout out Bobby Wagner.
Part of that fantastic
Uh-oh.
2012. What? Oh no, are we a little behind still?
Saints are on the
I think
clock,
he
that's all
probably.
I
I
know.
think he probably was just listening to JP reading the defensive stats. Actually,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
2026
Here we go.
NFL
So,
Draft.
just
The Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles.
okay. I'm happy.
Line-
I'm happy.
There we go.
Congrats, Jack.
Thank
That's
you.
a really good pick. Sonny Styles last year was the leading tackler for the number 1 defense in college football, the Ohio State Buckeyes. He was also the green dot middle linebacker. He was talked about as the leader of the locker room as well. You think about all the big personalities that were there on that defense: Arvell Reese, Caleb Downs. Sonny Styles was the leader there. He lit up the combine with a 43.5-inch vertical and a 4.46, which were both first among linebackers that were there at the combine. Excuse me. He played safety to start his college career for the Ohio State Buckeyes. His father is a former safety as well, who was a Falcon and a Ram. This is a guy who can play Mike. He can play off the ball, and he's a physical freak. He's being compared to Fred Warner potentially, and he feels an immediate need for the Commanders here at 7.
Yeah, I was scrolling back to try and find, this is a top 7 pick for what feels like a more off the ball linebacker than an edge rusher, right? Would you say that's primarily what it's going to be? Going
Yes,
back
yeah.
and looking, number 8 overall, 2020, Isaiah Simmons. Not the comp you necessarily want to have, but it is kind of odd because Isaiah Simmons did kind of do the safety, linebacker, blitz off the edge. He kind of did everything. So hopefully that translates a little bit better for Sonny Styles than it did for Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, Isaiah Simmons was your classic do a little bit of everything, master of none. I think Styles is just better as a middle linebacker in general than Isaiah Simmons ever was. So I'm not really too worried about that personally. I'm very, very happy with the pick.
My New Orleans Saints are on the clock now here at the 8th overall pick. We got some needs. Running back was a need, but we addressed it with Travis Achan. Wide receiver is 100% a need. Tyler Shuck last year, who was 5-4 in the games that he started. At the end of the year, when Chris Olave was out, he was throwing to receivers of Kelvin Austin, Mason Tipton, Bub Means, and Devon Vele.
What a crop.
They did not address this position in free agency either, so wide receiver is a true need in the draft.
You do get Olave back from injury.
Correct. And we expect to extend Olave at some point this season, so getting cheaper at wide receiver is also something that's critical. That's kind of why we didn't spend money on receiver in the offseason. There's also some needs on the defensive side of the ball. Defensive line. Cameron Jordan last year was the leading sacker. He's not on the team right now, and he was 37. Chase Young had a very good season finally out of Ohio State, but you need someone to pair alongside with him. Unfortunately, edge rusher isn't really, not something to look at right now. I personally really don't hope it's Ruben Bain, but I wouldn't be shocked by Ruben Bain at this point. Linebacker is also a true need, so if Sonny Styles had fallen there to 8, I would have loved him there at 8. As Demario Davis walked in free agency, even though we signed Caden Ellis, who's going to be our green dot next year. I hope it's Caleb Downs at this point.
Sure.
But the 3 picks that would not surprise me are Caleb Downs, Ruben Bain, and Jordan Dyson.
I like it. I don't think it'd go wrong with any of those. I would like Caleb Downs too personally. I'm just going to real quick address the chat. Andrew McBride wants to know how much hope you should have that someone is going to slide to the Cowboys. I feel like the odds aren't great. I feel like we needed a couple offensive linemen to go in the top 10 to help push some of the better defensive prospects down the board to 12. At this point, I feel like the guys you really hoped fell to 12 was like Delane, Sonny Styles. Caleb Downs is kind of the last hope for someone to somehow fall to 12. Yeah. Some of those options are already off the board, so I wouldn't
will
have too
say
much hope.
Bain.
Yeah.
And he was my prediction on our final thoughts from Monday. Bain was my guy who was going to slide tonight.
The pick is in.
That was my prediction, and he's still sitting there. PFF has him ranked as the 5th best prospect. So maybe he does slide. Maybe that's your guy. Other defensive prospects, we've already seen the 2 Ohio State guys go. Delane is gone. And so that kind of leaves the Oregon safety, Dylan Dieneman.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't even know if I'd call that a slide. Right now he's ranked as 11th on the PFF big board, so that's more of just kind of, that's going to be your guy. Also, I don't think the Cowboys need safety help so much as they do cornerback help. So I don't know. It's definitely not shaping up well for y'all at pick 12. So maybe y'all just draft another wide receiver. Kind of do what the Cowboys do and just keep adding weapons. Also, does it feel like we've had way more time to talk about this Commanders and Saints pick than we did the first couple? I felt like we were zooming. And now I'm like, all right, deep breath.
The Saints must have taken a little longer to get the pick in.
Yeah, maybe.
Better they should go out of shows because I feel like Sonny
And maybe we
Styles
had less
was
to
up
say
there
about
and
the
they were
Commanders, I
flashing
don't
him a
know.
lot.
But we get to take a deep breath here, pause for a second, and kind of get ready for the next round or the next series because it's about to get interesting now that I feel like the majority of the blue chips are off the board, except Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
But he's a safety, and that has the positional value question that is why was not drafted as high as some of the other blue chips. So we're about to get into the really interesting situation or the interesting picks where anyone could go at any time. It feels like. Wouldn't be crazy to see a Mekhi Lemon, right? And he's big PFF. He's a 15th ranked prospect, but he's a wide receiver. That adds a lot of value. Ioane, the Penn State guard, is the highest ranked guard in this year's draft, and I did not expect a guard to go very high. And then last year, the Cowboys proved me wrong by drafting a guard out of Alabama. Tyler Booker at like 13, 15?
Yes, somewhere around
early
that 13,
teens, I believe.
12 range.
I think it was just 12 again.
Was it actually? I literally have it right here. I can go check.
I'm probably wrong.
We could once again, maybe we think that a guard is not going to go super high, and then we get proven wrong at 12, Tyler Booker. And so that's also a possibility, something to keep our eye out for, because while we may not expect it, it's not out of the question by any means. So things are about to get entertaining. This is the part of draft where we can't really predict what's going to happen, I feel like we had a pretty good idea that the guys who have gone off the board so far were going to be off the board at this point. Except for maybe Caleb Downs, but
I will say I don't think we expected it to be in this order.
not at all.
Definitely
not at all.
not. Definitely
not
not.
at all. But I do think that we kind of thought this is where things might start to get interesting. We got Jacob Glenn in the chat. I wouldn't have expected at this time last year that Caleb Downs would have been the 4th Ohio State player taken in this draft. Yeah, absolutely. That is kind of crazy. Caleb Downs has kind of been tagged as a first rounder since his freshman year at Alabama before he transferred to Ohio State the past 2 years. So he absolutely is kind of the guy that people have been watching and waiting for his draft class, kind of like we're now waiting on Jeremiah Smith and have been waiting on Jeremiah Smith for the past 2 years. I'm sorry, I saw the Brian Brzee, and I thought that was like the pick. They were announcing their pick just on the graphic, and because it was a name. But yeah, it is crazy. The Ohio State continues to just put guys into the league, but it is unexpected that Downs would be the 4th guy off that team to go in the first round.
Don't play safety, man. I can pretty much guarantee Jeremiah Smith will not be the 4th Ohio State player taken next year.
Yeah, I find that I think you're probably right there. Here we go. We got Goodell coming to the stage.
Asking for the fans to boo a little louder, or he's asking for the music. Oh, it's Sweet Caroline is playing in Pittsburgh.
All right, there are your boys, JP, your fellow Saints fans.
About to learn who the future of the Saints organization depends on.
Imagine
For
they go
better
Ty,
or for
they go
worse.
Ty Simpson here. Just solve your future quarterback problem.
No, thank you. Please.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jordan Tyson.
Jordan Tyson. Okay.
Wow. There it is, Jordan Tyson. Man, I feel like that's 2 years in a row that JP is just kind of caught a little off guard. I feel like you got to be more excited this year than you were last year. You said all along, JP, that you didn't really care. You just wanted a wide receiver. You did not want trenches. You wanted something exciting, and there you have it, something exciting, a wide receiver in Jordan Tyson. What do you got to say about that?
Well, I really, really wanted defense because you think about our next picks, we can really get a wide receiver. But I am happy it's Jordan Tyson and not Carnell Tate because the ceiling is there. Tyson's a guy that in the offseason here in Starkville, we were fearing a ton because he was about to make his arrival in Starkville, and it felt like him against our defense, especially the defense that we had 2 years ago coming into this past season, we thought he was going to tear us up. Jordan Tyson is a freak of a guy, a freak of a player. 6'2", 203 pounds. This is a guy from Allen, Texas, who had 711 yards and 8 touchdowns last year. His biggest knock has been injuries. And what is the Saints? One of the Saints' biggest problems is flipping injuries. Torn ACL in 2022, a broken collarbone in 2024, and a hamstring in 2025. He was coached by Super Bowl MVP Hines Ward at Arizona State. He's really tough. Injured both of his hamstrings in a game against Texas Tech and refused to come off the field and led them to a win against Texas Tech. Texas Tech was undefeated at the time. And his brother right now is playing in Toronto. Jalen Tyson, brother number 20 for the Cleveland Cavaliers, has 5 points through the first 19 minutes of the game. He's played 7 minutes so far. He's 5 points, 1 for 3 from 3 with 2 rebounds, 2 assists. Jalen Tyson, who plays for the Cleveland Cavaliers, brother of Jordan Tyson. I'm okay with it. I like Kellen Moore getting a guy for Tyler Shuck. I appreciate it being the guy with the highest ceiling. Like, I was really scared of maybe Mekhi Lemon at parts of this draft process. And I hope he can just stay healthy for us. But that has been our biggest problem, 100%. They're showing video of Jordan watching his brother play right now in Toronto.
That's cool. Quick update. That is a big get in terms of the NFL draft auction because JP had Saints going skill position player at 8, and that is what he used his point doubler on. So that is 4 points, and so he now leads Sanders 4-1.
And we've got Tucker Medlin said, "I'm glad we got Tyson and not Tate." Is exactly what he wanted to hear after the Titans took Carnell Tate earlier tonight. So I like the pick a lot. I said an hour and 15 minutes ago that Tyson could be the steal of the draft if he stays healthy and kind of plays up to his ceiling.
Big if. And
absolute
you know
if.
About ifs over there with If Man.
You can say that. That might be something that you want to say. But I think this is a huge get for them because you kind of have to assume the best. You kind of have to bet on your guys. And the Saints are betting on this guy. They like him a lot, clearly. I will say, I don't know if I thought 8 was where he was going to go. When I said he could be a steal at draft, I was thinking more in the teens, like in that wide receiver 3 range behind Mekhi Lemon, not ahead of him. But here we are. If it works out, the Saints look like they know what they're doing. And if it doesn't, then you just got to depend on Chris Olave to stay healthy next year and power through that season and play well. But it's going to be... that's interesting. We got the Browns on the clock. I'll also take a quick look at the chat. Everyone likes to pick for you, JP, if that makes you feel any better.
Except for my dad. My dad said street clothes first rounder.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. The puts pointed out you could have had Caleb Downs, which hindsight 2020, when we may look back on this pick and regret it, not having Caleb Downs. But let's take a quick look at the Browns because I am interested to see where they go. Is this where Caleb Downs goes?
Whoa.
I'm just saying because he's the best player on the board. I'm not necessarily saying that that's who they should take. But right now, you look at their safeties. They still have Grant Delpit, a second-rounder at LSU in 2020. And then their other safety is Ronnie Hickman, who's been there a couple of years now. But safety is definitely not a position of need for them.
Definitely got to think they're going offensive line here.
Right. I think they would get offensive lineman 1. They'd probably go Francis Maui-Noah. Unless they disagree and they might be
Monroe
more
Freeling.
Yeah, they might be more of a Monroe Freeling guy.
Spencer Fano's gotten some buzz throughout the process. They could go receiver as well. They could go Mekhi Lemon.
Yeah,
receiver is 100% a need for them. The receivers dealt with a ton of drops last year, and Mekhi Lemon is not a guy that drops the football. But Goodell's making his way to the stage. We expect this to be the first offensive lineman. Who will it be?
Ninth pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano.
Really?
Spencer Fano is the first offensive lineman off the board.
Wow.
Did not have that coming.
Hey, I'm about to say, I called that, what was that, our last mock draft, and Tucker said, did Sanders just reach for the worst out of the top 3 offensive tackles?
I mean, I'm
and
not
yet
a big
here
fan.
we are. Here we are. Spencer Fano, first offensive lineman off the board at 9 to the Browns.
Before we get to Caleb Downs, let's get to Spencer Fano first. This is a very, very good right tackle at Utah. He started 37 games for the Utah Utes with over 2,200 snaps in his career. He allowed 0 sacks last year for the Utes. He's a first-team All-American last year. But with his arms, 32 and 1/8 inch arms, his arm size isn't big enough for scouts and for pro franchises to potentially play at tackle. So this is a guy who will more than likely move in to offensive guard. He also took snaps at center at the combine, working out with franchises. And so maybe center is potentially in his
The Giants
future.
ran up to
I'm-
put that pick in, man.
I'm not surprised. But Spencer Fano was definitely not thought of as going to be the first offensive lineman off the board, but it's who the Browns want, and it's who the Browns got.
And now it makes sense why they traded back because they knew nobody else was.
Goodell was immediately out on the stage. I mean, the Giants ran this pick in, and we would expect this to be Caleb Downs.
It's got to be.
At this point.
10th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Francis Maui Noah.
Wow. No way.
Wow. Caleb
Francis
Downs or
Maui Noah.
Reuben Bain are going to be available at 12 for the Cowboys.
It's a
Andrew
gift.
McBride has to be ecstatic in the chat. The Giants just passed on Caleb Downs, and now Francis Maui Noah goes number 10 overall to the New York Giants. Not expected to be the second offensive lineman off the board. Potentially could have been the third overall pick to the Arizona Cardinals. This is a guy who played for Miami last year and played right tackle as well. He allowed 2 sacks last year in his final season at Miami. He was raised in a coastal village. Ely is, I think, how you pronounce it. It's off of a coastal village of Hawaii. This is a guy who really wants to just play for a team, and so he could be put really anywhere along the line. Maybe not center, but offensive guard and tackle. He's there. He said at the combine, there are 5 positions, and I'll make sure I take one of them. One thing to look at that we heard about over the past 2 weeks is Francis Maui Noah has a herniated disc in his back. This is a back injury that's not a significant issue right now. It's asymptomatic, but teams feel that if it worsens at all, Maui Noah would then need surgery that could sideline him for 3 months. If it flares up in OTAs right before the season starts, he could miss his entire rookie season.
Yeah.
And that would be obviously not something that the Giants would want. But we're going to call our Giants fan and see what Tate has to say about Francis Maui Noah. I don't think he expected Francis Maui Noah here at 10 at this point.
None of us did. That's for sure.
Welcome back, Tate. The Giants just selected Francis Maui Noah, an offensive lineman, to help protect Jackson Dart and keep him safe and secure. How do you feel about the pick, my man?
I feel good. He stopped Ole Miss in the playoffs this year, and he went on and actually played a really good game in the national championship, but came up short versus Indiana. And I think that's just a really good pick. I mean, I wasn't expecting that pick to happen, but hey, we have to do what we have to do.
Yeah, so your brother Cooper, obviously a quarterback for, and hopefully the future quarterback for Moorville. Offensive linemen are clearly in need because you don't want Cooper to ever get hurt out there, do you?
Nope. I hope that whenever Cooper plays in high school, hopefully this year, that his own offensive lineman can help him protect and let him win games, and
100%.
hopefully we can get to the championship game.
Do you think the Giants, led by Jackson Dart and Francis Maui Noah and Arvell Reese, win the Super Bowl next year, Tate?
Probably not. They do need to work a little bit more and actually spend from last year. But hopefully we can sweep the Eagles in this year and go on and at least make the playoffs and at least win at least 3 games
I think that's a great goal.
in the playoffs.
We're all here for sweeping the Eagles as well.
100%.
Tate, thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful evening, and we hope Francis Mauigoa keeps Jackson Dart safe. I hope Jackson Dart stays safe. Have a good one, Tate.
You too.
Shout out, Tate.
So
Excellent.
the Cowboys traded up then?
Yes, they just traded up. They traded. I think that said 2 fifth-round picks, if I'm not mistaken, to trade up one pick with the Miami Dolphins. I wonder why. I guess they want to try and get Caleb Downs and wanted to make sure
The Dolphins
the
didn't.
Dolphins didn't.
Which
That
it would have
be-
made a lot of sense for the Dolphins after
Yeah.
moving on from their secondary looks pretty putrid right now, right? You look at it and they move on from Minka Fitzpatrick. I believe Storm Duck is currently still listed as a starter for them on our Lads depth chart, but you look at that defense and it's Storm Duck, Dante Trader,
Lonnie
Darrell
Johnson.
Baker, Lonnie Johnson. So yeah, I do think that it would have made a lot of sense for them to go and get Caleb Downs. But I will say this: if they're the Dolphins, they may decide that they would rather have cornerback 2, Jamal McCoy out of Tennessee. That's the guy we talked about going to them a lot. And so they were willing to move back with the Cowboys and say, we don't want Caleb Downs. Y'all can have Caleb Downs, and then we're just going to get the guy we would have taken anyway, in Jamal McCoy, and pick up 2 fifth-round picks to do it. So that might be how this plays out. I don't know. The pick is in, so we'll have it coming in a few minutes. But yeah, it's interesting.
The Dolphins last year allowed a league-high completion percentage, 72%, and with Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator coming over from the Packers, a cornerstone player like Caleb Downs certainly would have helped. I don't know why, if the Dolphins wanted Caleb Downs, they would accept a trade with the Cowboys. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we'll see what Jerry Jones says in the post-draft press
That
conference.
Jerry Jones tells all.
Yeah, but we're here with the Cowboys, who were 7-9-1 last year. Brought in Christian Parker after firing Matt Eberflus. Christian Parker was the Eagles' defensive back coach the last 2 years, and they only need help on defense. They allowed the most points per game last year, 30.1. The second most yards per play, 6.1. Seventh least sacks in the NFL, 35. The second most, I already said that. The eighth most missed tackles, 112. And the one thing I mentioned every single time is they allowed the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers last year, which my boys remember in the NSTL, and of course any of you guys who played fantasy. You looked at even the guys on your bench. You went and looked and said, all right, when is Malik Washington playing the Dallas Cowboys? Because I need to make sure I start Malik that week. When do I start Darnell Mooney? Is he playing the Cowboys? Because I'd love to start Darnell Mooney, regardless of who's playing quarterback, because the Cowboys could not stop a single receiver last year, and they have a true need there at corner. Monster Delane is already gone. Maybe they can go with the next best thing here, and Caleb Downs. They signed Jalen Thompson, one of the safeties, who will be a safety for them next year, but Caleb Downs can be that other safety for them.
We keep talking about Downs to the Cowboys. Watch them go Ruben Bain here. Watch
I'm
them
here for
go.
it.
Yeah, I mean, we assume they're going with Caleb Downs. They could go Jamal McCoy. They may have been trying to beat the Dolphins through Jamal McCoy. We don't know. We're about to find out,
Maybe they
hopefully.
just really want Mekhi Lemon.
Maybe they do. Yeah, I can't wait to see what this pick is for all of our Cowboys fans in the chat. I know we've got a couple. And then we've also got talks from our Steelers fans about the Steelers trading up. I don't know if I've heard that one, Jacob, but
I've not had my ear to the ground.
Yeah,
so.
I'm trying to stay off Twitter right now. I don't want anything spoiled. But here comes Roger.
All right, Andrew, get ready. About to give you a call as Goodell makes his way to the stage.
With the 11th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs.
Okay.
Defensive back.
They made the right move. Caleb Downs it is.
There you got it, Andrew.
I'm putting the pick in,
Yeah,
and
you're
I'll get
good, you're
Andrew
good.
on the phone. Here we go. Let's see what he has to say. I imagine he's going to be very happy.
He has to be.
Andrew,
What's up?
welcome in. How are you feeling?
I am feeling wonderful. I mean, he's just a great football player. What can you not love about the pick?
Sure. And I mean, we just talked, I guess, 5 picks ago that we were not feeling optimistic about one of the kind of blue chip guys falling to y'all. Now, y'all had to trade up one spot, but regardless, I think it's a great result, especially with the way the board was shaken up, even 5 picks ago. But
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing is we still have more defensive issues to correct. Like, we've mentioned the positional value, all that stuff. Like a new safety isn't going to fix everything. Like we still need to consistently put more pressure on quarterbacks, and our corners just have to play better.
Sure.
But I think this is a huge piece to hopefully correcting some of that. So this is the most optimistic I've been about a Cowboys pick probably since CD. So yeah.
It is a fantastic pick, and you can see the excitement that Caleb has right there. It already just screams one of the best Cowboys defenders of all time, and it's in star Hall of Famer, all of that. So we can't wait to see where he goes. I'm excited that Dak now has a leader on the opposite side of the field.
Sure. Well, anything else, Andrew? And if not, we'll get back to you for pick 20.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping we go edge pick 20 or, something on the lines of scrimmage. So we'll see what's available.
Bet, yeah. Enjoy the rest of your night. See you in a little bit.
Thank you.
I mean, the way Ruben Bain is sliding, maybe they pick up Ruben Bain at 20. Who's to know?
Who's to say? Caleb Downs, his father, Gary, played in the NFL. Gary was drafted by the New York Giants. So Caleb is drafted in division and drafted to the Dallas Cowboys. Caleb, his brother, Josh Downs, is a wide receiver for the Indianapolis Colts. This is a guy who played multiple positions in college across Alabama and Ohio State. He led Alabama in tackles. He's the first freshman in Alabama history to lead them in tackles in a single season. 6 career picks, 2 every single season in football. Little undersized, which I think can be a part of the explanation for why he may have fallen outside of the top 10 for a guy who's been a top 5 pick since, week 6 of his freshman season at Alabama. He's been a top 5 pick in this draft. 6 foot flat, 206 pounds. He did return some punts in college, and he had 2 punt return touchdowns. He was the number 1 transfer, of course, in the portal in 2024 when Saban retired, and he went to the Ohio State Buckeyes. He played 37% of his snaps as a deep safety, 35% in the box, and 23% in the slot, meaning he can be and will be everywhere for the Dallas Cowboys going forward. I think Andrew summed it up really well. Star is what it seems for the stars that are the Dallas Cowboys.
I'll say it's very fitting he said that as Caleb Downs was putting the hat on his head, so it worked out great. Fantastic pick. I'm pretty upset considering that's an in-division rival there.
That is tough.
A great player.
What Zane said in the chat about the Cowboys always hitting in the first round, I don't know if they always hit, but I was talking pre-show about how I feel like they hit a lot.
They have a high rate for sure.
They do. I feel like they have a high rate. You look back at guys, and I also feel like they get stars. When they hit on stars. So Tyler Guyton, he's still young, but, it was a position of need. Mozzie Smith, still young. Tyler Smith is good. Micah Parsons turned into an absolute star, who they then turned around and traded. CeeDee Lamb turned into a star. So I feel like in the last 5 years, you look at 2018, Leighton Vander Esch did not turn into a star, but was really good and kind of thought he was going to be the next part of a young core for them. They do seem to hit a lot in the first round. It's just the rest of the stuff that they seem that they cannot do, which is really unfortunate for Cowboys fans.
Sure.
Off-season trades, coaching hires, all that kind of stuff has been really hard for Jerry Jones, it seems. But now we got the Dolphins coming up. They just traded back a spot, so they must have felt very confident the Cowboys were not going to draft the guy that they wanted, and so here they are.
NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Caden Proctor, tackle, Alabama.
And they said, okay. Did not see that coming, I won't lie.
Also did not see that coming.
I don't hate the thought. You just brought in a new QB that you want to give, a legitimate chance to prove himself as the franchise guy, so why not protect him? It's not like the offensive line has
Chromie interrupted us with a nice chat there.
You want to read the chat?
Yeah, Chromie said, just drafted a bag of Lay's potato chips.
So he clearly is not a fan of the pick, but...
Okay, well, go ahead, JP.
This is what I love about the NFL draft, and this is what everyone loves about it. It's so undamn predictable. Who had Caden Proctor here at 12 to the Dolphins? Not very many mock drafts that I saw, including the self-proclaimed most accurate mock drafter, Peter Schrager. 6'6", 5/8 inch, 352 pounds, a mountain of a man and a phenomenal athlete. He's been good since his freshman year. He was a 5-star recruit from Des Moines, Iowa, who committed to Alabama, had a poor first season with Alabama. And in fact, after the loss to Texas, when Quinn Ewers came into Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama, Caden was at a Jimmy John's getting a sandwich after the game, and an Alabama fan walked up to him, and I'm going to quote him directly here. It's a quote, so I'm allowed to say it. He said to Caden, "You fucking suck," while he was getting a Jimmy John's sandwich after the game because Caden Proctor allowed 2 sacks in that game.
I mean, Jimmy John's is a bad move. There's much better subs out there.
I can't believe going out in public after you just lost to Texas in Tuscaloosa. That's kind of crazy. But he rebounded, and he had a terrific season last year. He allowed just 5 sacks over the last 2 seasons at Alabama. He also got some snaps at receiver for Kalen DeBoer, having 5 catches for 16 yards this past season. Scary when he was catching the ball, too, especially you think about the play against Georgia where he almost scored at the end zone. Of the left tackle's prospects in this draft, he's definitely the most pro-ready. Monroe Freeling is not ready physically. He needs to put on some weight. He's about 50 pounds too light. Caden Proctor's ready. 352 pounds is right there at the left tackle run for them, and he can quickly be the left tackle or right tackle of the future for Malik Willis and the Dolphins, as the Dolphins add an offensive lineman here with that 12th overall pick.
Man, all right, and now, so the Rams pick with the Falcons pick, and as Ruben Bain sits here, because Adam Voigtart just said it, can't wait for the could-have-been Falcons pick. Hindsight 2020, man, would the Falcons rather have Ruben Bain Jr.
or
James Pierce Jr.? And I'm going to, Adam, you go ahead and put your response in the chat as a Falcons fan and our resident Falcons fan, since we're not going to call you because they're not picking. Would you rather have Ruben Bain Jr. or James Pierce Jr.? I think after the situation off the field with James Pierce, you got to lean Ruben here. I think you take short arms over Prison.
Yeah. Well, Prison looks avoidable at this
Prison
point.
does look avoidable, but that's kind of where the board stands. Ruben Bain Jr. is now the highest-ranked player, the only top 10 player.
That's a great point, Zane.
That is a fantastic point, Zane. Ruben Bain Jr. remains the highest-ranked player on the big board, and so we'll kind of wait and see where the Rams go. Edge rusher is not a huge need. You think about the talent they have really everywhere. The Rams were in that really weird spot where we kind of felt like they just have a fantastic team top to bottom and didn't need starters anywhere. They've got Jared Verse, a 2024 first-rounder who's turned into a fantastic player.
Their only first-round pick since Jared Goff as well.
Exactly.
They rarely are in this spot. This is a
They
luxury
are very
pick.
rarely. And now they're drafting in the top half of the draft after being in the NFC Championship. No, excuse me.
Yeah.
I
Yes?
wonder.
Okay.
I wonder if they'll go like a Monroe Freeling, because you just talked about him not being ready, and they can be very future-minded with this pick, and so you can get another offensive tackle in the building that has the desirable frame, even if it needs to be filled out, has potential to be a great offensive tackle in the league, and you can get him in the building for cheap, and so when you eventually have to move on from another offensive tackle, he can step in.
It's definitely possible. I mean, Stafford was sacked the least of any quarterback in the league, so it doesn't fit an immediate need. But they have not invested a third-round pick or higher on an offensive lineman since 2023. They've kind of just hit on the signings that they've brought in. This is a team that didn't have a true need really outside of corner. I think corner's really the only spot, but they addressed that in the offseason with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson, trading the 29th overall pick and then signing Jalen Watson, and gave both of them extensions, paying them $175 million combined. Quarterback was definitely talked about, and it's definitely something that we kind of expect them to potentially draft at some point. Could this be Ty Simpson? Whoa. I mean, the draft has already been unexpected. So
Taylor Green out of
could
Arkansas?
this be Taylor Green?
I don't know.
I'll leave.
who's
Y'all got to
to say?
figure out the rest of it on your own.
But receiver and Mekhi Lemon has been the most mocked pick here, and it may be the best thing to do because Puka Nacua, I would still assume, is going to get paid a massive extension this offseason, even with the mental health concerns that he has had. He's going to be the highest paid receiver in the league, and so adding a cheaper receiver when you already are paying a ton of money to Devontae Adams as well, who can also impact winning this year, I think Mekhi Lemon, Kenyon Sadiq, some kind of offensive weapon makes a ton of sense there.
Sure.
At the same time, Sam Darnold cooked them in the NFC Championship game, and defense very well could be the need just as quickly. I'm really excited to see where they go here. I mean, we talked about this as a luxury pick for them.
Zane is eviscerating the Falcons in the chat.
Pretty easy to eviscerate.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Falcons
low-hanging
fans.
fruit. Low-hanging fruit.
Not that
for
I
sure.
can. Not that I. I'm not. I should not throw stones as a Chargers fan because we have our own collapses and our own issues. But yeah, this Rams pick is going to be interesting. I mean, you have to assume that they're looking for a piece to get them over the top, which is why I don't know if Monroe Freeling is the move. I don't know after the way that offensive line played last year, allowing so few sacks.
Always an injury away, man.
They are always an injury away, but I just wonder if they're going to be looking for a piece that moves the needle a little bit more. Maybe they decide that an upgraded tight end, maybe they decide Kenyon Sadiq is the weapon to get that offense over the top. As good as their tight ends were last year in Colby Parkinson and Terrence Ferguson, Matthew Stafford utilized them really well. Maybe they decide that an athletic freak is the biggest move the needle move that they can make. My goodness. Too many M's back to back to back.
At the same time, how many mocks did the Rams do when they had Reuben Bain?
Absolutely,
at
absolutely.
13?
So maybe he is the.
They're typically smart with what they do, so it does kind of seem like they wouldn't pass up that opportunity. The pick has been in forever. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the pick's been in for twice
we had
as
a
long as
commercial.
it. But even with the commercial,
Maybe
man,
Goodell's got some people he's got to line up, and they just weren't ready.
yeah.
But
That's a good point.
you think of how the Seahawks won the Super Bowl last year. The Rams could very quickly follow that model. By the way, Rams went to a new logo this year. They traded a cool logo for a piss yellow logo, a mustard yellow logo.
Yuck.
Same
I used
design,
their old
but
logo.
changed the. Yeah,
I didn't change it
it will.
from last year.
That logo is infinitely better than this piss yellow logo. So sad that they've kind of moved in that direction. Rams host the Super Bowl this year, not their team specifically, but their stadium, SoFi.
But say you mean, or you could say the Chargers host the Super Bowl this year.
No, really, just whoever the opposing team is hosts the Super Bowl in Los Angeles.
Here comes Roger.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson.
There he is. Shout out Ty, man.
No way. No way.
Huge for
Does
him.
Matthew. Okay.
Huge.
I'm just gonna go ahead and start, JP, while you sit there for a second. The Rams we assume Matthew Stafford will play this year. We think he's gonna come back. But now you spend your first round pick. This is when they disrespected Aaron Rodgers in the middle of a Super Bowl window by drafting Jordan Love, which turned out to be a great move for the franchise because they got their quarterback of the future.
Yeah.
But I just don't get how for the Rams and for Matthew Stafford, this is the move they make, drafting Ty Simpson, 13th overall with their only remaining first round pick.
They already made their win now move. They upgraded a corner big time.
Yeah, but you have
There was some difference a little bit to that scenario. It also that pick of Jordan Love helped them in the immediate future because Aaron Rodgers then routed off back-to-back MVPs the following 2 years. But Ty Simpson at 13 overall, I mean, I mentioned it jokingly just a minute ago, but here it is. This is why he showed up to the draft tonight, because he had a feeling.
He is stoked, man.
And he is very stoked. He's a Los Angeles
great
Ram.
landing spot.
He's Sean McVay's quarterback of the future, 6'1", 211. The big knock on him is the knock that you see on your screen. 15 career starts, meaning we haven't seen a very big body of work. But he's going to have time to develop under Matthew Stafford, and you fully expect that with that he can learn a little bit. He said at the Combine, Ty did, "First off, I think I'm ready. I'm a franchise quarterback. Alabama prepares you the most for the NFL. The Alabama locker room is as close to an NFL locker room as you can get." I fully agree with him there. That being said, 15 career starts. You think of all the quarterbacks with those kind of career starts that have come into the league. Anthony Richardson is the most recent one that comes to mind. Trey Lance. Are either of those guys franchise quarterbacks right now? No. But at the same time, both those guys were kind of thrown right into the fire immediately. Dealt with injury concerns as well. Both of them. Ty has not been an injury-prone-ish guy. He did end up getting his rib broke, but that's really just because he got blindside hit in the Rose Bowl. He was also dealing with some other health issue that ended up having him lose 20 to 30 pounds last year. 28 touchdowns through the air, 2 rushing touchdowns with 5 picks. Lots of fumbles, 6 of them last year for the Alabama Crimson Tide. But there he goes to the Los Angeles Rams. No one's happier than Dan Orlovsky that he's picked this high. Now he's got to live up to that bill and live up to the expectations of the number 13 overall pick, higher than a lot of quarterbacks.
Is this just
wow.
Mac Jones 2.0? Small college sample size, drafted high by a team. I mean, I guess the Patriots didn't have Mac Jones did not have someone in front of him. Tom Brady was already gone at that point. But yeah, a lot of great points from the chat. I'm not sure, Zane, who was clowning Sean McVay. Did you clown Sean?
For making fun of them picking Ty Simpson.
You're calling it a bad move.
Okay. If that was clowning Sean McVay, then I will own up to that. And I said, I guess I was. I love Sean McVay as a head coach, and that's why I wanted Taylor Green to go there. But I can't wait for him to get drafted in the 5th round and have that QB battle in 2027. It's going to be elite. And then Jacob makes a great point that we haven't seen him behind a decent O-line after that Alabama offensive line was just not good at all, especially in the back half of the season when Ty Simpson really struggled. They also struggled. Run game was poor, so it was not a complete offense, and Ty Simpson was forced to do a lot. And so, yeah, if this Rams offensive line is as good next year as it was this last year, that's a great situation for Simpson. Sean McVay is a fantastic offensive mind at head coach, and so as a guy who's not a Ty Simpson guy, I'm a little jealous that, like, the Rams, who are a great situation, that's where he ends up. It's kind of like the opposite of a quarterback going to the Jets. He's like being born on third base in the NFL.
Yeah, he just got blessed.
He just got absolutely blessed.
Would rather go there or go to the Cardinals?
I would rather go to the Los Angeles Rams.
Absolutely.
I'd rather live in L.A. than Phoenix. I'd much rather be under Sean McVay and the Rams than to be there.
Also, JP, how does it feel that we have now both said Roll Tide, now that I've got evidence of one JP Pusilowski saying Roll Tide?
But we have video proof of that chat coming in and my hands being clear of any
Could be a scheduled comment. Could be a scheduled comment.
True. I can't wait for YouTube to add that. Ty Simpson, wow. He was a 5-star quarterback, and you could tell he's got a 5-star quarterback throwing motion. His processing is one of those things that people talked about a ton.
They really
like. But we're here at 14, and now the Ravens are on the clock, and Goodell is already at the stage. So now we got to hear who the Ravens picked.
He's basking in the booze.
The 14th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Olai Bavenga, Yowane.
They took him.
Guard.
One of the more commonly mocked picks.
Okay. Back to a state of normalcy where things kind of are happening that I guess were predicted.
Sorry, so it's a hard name to type out, guys.
Absolutely, that is a hard.
I'm working on it right
name
now.
To type it out.
6'4", 320, by far the best true guard in this class. He was 32 and 3/4 inch arms, 32 starts at Penn State, never allowed a sack. He started at left guard his entire career there. He's one of 9 children. NFL scouts, the best thing they said about him is he's built like a fortress. This guy is a physical specimen. He is going to be a very quick fit for an offensive line that lost Tyler Lindenbaum last year and then had arguably the worst offensive guard play in the NFL. It really hurt Tyler Lindenbaum. It hurt their tackles a ton last year. Fun fact about Vega, Ioane, his parents were not big on him playing sports in high school, but his sophomore year of high school, he sneakily signed up for the football team, and on Friday nights, he would sneak out of his house and go play for his high school. He eventually got caught, of course, coming home sweaty and muddy from a football game, and his parents were okay with it eventually, but he had to sneakily sign up for his high school football team because he wanted to play so much, but his parents would let him.
Yeah, I'm sure she, at one point was, doing the laundry or something and was like, okay, what in the world? There's just grass stains on everything.
That's funny. Oh, man. I'm interested to see where the Bucs go here. So, JP, your theory about 2 months ago was that wherever the Saints go, the Bucs would go the opposite. Is that correct? Yeah. And so the Saints go wide receiver. And so now, if the Buccaneers go Jamad McCoy, your theory would come true?
Absolutely. And corner is a need. They allowed the 5th most yards after catch last year and the 6th passing yards last year. They were bottom 5 passing defense. So corner's definitely a need. Jamal Dean is not getting any younger. They're many years removed from having Carlton Davis there, but linebacker and edge rusher also kind of a need. This is a team that just struggled mightily down the stretch. After the Patriots loss, it just continued downhill, losing games to the Panthers and losing games to the Quinn Ewers Dolphins, a team that really should have won the division last year, but they got in their own way, and now they sit here at 15 with the loss of Mike Evans in the offseason. But they added guys like Alex Anzalone to that offense. They re-signed Kate Otten, brought him back at tight end, so maybe Kenyon Sadiq isn't necessarily a need. You quickly could see them go receiver because with Chris Godwin's health concerns, it's really almost only Emeka Ibuka for that wide receiving group.
Yep.
But I hope they go defense personally for my theory, and I think they just should. I think that defense needs to be better for the Tampa Buccaneers next year because they got the powerhouses, of course, of Tyler Shuck and Jordan Tyson and Chris Olave. Bryce Young, of course, powerhouse offense. And, of course, the Falcons, who have the greatest offense in the National Football League, with whoever decides to play quarterback, especially if it's Tua turned to ball over.
Yes, win. Shout out C. Otten. I can't remember what their fantasy team name is, but in the couples draft, Lucy drafted him and named the Bozos, I believe.
Correct.
It was the Bozos, and they drafted C. Otten because she said C. Otten spelled cotton, so that's why she picked him. But, yeah, the Buccaneers will be an interesting one to see. The Ruben Bain slide, I predicted it.
Yeah.
I'm halfway there. I predicted the slide, but I also predicted that he would be great. And so, yes, Jacob, you did forget about Tez Johnson. You also forgot about Jalen McMillan, wide receiver, 2 guys they drafted 2 years ago. I believe, one was 2 years ago, and then one was last year. So that'll be, those are both young guys. Tez Johnson had a couple big plays last year.
It just feels like Ruben Bain's a layup at this point.
That's what I'm saying. That is absolutely what I'm saying. And with that, I just missed on at least one bet or one of our NFL draft picks because I had Ioane going to the Chargers, I believe.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that was one of my.
That was your guarantee
One
pick?
of my
I'm
picks.
pretty sure I had Kenyon Sadiq to the Eagles.
Yes, that was my guarantee, my bonus point guarantee. Looks like the pick is in for the. Oh, you already had that up. Perfect.
Yeah, you have indeed missed officially on your exact team prediction.
Which is tough, but it's all right. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Other directions that the Buccaneers could go. They still have Antoine Winfield, so safety and Dylan Thieneman does not seem likely. Offensive line. The offensive line last year primarily struggled with injuries, so I don't see that being the direction they go. But they could, right? If they feel like one of these guys sitting here is the guy, is someone they want, could be the move. But I do like the defensive call, and I do like the secondary. Prediction. So I think if I had to guess right now, that's where I would lean still is secondary.
Do we have a fan for this team?
Yeah, Andrew.
Okay, that's what I thought. I have him queued up ready to call.
I don't like that now we're taking so long to get out here and announce these picks.
Yeah.
The pacing is not consistent.
Nope. We were scrambling through the first 4 or 5 picks. And I was like, this is going to be a very tough night if this is how it goes. And now I'm like, oh, let's just talk about whatever.
Yeah.
All right, here he comes. Here comes Roger.
Yeah, I'm going to need
to save us.
I'm going to need a final score check on that Knicks-Hawks game, Chromie, when it happens.
The 15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain Jr.
Okay, the slide stopped.
Linebacker, Miami.
Well, Ruben Bain stays in Florida. This is
That's cool.
Miami kid who stays in the state of Florida with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll get to Andrew here in a second. Ruben Bain had the 3rd shortest arms out of any edge rusher at the combine. He had 30 and 7/8" arms, which is a big deal because no edge rusher in NFL history has, not in NFL history, since 1999 has had a double-digit sack season with shorter than 31-inch arms. He was very, very productive from a sack perspective in his career, having 20 and a half sacks. But he has to fight through precedent with his short arms.
I'm calling him and then it's tweaking, so I'll fix it.
Hello?
Andrew, welcome in. Ruben Bain
Hey, what's
Jr.
up?
has slid to 15.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I was not expecting him to be there by this time, so that's actually huge.
What are your thoughts on the pick? What are your thoughts on him? Are you worried about the arm length whatsoever? We just talked about it. No player with shorter than 31-inch arms has had a double-digit sack season since 1999. So maybe sacks aren't in his run, but this is a defense that needs some help, and I think Ruben can provide that. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, especially him paired up with Vita Vea. And we definitely needed defensive help. It was either I was fine with either since he slid either him or McCoy, I would have been fine with. But I think for me, it's much more exciting getting him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we did a lot of mocks, and it was like, well, I guess they're taking like Keldrick Falk because that's all that's there in terms of edge help, and comparing Bain to Keldrick Falk, like the fact he fell, like that's just a night and day difference in terms of quality of player you got, or even like we put a Kim Messidor there some, so you really got to be happy with it.
Yeah, definitely. So Tyler Shuck is definitely getting sacked a lot this season.
I was going to ask how JP feels about that.
I'm pretty frightful of it, honestly. I think especially because he slid, he's going to play with a ton of fire next year and the coming years, probably throughout his entire career. I do think he's going to work his butt off to try to get through that precedent. And so to have him in division is scary. But we're set at tackles with Talicia Fuaga and Kelvin Banks Jr. You're not getting to Tyler Shuck. It's a fortress up front. But Bryce Young and Tua Tagovailoa, watch out.
It's crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
Man.
Especially Tua. He's going to have a couple more concussions this season.
All right, well said. Thank you for joining us, Andrew. And
y'all have a good stream.
I appreciate it.
All right.
That was great. All right, so yeah, he made a great point about adding that piece to Vita Vea. That was, honestly, I was really excited to see where they went. I was hoping it was defensive line. I often had, I believe, David, it was one of the primarily pass rush guys. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Bailey. Might have been Bailey. But I just love the idea of them going edge rusher and getting someone to pair with Vita Vea, because Vita Vea is a fantastic interior defender, and so if they can get somebody to play on the exterior, that just makes the defensive line all that much better, because we often see defensive linemen pair together. They just benefit so much. Anyone playing across from Myles Garrett benefits. Anyone playing across from Micah Parsons benefits. Vita Vea is kind of the version of those guys. He's elite on that interior defensive line. So pairing those guys together is great. And now what will remain to be seen is how the offense kind of handles going out next year with Baker Mayfield another year older, Chris Godwin another year older, Emeka Egbuka hopefully benefiting from being another year older and being more experienced. But we got the Jets up now with their second pick of the draft, and the pick is in.
What are we thinking here?
They went Arvell Reese first.
David Bailey second overall.
They went David Bailey second overall.
Where we could see like a Mekhi Lemon go. They really could use some help shoring up their wide receiver core. But the pick's already in, so.
Yeah. Let's see what Roger has to say. There it is. Kenyon Sadiq.
Okay, so
wow.
they do get a weapon.
Kenyon Sadiq.
Not necessarily the weapon I would have anticipated, and also not the position I would have anticipated. But I can't say I fully hate the pick. I mean, you needed explosive playmakers there, and he kind of fits that bill, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, explosive is definitely a word I would use for Kenyon Sadiq. 43.5-inch vertical, which for a tight end at 6'3", 241 is unbelievable. 51 catches last year, 560 yards, and 8 touchdowns. As his first season as the starting tight end for the Oregon Ducks, he had 2 receiving touchdowns in the Big Ten Championship 2 years prior against Penn State, and ran a 4.39 at the 40 for a tight end. Tight end ran a 4.39 at the 40. Really robust route tree, and I do think he has really good potential because of the way he's built to be a volume receiving threat. and not to the degree of just catch farming like Trey McBride, but really being a vertical volume threat, almost like a receiver playing tight end with the way that he's built. And Geno Smith is going to love him. They're going to win a ton of Super Bowls together, of course. Joking. Highlight film, though, that is Kenny Tariq. If you go turn on 2 minutes of his tape, you're going to see one of three things. You're going to see a diving grab, you're going to see him stiff arm someone to the ground, or you're going to see him hurdle over someone. That's what he did at Oregon. He was unbelievably explosive. He's from a very small town in Idaho Falls, Idaho. And he now joins the New York Jets. Sadly, I guess that kind of means his career's over. He may never make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But he's going to be a good fantasy pick next year. I'll tell you that much. He'll be a high pick for the tight end position for sure. Even with Geno Smith,
he's going to get his fair share of targets there, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions are now on the clock, and their pick is already in. And also, yes, I did end up watching the final play, Chromie. The Hawks win by 1. The Knicks didn't even get a shot up on the final possession. Jalen Brunson got smothered baseline and tried to pass out.
Wow, I'm going to have to go watch that later. But yeah, the Lions are up, and we've got a caller. Do you see I texted you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
my brother will be calling in for the Lions. He's back to being a Lions fan. He is back better than ever. After a brief visit as a Titans fan, cheering for his Kentucky guy, Will Levis, he's back to being a Lions fan. But he's an OG Lions fan. He cheered for them 4 or 5 years ago when they were...
in the gutter?
Yeah, in the gutter, but improving. So he's kind of he's not a day one Lions fan. He wasn't there for was it 08 was the 0-16? 09 was 0-16?
Something like that.
Well, he was what? Not alive
not
yet?
born yet.
Yeah.
Not born
come
yet.
on now.
But he wasn't there.
That's true. He wasn't
there.
there. You did not lie.
I lie?
I apologize.
He was not there for that, but he is back to being a Lions fan. And now the Lions are, they've got a lot of directions they could go. The team did not look the same last year after losing both of their coordinators, both offensive and defensive, to head coaching jobs. Both sides took a step back. It got to the point where their head coach, Dan Campbell, took over play calling for the offense to try and get things back on track. And then they lose furthermore. Offensive linemen retired.
Taylor Decker
Yep.
considered retirement. He was released before he could retire. Graham Glasnow consider retirement. He was also released before he could retire. Taylor Decker was their left tackle last year, and so they have a true need really at left tackle. It's probably going to shock you for me to say this. Jared Goff was hit more than any quarterback in the NFL last year. He was hit 76 times, and they allowed the 4th most pressures. When you think about Jared Goff, you think about his flaw, and that is him playing under pressure. And for him to be pressured as much as he was, it hurt the offense to a degree. It really kind of forced them into some bad turnovers. But for the most part, their defense was really what let them down for the 2nd straight year. That being said, adding a franchise left tackle to go on the opposite side of Penei Sewell would be a great fit here, and there is one that's sitting right there, and Monroe Freeling, who, according to PFF, has fallen. I think according to Daniel Jeremiah, he's fallen as well. They could use a left tackle 100%. At the same time, they definitely could use some defense. That defense was really, really bad last year.
Yeah.
20th best defense in the league, allowed the 6th most passing touchdowns, the 3rd most yards through the air, and the 12th most yards per attempt.
Yeah, what I will say about this is the defense looks a lot better on paper than the offense, right? You look at, and they dealt with injuries last year on defense in the secondary. But you look at the defensive line, you've got Aiden Hutchinson, one of the best edge rushers in the NFL. You've got Tyreek Williams, last year a first-rounder. Exactly, Adam. I was just making that exact same point. They've got Jack Campbell, 2023 first-rounder, Terrion Arnold and DJ Reed at corner, Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph at safety. So I do think that when healthy, you can rely more on that defense than the offense. That's why I really lean offensive line here. I don't know what.
And what's the percent chance we think it's an offensive tackle?
High.
Is that a lion? That looks like a wolf.
It does look more like a wolf than a lion.
I could see it being a lion. If you look at it expecting it to be a lion, I can see it being a lion. So I expect him to go tackle here and try and get the run game fixed, right? They still have Jahmyr Gibbs. They bring in Isaiah Pacheco. They lose David Montgomery, the Knuckles to Sonic, which was really sad. But here comes Roger Goodell with a Lions fan to make the selection. So this is going to be interesting.
Hopefully they gave him an easy name,
Yeah,
man.
I think our expectation consensus is Monroe Freeling.
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be my expectation at this point.
Blake Miller curveball.
Oh, okay, we're going to let him ramble for a few minutes, give his little speech, and let the guy come up
I
and
used to
announce
make a
it.
wish, kid. You can have this.
Sorry, I keep saying it like disrespectfully. Like this is a really cool moment. Like I'm not. It's just I don't know. We're gonna let him.
Holy yap is what you're trying to say.
No.
Sanders.
No.
We know what
I'm
you're
not
trying to
be
say.
disrespectful.
We see you.
But yeah. I mean, my mom did confirm that my brother was not there when the Lions went 0-16. So thanks, Mom, for confirming that. I don't remember what year it was. It was late 2000s, I believe. Adam Voigt is excited.
No spoiler, Adam. What the heck, man?
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle.
Blake Miller curveball.
Clemson.
There's your curveball.
There it was. You called it. Wow.
I mean, I will say if they're a little more win now, he has a ton of starts under his belt in college, started all 4 years at Clemson, as opposed to someone like Monroe Freeling, who we said probably higher ceiling, but still needs to add some weight. So I get it from that standpoint, honestly.
Blake also needs to add some weight as well, though. Blake 311. Monroe Freeling is right around 312. Blake is consistent. He started 54 straight games for the Clemson Tigers, which was and will be the record for consecutive starts at Clemson all time. As a freshman, as a right tackle, he's 53 starts at right tackle to 54. He was an All-American. As a sophomore, he was third-team All-ACC. As a junior and senior, he was first-team All-ACC both of those years. Consistently good for 4 straight years at right tackle for the Clemson Tigers. He allowed just 5 sacks across his career. With his 34 and 1/4 inch arms, he's an immediate fit at right tackle. I think you can swing him over to left tackle, and I think he can learn that as well. In his final game of his high school career, he blocked a defender literally into the stands, a la The Blind Side. His coach asked him why, and Blake said, "I care so much." This is a guy who loves football. He shows up. He stays healthy. He stays consistent. And with the amount of starts that he's had, he's going to be a plug-and-play immediately for the Clemson Tigers going forward.
I promise I can spell Blake Miller, guys. I don't know what the issue was.
Do you want to get our Lions fan on the phone?
Yes, I apologize.
Vikings are going up there. We'll call Harris here in a second.
Okay,
actually.
because we don't have a Vikings
The Vikings ran to the stage for this pick. It was Dylan Thieneman like 25 million times. Who will it be?
And they go Caleb Banks.
Wow.
Bang! Another one for the JP lottery. Wow. It
That's
is
huge.
not Dylan Thieneman, who we saw mock for 10 years in a row, it felt like. It's Caleb Banks.
That is crazy.
The defensive tackle out of Florida, who is 6'6", 1/4 inch, weighing 327 pounds. A true defensive tackle with 35-inch arms. This is a mountain of a man. Broke his foot in 2025, which just kept him to just 3 starts last year. But he was born and raised in Detroit, and now he heads to Minnesota. Throughout his football career, it's been a heck of a journey for him. His mother didn't want him to play football and thought he would get hurt. He got hurt last year. But his friends convinced him in high school to play football, a decision he kept from his mother initially, just like Vega Ioane.
Sure.
He started high school as a wide receiver and then moved to quarterback, then played tight end, and then was eventually moved to defensive tackle. He's a mountain of a man.
Yeah.
And he joins a Vikings pass rush, which was very, very good last year, and a very good defense as a true defensive tackle. If you want, we can call Harris.
Yeah, let's get
now
Harris
at
in here
this
real
point,
quick.
Try to get the reactions of the Lions picks. They ran to the stage with this pick, which is shocking.
That was fastest one of the night.
Hello?
Welcome in, Harris. How you doing?
Fine.
What were your thoughts on the Detroit Lions pick?
Well, I mean, you need an offensive lineman, so you get an offensive lineman. That's the simplest way to put it.
That is the simplest way
He's
to put
not
it, and it's
wrong.
a fantastic way to put it. Real quick, what's your outlook, do you think, for the Detroit Lions next year? What do you think the record's going to be, playoff, win the division? What are your thoughts?
I'm going to say, like, 12-5, 11-6.
High expectations. Bounce back season for them.
Yeah.
Big time bounce back season.
Yeah, I think we'll figure things out. If there's any issues on the offensive or defensive side, hopefully we'll have those figured out going into the season instead of trying to figure them out halfway through the season.
Yeah, that's always the goal.
It feels like the good offensive linemen are not the ones that are talked about. It's the bad offensive linemen that I talked about more because, they're getting called out for giving up sacks and called for holding. So hopefully he doesn't get talked about very much, and hopefully he'll just do his job.
Yeah,
that's very fair. We talk about Jawan Taylor a lot on this show, and it was not for good reasons.
Never once for good reasons.
Hey, and unlike JP, I actually respect the offensive linemen.
Does JP not respect offensive linemen?
Not generally,
I mean, you didn't want to draft Kelvin Banks. You were
Definitely
upset about that pick.
True. That's a good point.
We should have drafted Shador Sanders, and I stand by that.
All right. Well,
thanks for calling in, Harris. The Panthers are already their pick's already in, so we're gonna let you go. But enjoy the rest of your night.
All right. You too.
Well, the Panthers on the clock after the Caleb Banks pick at 18. That feels like a pick that is going to need some deeper conversation potentially, but we need to get to the Panthers because they have a true need at quarterback.
Dude, I can't wait to hear from our Panthers fan because he heard your Panthers hate, so we'll see.
Whoa.
Hopefully we can focus on tonight.
Good thing I got every bad Bryce Young stat ready to go for him. Wide receiver is also a potential need. If they were to draft a wide receiver, like Mekhi Lemon, who is still on the board at this point, it would be the third straight year that they have drafted a wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers. They also got some needs.
In the first round.
Third straight year in the first round. Thank you. Their leading sacker last year was Derek Brown, who had just 5 sacks. Nick Scorton also had 5 sacks, Gig'em. But they were tied third least sacks in the NFL with 30 and the second least pressures at 93. So edge rusher could definitely fit the bill here. Akeem Mesidor, Keldrick Falk are both on the board for them there. Linebacker was a need until they signed, in my opinion, a good enough linebacker to fill it in Devin Lloyd from the Jacksonville Jaguars, who was an all-pro last year. I do want to mention they signed Jalen Phillips to add to the edge rushing group, but another edge rusher wouldn't hurt them whatsoever. I'm very curious to see where they go here.
Yeah, I spoke to our Panthers fan on Tuesday night, and he was actually thinking Kenyon Sadiq, I believe. I think he was thinking weapon, and they ended up not getting the weapon. So I am interested to see where they go. I'm interested to see what he would want here. Maybe he wants Mekhi Lemon to pair with Tedero.
I like the Mekhi Lemon thought.
Pair with Tedero McMillan, because right now your wide receivers 2 and 3 are Xavier Legette, 2 years ago, their first rounder, and then Jalen Coker, a free agency guy they brought in a couple years ago. So
he was better than Xavier Legette.
Yeah, Xavier Legette has absolutely not lived up to the expectations. He was wide receiver 6 in that class, maybe wide receiver 5. He was very late in the first round. Has not panned out. So with Sadiq off the board, with tight end kind of not feeling like an option, I could see them going.
I don't feel like we got to float it out there. Like, maybe they just are looking for their Bryce Young replacement. They've seen the light.
All right, he's coming out there to make the announcement. We'll talk about it, and then we'll get our Panthers fan on the phone.
19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Okay.
Not what I expected.
Not what I expected, but I also
Not what I expected.
Don't hate it. With Akeem Ekwonu injured, I believe. And yeah, he's injured, and Moton Taylor is their other tackle right now, so it's not a great look. So I don't necessarily hate it.
Let's see what our Panthers fan
let's
thinks.
hear from our Panthers fan.
I already got my thoughts.
Oh boy.
Yo.
What's up, Nick? Have you seen the pick yet?
Yeah, I just saw it.
All right, how we feeling?
As a guy who was really hoping for Kenyon Sadiq, and obviously he got taken by the Jets, and my next pick was either Dynaman or Lemon. With Lemon being there at 19, I was really hoping we'd go with him. Just another weapon for Bryce. I don't hate it in the fact that our O-line's been kind of banged up, but with us picking up Rasheed Walker and us, the really only position we needed on the offensive line was center. So unless we're going to move him to center, I don't love it. But then again, I'm not going to hate the fact that we're getting protection for Bryce Young. So I'm in the middle about it. I don't hate it. I don't love it.
Yeah, sure. I feel like that's a fair place to be, kind of recognizing that while it may not be the fun pick, it's always good to try and protect your quarterback, especially when y'all think, you've got your quarterback in Bryce Young. I know we've disagreed here on the show, but the Panthers clearly think he's their guy, and y'all clearly think that he's y'all's guy. So it makes a lot of sense. Try and keep him protected. And it was kind of tough to see Kenyon Sadiq. The Eagles pick is in.
And he's already walking to the podium.
Yeah, final 5 seconds, Nick. Expectations.
That's the guy I wanted, man. But you know what? We got to protect our guy. He's in a prove-it year with his contract. So you know what? I'm not going to hate too much on it.
All right. Well, appreciate it. I'll see you around.
Who dat?
See you around.
The Eagles now on the clock. They take Mekhi Lemon.
Makes sense.
Yeah. With A.J. Brown being promised to the Patriots. I'm not really sure exactly what to call it.
Well,
but
we'll see how the Rossini files end up, but that is kind of part of the Rossini files.
Yeah, so A.J. Brown expected to go to the Patriots, I believe designated as a post-June 1st trade.
Correct.
So we can get our reaction from our Eagles fan.
Oh, yeah. We got to call her Eagles fan.
Yeah, we got to.
Yeah.
You just, wow, imagine JP forgetting about his fiance, our Eagles fan that we got to call
Mekhi
to see what her thoughts
Lemon.
are. And man, the distraught in our Panthers fan as he sees the guy they want to go right after him. It was tough to hear.
It was tough to hear, that is for sure. I'm looking at a great picture of Patty Joe right now.
Wow, 2 rings?
First one to get to 2 rings.
Wow,
First
she
ring.
is not locked
Wow.
in. Not locked in at all.
Hello?
There she is.
Well, love, the Eagles just selected Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver, USC.
Oh.
How do you feel
Okay.
about adding another weapon for Jalen Hurts?
I feel great about that. Sounds good to me.
Why so?
I mean, I'm good with a wide receiver.
I mean,
I'm not going to lie.
Go ahead.
What?
No, go ahead.
Nope. Mm-mm.
I was just going to say you're an Alabama fan, so of course you're going to want to give Jalen Hurts any help he can get, and this is simply
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
I want you to go ahead and go on TikTok and search up some Mekhi Lemon TikToks and let me know how you feel about the way that he talks.
Yeah. Look out
Maybe-
for some slithering, maybe.
Yeah, look up like draft interviews, NFL draft interviews. Those are good.
Okay, I'm scared.
But thank you for
But
your
I'll do
time.
that.
Thanks, Abby.
Yep. Bye.
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 Wow. All right. Andrew McBride, all-time zesty offense now, he just pointed out.
Great
Yeah.
point.
Let's see if he slithers out onto the
Do
stage.
you think that could cause some issues in the locker room if it's like a zest
Whoa,
off?
how does he?
That was a
Emotional
long
hug.
Yeah, it was a long embrace with Roger there.
Mekhi Lemon, true slot receiver. So they're going to add another slender receiver with Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith has played some Z, though, for the Philadelphia Eagles. Lemon's a volume guy. He's an elite ball tracker. He's got elite catch timing. Last year, he won the Belinkoff Award, which is given to the nation's top wide receiver. First-team All-American with nearly 1,200 receiving yards and 14 touchdowns. He also had 2 rushing touchdowns and 1 passing touchdown. He had by far the best passer rating in college football last year with a 631.6 passer rating as he threw 1 pass and completed a 22-yard touchdown.
So maybe this is
with
QB
it.
competition
Yeah.
for Jalen Hurts.
Yes,
It's a
QB
QB battle now.
competition for Jalen Hurts, 100%. That was something I was going to mention had the Panthers selected him, which would have been funny. He's nearly identical size-wise to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, I do want to preface this with Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4th-round pick. Mekhi Lemon's a 1st-round pick. So he's got higher expectations to live up to. His favorite receiver is Amon-Ra St. Brown, though. He loves the type of grit that Amon-Ra plays with and the way he can have a positive impact on the team. This is a guy, SoCal guy, who went to USC, but he originally committed to Oklahoma to play for Lincoln Riley.
Sure.
Lincoln Riley takes the USC job, and so he just stays home and stays with the USC Trojans and had a terrific year last year. And now he'll join the Eagles, who are expected to lose A.J. Brown post-June 1st. Now you got Devontae Smith
Yep.
and Mekhi Lemon as your receiving core.
Yeah, they also, bring back Dallas Goedert, so that's another consistent piece they'll be returning. And they bring in Hollywood Brown, cannot forget about that,
The
and
Steelers pick is
Dontavian
in.
Wicks from Green Bay. The Steelers pick is in, and I shared our Steelers contact with you. Awesome. Excited to hear what he has to say about the Steelers pick once we find out what it is. Steelers JP, expectations, where we think they're going. That camera was moving way too much.
I mean, offensive guard was a feel for them throughout this draft process. Because of the nature of them picking in front of a home crowd, this pick does actually kind of matter a little bit more than just your average run-of-the-mill first-round draft pick. With the loss of Isaac Seumalo, offensive guard makes a ton of sense. Problem kind of is, who are you going to take there that's going to play offensive guard? There isn't really one that fits. A lot of the players that are available, the best ones available, are defensive players. And this is a defense that's really old, so adding a young defensive player would make sense for them. Steelers last year were kind of uncharacteristic in that they gave up 30 passing touchdowns, which was the 8th most in the league, and they they had the 3rd most missed tackles last year, which is very uncharacteristic for a Steelers defense. I like to fix the tackling stuff, a C.J. Allen, a Dylan Thieneman. I also wouldn't hate adding a corner to pair with Joey Porter Jr. Edge rusher wouldn't hurt either. I really kind of trust them wherever they go defensively. But I do want to mention Mike McCarthy has made his first pick with the Green Bay Packers was A.J. Hawk. A.J. Hawk is the franchise leading tackler in Packers history. His first pick with the Dallas Cowboys as head coach, CeeDee Lamb. So those two picks were super impactful to both of those franchises. I expect this pick to be no different for the Pittsburgh Steelers here at 21.
It also, first-year head coach means that very few jobs are secure, right? There's a certain level of security that comes with playing for a guy that drafted you, invested in you, an organization that invested you. A new head coach means that if you're not his guy, if he has other plans for that position, like your job could be in danger, you could potentially be traded. So that's another thing to keep in mind, is that really no position is safe, I would say, barring the superstars. But that's just kind of the situation. We talked about it with the Cardinals, and here we might see it again with the Steelers. But here comes Roger.
I imagine we're gonna get a long blabbling.
That is true. I may not even try and get the sound in because try to time it up for when the action. I don't know who's gonna say it because they've got
a million
people up there.
It'll probably just be Roger, would be my guess.
I don't know, maybe.
Literally 9 of the top 10 players are defenders at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's crazy. The only one not being a defender is Omar Cooper Jr. I just read the wrong
ideal
name.
for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Here
Yep, they get another defender.
2 picks.
Let's see if this is a. Nope, it is not.
They're giving out a leadership award.
All right, cool. Well, we'll continue. We'll do our yapping while they do their yapping. And Jacob, as another Steelers fan in the chat, if you can get it in before they announce it, who are you going right here with the guys left on the board? Because
He's got so much time.
Yeah, they're going to talk for a bit. He may be distracted. I don't know. He may be locked in as a Steelers fan to what, it is in Pittsburgh, so that's pretty cool for them. But
okay.
Wow. Okay. Maxi Honachor out of Arizona State.
Wow.
Try and spell that one for me, Jack.
Wow.
That one will be a copy and paste.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be.
Yeah, you do that. Totally fine. And then JP talk for a few
Jerome
seconds.
Bettis said his name wrong. It's Max Hennicher, offensive tackle out of Arizona State, 6'5", 7'8". He only began playing football in 2021. This is a guy who was born in Nigeria, but last year at right tackle, after 31 starts with Arizona State, he allowed 0 sacks last year for them. Older prospect, he'll turn 24 in October, but he's a great offensive tackle, and they are dealing with some injury concerns with their current tackles as well as a need at right guard, and he can very well swing into that position.
Sure.
He played basketball a ton, then picked up football in 2021.
Should we get Austin on the phone?
Let's get Austin on the phone.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
We can talk for another.
We can tell him our name and reason for calling.
Yeah, we can. You want JP? You want to talk for another second, and I can text him.
The call is getting screened, just like we had with Tate earlier.
Oh, he's calling right back. Awesome.
I love that.
Huge.
What's up, Austin?
What's up, Sanders?
How do you feel about an offensive tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's the first thing I'd say.
Max Hinicher.
There we go. I'm going to need the pronunciation guide. But, hey, Mike McCarthy knows offensive linemen. Have you seen Mike McCarthy? He's a big old man, so he knows offensive linemen. Building the O-line, we already had a few great picks in the past few years, so I feel good about it. I would have liked to get the wide receiver that the Eagles stole from us, I won't lie.
Yeah, Mekhi Lemon.
However, and we don't have a quarterback, so there's still that. But we do have an O-line.
Yep, and got the offensive line. You just add another piece in the first round. At wide receiver, it still looks hopeful, right? You trade for Michael Pittman in the offseason to help Indianapolis clear up some money. But now you got DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman, 2 great wide receiver 2/3s in the NFL. So maybe the two of them combined for wide receiver 1.
No doubt.
And then once you figure out quarterback, maybe, try and get Aaron Rodgers to come back for another year. Who knows? And that's the thing is with an offensive lineman, maybe that makes convincing him to come back easier.
Yeah. And I expect us to do a quarterback later in the later rounds and wide receiver. But hey, before y'all leave, tell me this: what's the similarity between a Chick-fil-A manager and the Baltimore Ravens?
I don't know.
That's right. Neither show up for work on Sunday. I'm out.
Peace. Thanks, Austin.
That was
awesome.
Solid. That was solid.
That was awesome.
All right, Chargers pick is in. Sanders. Who do you want at this point?
Man,
as another offensive lineman goes off the board right in front of you.
Yeah, it's not offensive line. Best offensive lineman left on the board is, I don't even know. Let me try and pull it up real quick. It's not on the top players available.
Caleb Lomu.
Pregnon.
Emmanuel
Pregnon, which we did not prepare anything for, so hopefully it's not him. Basantis, I think we did prepare something for him, so maybe
definitely
it's Basantis. But Goodell is getting ready to come out on the stage. I'm just going to say fun pick is Omar Cooper Jr. It's a guy that we said a month ago any team should draft in the second round, and now he's expected to go in the first round. So maybe we are where he lands. We are about to find out.
22nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Akeem Mesidor, linebacker, Miami.
All right. Not what I saw coming. Sanders, how we feeling?
Okay. Initial reaction is jaw-dropping. After 3 seconds of thought and optimism, I feel it makes kind of sense. All right, the Chargers, at least we think we are in a winning window, right? With the franchise offensive tackles we have, hopefully returning from injury, being healthy. We expect offensive line to be much better than last season. We know we have our quarterback in Justin Herbert. Wide receivers, Trey Harris took a step forward last year. Quentin Johnson took a step forward last year, a 2023 first-round pick. Lad McConkey is still there. So we have a lot of pieces there. Expect offensive line to be better. And so, yeah, I absolutely do not hate going and getting another defensive lineman to pair with Khalil Mack to rush across from him. And Akeem Mesidor, the thing about him is he was always going to be the fit for a team that was ready to win now and not the fit for a top 10 drafting team. And so JP is probably going to make a couple comments about the Chargers not being ready to win now. And so I'm prepared for those. And for all the Chargers fans out there, we just got to take them and run with them. But that's what the Chargers are thinking, and I don't hate that thought process. Akeem Mesidor is going to come in polished. He's going to come in bigger than a 21-year-old. He's going to come in stronger. He's a 25-year-old man, so he is going to come in and should play that part of being able. His ceiling is so much lower than a guy who's still 21, maybe 22, who's played 3 years of football, maybe only started 2 of them. But his floor right now is probably one of the highest. He's going to come in and play at one of the highest levels out of any of the guys in this draft, is the expectation when you draft him.
He kind of has to. With his age, he kind of has to be productive. I think maybe you could give him to year 2 to be productive, but he really needs to be productive right now. He's 25. He already turned 25, but he had 12.5 sacks last year, which was more sacks than Ruben Bain had. 63 tackles along with 4 forced fumbles. 12.5 sacks across his junior season as well, and then 9.5 sacks at West Virginia before he transferred to Miami. It's a guy who's born in Canada, born in Ottawa, Ontario, so he's got dual citizenship, which is pretty cool. Arm length is not an issue like it was with Ruben Bain at 32-inch arms. He'll be ready to go for that. I don't hate the pick. I think adding an edge rusher alongside Khalil Mack after you lost Odafe Owe and you have Tuli Piloto. Now you got 3 edge rushers that you can pair and have go against, the best quarterbacks in that division, which in the correct order is Fernando Mendoza, Bo Nix, Patrick Mahomes, and then Justin Herbert at 4th, of course. So
we're putting what? Who do you put at 4th?
Herbert.
Well, we're not putting like Justin Fields at 4th.
I didn't think about that.
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins has an argument.
Yeah.
Has more playoff wins.
Yeah, I guess you could put Justin Fields over. That's the same amount of playoff
Justin
wins.
Fields
They're
has
probably
more
like
playoff
5A,
wins,
5B.
Y'all have fun doing the show when I turn the graphics off. Stop working.
But I don't hate adding another edge rusher to that group. I don't think receiver would have made sense for the picks that are there, like Omar
I
Cooper
agree.
and Denzel Boston.
Like I said, it was just a fun pick where you make yourself think, wow, Omar Cooper Jr. is going to come in and be incredible. Like, wide receivers they're fun to pick. It's the same in, like, fantasy, or like when you do a My Madden, like, wide receivers they're fun players in fantasy and every other aspect of the game. But I do think edge rusher is a good decision, and what is going on?
You type in Dallas wrong?
I don't know how he typed in.
I have DAL in the slot, man.
That's so odd. I wonder why that's not working. I'll see if I can figure it out. But in the meantime, McBride, if you're still in the chat, would you drop who you think they should go with this pick?
Mozzie Smith-esque reach a la Caden McDonald, which adding another defensive interior player would be crazy. I won't lie.
Doing some graphic surgery right now. I don't think it worked for the Chargers either.
Dylan
It did
Thieneman
work
to
for the
pair
Chargers.
with Caleb Downs and Jalen Thompson would be kind of fun. Gerard McCoy feels like a pretty good pick too if he's healthy enough, which is up in the air even after his pro day went pretty well.
Doesn't he have like another knee issue that popped up?
Yeah, he may end up having to have another surgery. It's kind of tough where the two best defenders are safeties, and you already drafted a safety. That's kind of tough. But you can add a corner and Gerard McCoy or Colton Hood. Edge rusher is also wouldn't be too bad. Keldrick Falk.
Sometimes you just got to plug it back
Wouldn't
in.
be too bad of a pick here. Maybe Cassius Howell at 23 is less of a reach than it was at 20.
We're going to find out in a minute.
Yeah, so he said he'd be okay with Keldrick Falk, which, yeah, you pair that with the guy that you drafted last year, I believe in the first round. They had a first-round edge rusher out of Texas A&M, and there he is. Yeah.
Dallas drafted Donovan as a Rocket.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Out of
Boston College in the second round. And then their first-round pick was the Tyler
Booker.
Booker, offensive guard from Alabama. That's right. That's right. We mocked a edge rusher from A&M to them, and sometimes they run together. But here comes Roger.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, defensive end, University of Central.
Wow.
Crazy. All right, McBride.
Andrew, I hope you're listening before we call you, but that is definitely a reach, like you just said. That's a Mozzie Smith-esque reach. He's got first-round talent on him, but he has not been mocked in the first round very, very often. But we'll see what your live reaction is here. You may not even know who this is.
Well.
Welcome back in.
I have heard this name.
Okay.
But I know not that much.
Yeah, Mozzie Smith, he's a very physically gifted guy.
Malachi Lawrence, Mozzie Smith.
Not Mozzie Smith, Malachi Lawrence,
That's
yes.
the comp, though.
It feels that way. 6'4", 253, almost 34-inch arms, really big. He had a very nice vertical at the combine. He ran a 4.52 at the combine. He's been productive. He played 5 full seasons of college football, all of them at UCF. Last year he had 7 sacks and 2 forced fumbles and 11 TFLs. But
I only knew about him because he was really high on the athletic overall score that they give for the combine.
Yes.
I think he was top 3 for the edges. But we'll see. To me, it's a potential pick, which I'm okay with. I would have preferred maybe a safer option, but
Definitely a potential pick.
Go,
Go ahead.
I'd rather go big and go for the upside than make scared picks. So
Yeah, I
like
mean, it was a point of the board where you kind of were in a spot that potential pick is not a bad move. I don't disagree.
Yeah, I feel like most of the second tier of the defensive guys have already gone for the most part. So,
Sure.
Yep.
It's not as we were talking about. It's not like there's any blue chippers left. So like you just got to take your shots, and hopefully we did the evaluation right, and the defense looks better this year.
Yeah, before we let you go, because the Browns pick is already in, give a letter grade to the first round as a whole.
I'm gonna go A-,
Okay.
because I think the Downs pick is an A+, and I mean I don't know what I'd grade this, a C. So like I'm gonna go A-.
That's fair.
Sure, I think it's a great
I'm
grade.
fairly happy. It really, to me, it's all the schematics. Can we figure it out defensively? Like I really feel if we have a top half defense in the league, like we're very easily a playoff team.
Yeah,
100%.
Absolutely.
So it's not. But there's a lot of work to be done to become a top half defense in the league. So we'll see if it gets done.
As a Commanders fan, I feel that. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Absolutely, y'all too.
We were on the same page. I was about to ask him to grade it on a scale of 1 to 10. So we were on the same page of grading the first round. We didn't get Tate to grade it. Maybe we should have. I feel like he was going to walk away from it probably like a solid B. I feel like I was getting B vibes from him.
You seem like a bit of an optimistic kid, maybe like an A.
You think an A?
Yeah, but for him to not say like the Giants are going to win the Super Bowl next year,
I love
at
that.
his age is phenomenal.
Yeah,
that's
he
insane.
did say he hopes for 3 playoff wins. So
did he say that?
Yeah. So they'll get darn
wild
close.
card division champ.
They're in the Super
So
Bowl.
they lose
Yeah.
the Super Bowl. Hey, I feel like you got to take that as a Giants fan. Year 2 of Jackson Dart, you lose the Super Bowl. For the Browns here, Browns went offensive tackle earlier a few hours ago.
Spencer
Fano, which I was told was a reach a month ago by Tucker Medlin, actually in the chat. He called me out for it, as did y'all. But I remember that specifically.
I mean, I stand by it personally.
Yeah,
still a reach.
Unless he's good, and then it's not. And now the Browns are back on the clock with their second pick. And there's a lot of options here, primarily defensive options, which is not really the Browns' need. And it's kind of been, we've mocked them consistently going offensive tackle and wide receiver in some order for a while now. And they kind of had that opportunity right here, picking at 24th overall to get Omar Cooper Jr., right? And go offensive tackle and Caleb Lomu with their first pick, and then go Omar Cooper Jr. with their second pick. Would you stick to that plan, kind of the plan we've had them, or would you transition because you've still got a couple good players, Jamad McCoy, who we had going as high as, I think, 12th to the Cowboys earlier. You've still got a good safety, and there's good players left all over the board. So are you audibling? If you're the Cowboys and you'd been planning on going offensive tackle, wide receiver, are you now audibling or are you sticking to it?
I would preferably go Denzel Boston. I would stick to it, but I would go Denzel Boston over Omar Cooper Jr. personally. I think given that nice vertical 50-50 threat for Shedeur Sanders or whoever, Deshaun Watson, if he plays quarterback next year, I'm all for it because I do think they have some deep threat options, and Isaiah Bond and Jerry Jeudy can still be some kind of deep threat for them. So I'd rather go Denzel Boston over the slot option of Omar Cooper. 35-inch vertical. This is a really good contested catch guy, and I think having someone like that, because even you think of their other options, David Njoku just isn't healthy enough to stay on the field.
Or on the team.
But Harold Fannin is not a 50-50 threat tight end. He's more of just a vertical threat, volume threat.
Yeah.
So I think adding a guy like Denzel Boston would be a great selection at this point in the draft for them.
We're about to see if they agree with you.
With the 24th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Casey Concepcion.
Gig him.
There's your guy, Jack. Hey, hold up. Let me I pulled his card earlier out of a football pack. So now we have our second first rounder that I opened earlier tonight, Casey Concepcion, out of Texas A&M or NC State via Texas A&M, however you want to say it. But yeah, do you who's gonna JP? You want this, or is Jack gonna fire it off with his guy?
Look, the problem I have with this pick, I'm all for Casey Concepcion, and I hope he has a great career. I really would have loved him if he had fallen all the way to 42 somehow for the New Orleans Saints. Of course, we already drafted Jordan Tyson, so that's pipe dream anyway. But a problem Casey had last year, and he even had it in the damn combine workouts, is he drops the football at times. The Cleveland Browns led the league in drops last year. Their quarterbacks at times would put the receiver in a perfect position, put the ball in their hands, and they would drop it. Especially Jerry Jeudy, their best receiver, had that problem. So I don't like that personally. But KC, I think he has the chance to be the biggest boom, the best chance to play above where he was drafted out of the wide receivers in this class. I think he has number one receiver potential written all over him with his vertical threat. What he can do in the punt return game, I think it's going to be an instant impact, whether he's good enough to be one of the three receivers for the Cleveland Browns next year. He was very, very productive his freshman year as a freshman All-American at NC State. Less productive sophomore year, then transfers to Texas A&M, and last year he had 919 receiving yards, 9 receiving touchdowns, along with 2 punt return touchdowns last year. He is the highest draft pick with a speech impediment in NFL history. So congrats to him, the highest since Darren Sproles. It's something that he dealt with growing up.
Yeah.
He went through a lot of bullying, a lot of high school and middle school bullying because of that. But he was man enough, and he wanted to show the leadership, and this is something I love about his character. He did an interview at the Combine with his speech impediment. He has trouble getting through sentences.
Yeah.
And he does an interview at the Combine to show kids that, hey, it's okay to have something like this. And I think it's just a great quality for him, and for everything that he dealt with in his childhood. I think it's going to help him in a market that you're going to deal with some criticism at the Cleveland Browns because everyone just thinks they suck.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, I like the addition just simply because of the yak potential he brings and the explosiveness after the catch. And it's something you want to help out a young quarterback. It's something that they really lacked as a whole. It's not something that, Jerry Jeudy really thrives on or anything like that. So it brings that element. You can move him around a little bit. He can catch screens because of the explosiveness after the catch. He has a great release from the line. I'm a little sad because I didn't really want to see him go to the Browns. It's typically a death sentence. But at the same time, he's going to have a path to early playing time, and I'm very happy for him.
I think one thing you said there, the yak stuff, I like now that I think about it. Assuming he catches the football.
Sure.
The fact that you can have Shador just throw a swing pass or a screen pass to him and he can pick up 20, 30 yards can help their offense a ton next year. But likewise, I agree. I'm sad that he's a Brown. I just didn't want that for him. I do think
you don't really want it for anybody, to be honest.
If he was on some kind of playoff team, he could have been something special really quickly next year. But now he's a Cleveland Brown, and he's Shador Sanders' best receiver. So
shout out Mississippi State for not making his highlight reel.
He was in there.
State was on there.
He caught the slant.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it, and I looked.
I remember that play.
The release was fantastic.
It was.
He cooked him off the line.
That's tough that I shouted us out, and then we were on there.
Barely got his foot in on the
trying
back
to take
of
a
the
victory
line.
away from that. I can't wait till we get to cover Kelly Jones getting drafted in the first round next year. But let's not worry about next year. Let's talk about this year. The Bears pick is in. JP, you got any main primary team needs for them?
Defense is where it feels like they should address. They went heavy offense last year in the draft, drafting Colston Loveland, Ozzie Trapilo, Luther Burden, Kyle Monangai, who was a 7th-round pick, but he was immediately productive for them.
And not just last year. The year before that, Roma Dunze in the first round, Caleb Williams in the first round, 2 first-rounders on offense as well. So it's been the last 2 years that they've invested heavily on offense.
Yeah, they need some help on the defensive line at linebacker and at safety. Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker, they're 2 safeties, both walked in free agency. They allowed the 2nd most yards through the air last year, the 5th most passing touchdowns, the 4th most yards per game, the 2nd most fantasy points per game to wide receivers, the 6th most yards per game, the 6th most yards per attempt. The defense was not good last year. It was Caleb Williams and the offense carrying them and making big comebacks in the second half that really propelled them to being in overtime at home away from playing in the NFC Championship game. in a season before where they won 4 games, or maybe it was either 5, maybe 5 games. They immediately are going to be a buzzing Super Bowl pick next year, but they need someone to contribute on that defense. Lucky for them, it's all defense sitting here at the top of the best available for them.
Yeah.
Outside of Omar Cooper.
And I mean, if I'm them, I still like Keldrick Falk. I know I'm the outlier among this group. I think. I know Jack does.
I definitely
with
dislike him here.
I'm fine with him at this point in the draft.
I agree.
Okay.
I just like when people were mocking him, like, Tampa Bay at 15, for example. That was a little rich for me. But here, I'd be fine with it.
Or maybe they go Dylan Thieneman from
I would love that.
Oregon,
I
and you
would love
pair
it
him
too.
with Kobe Bryant that you just brought in from Seattle. You signed him.
I'd be pretty sad if they don't make that pick, personally.
Yeah.
I'm fine with either of the safeties here. And Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or Dylan Thieneman. I think it would immediately fill a desperate need. The loss of Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker are too big to not have fully replaced that. And Kobe Bryant can do that at free safety. I think Dylan Thieneman or McNeil-Warren are a great, strong safety fit for them very quickly. So let's see what it is as Goodell makes his way to the stage.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman,
They understood the
defensive
assignment.
back, Oregon.
Well, where he was mocked all throughout the last month was the Minnesota Vikings. He stays in the NFC North and heads to the Chicago Bears. Dylan Thieneman out of Oregon, formerly at Purdue, 6 foot flat, 201 pounds, ran a 4.35 at the combine, which for a white boy, man, that is fast.
He was
with
moving.
a 41-inch vertical as well, which for a white boy, white men can't jump. A 41-inch vertical, the dude can jump. He was productive in college across his 3 years with 306 tackles and 8 interceptions. 39 starts across Purdue and Oregon. This guy's had a ton of experience. He played a ton of deep safety at Purdue, which if you're watching either of the coverages, they're going to show your deep safety stuff first. But then at Oregon, he played a ton of slot coverage, and he played a ton in the box. He can play as a hybrid kind of safety immediately for the Chicago Bears. He's more physically gifted than Cooper DeJean, but he's built the exact same. That's kind of what the comparison is. And yes, I know I compared a white guy to a white guy, but that is kind of almost exactly where he fits. Is he's Cooper DeJean, but he's more physically gifted, as in he runs faster and jumps higher. He's the younger brother of 2 former Purdue football players as well. One of the biggest risers from the combine, fell down the draft board to 25. And I know we just talked about it. We love the pick for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, huge fan. It is. He rose all the way, and now he kind of fell back down to where he was kind of, into the first round is where he was pre-combine. But I was not expecting him to test how he did on at the combine, and so that compared with what he's put on film, I think is a great pick, and I don't really have any concerns about him like being a bust. I feel like he's a very safe pick, and he fits a huge need. So props to them.
Yeah, and then for the people who had him as safety 1 over Caleb Downs, these next few years will tell a lot. So that'll be something to keep in mind, is that some people on Twitter say things that are ridiculous, and they're now comparing him to Harrison Smith.
See, they had that drawn up because they were like, oh, he's probably going to the Vikings, and now they got to. It is going to be like cool to see, do the Vikings regret this over the years? If, they can't really replace Harrison Smith.
Caleb Banks can't stay healthy.
Yeah, and then Thieneman just cooks them over and over again when they play. So it'll be fun to watch. I'm kind of happy that that's the way it panned out.
How many interceptions do you think? 9, or Kyler Murray? 1 throw to Dylan Thieneman
This season or in their...
this
Well,
season?
I mean, it could just be this season for both them, and then the Vikings move on.
True.
I'll say 1. I'll say it gets 1.
Do we think Kyler Murray... Yeah, Kyler Murray's listed as 1 on the depth chart. You think Dylan Thieneman finishes the season with 1 interception?
Against
9. Those 2 quarterbacks. Yeah.
Combined.
Yeah.
I'll say 2.
I won't say 3. You
I
got it at 2.
I almost said 3. I almost did say 3, but decided not to. Yeah, I said it before the pick, so I won't elaborate, and we can go ahead and start talking about the next one if we want to. But yeah, this pick makes a lot of sense for the Bears as they address defense after investing heavily in offense the past 2 years with Roma Dunze, Caleb Williams, Luther Burden in the second round. They've invested a lot of resources there, and now they need to kind of reap the rewards and get over a hump and really try and compete for, a Super Bowl, I think is probably what Bears fans want after winning the NFC North this last year. So we'll see if they can pull that off.
Sure.
Next up should be the Houston Texans.
The Houston Texans traded up.
Correct.
They traded with the Buffalo Bills. I don't know what happened there.
Oh.
But they were originally slotted at 28, but traded up to 26.
All right.
And so they wanted to jump ahead of the Miami Dolphins and pick somebody else.
The rich get richer. They're just gonna
pick is in.
Let's clock that then as the
with
pick
the
is
board.
in.
A lot of defense there, but maybe they have a really. I think wide receiver. I think they might go Omar Cooper or Denzel Boston here.
Sure.
Seeing
That's a good point.
Miami,
and
whose best wide receiver is Malik Washington.
Yeah.
I think
And
you're probably
also
on the right track
thinking,
there.
and also thinking, Bills maybe go young wide receiver after trading for DJ Moore.
Sure,
that wouldn't be the most ridiculous thing. You've got your experienced wide receiver. You get a talented piece to play as wide receiver 2. After being kind of barren when it came to wide receiver, would have made a lot of sense for the Bills, and so I could definitely see the Texans fearing that, and that being the reason they make the move.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
All right.
All wrong.
Wow.
Not even close.
Nope.
And not a guy I had even remotely close on my board, so we're not going to have any numbers on Keelan Rutledge. 6'3", 360 pounds, as I read this straight off NFL Network.
He has ideal size and length, according to the broadcast.
Yeah,
Well,
I will say buzz. And this is an offensive
Spell his
line
name
that
wrong.
needed some help
Fantastic.
for sure. They addressed the offensive line a ton throughout the offseason, but they felt that they needed to continue. They signed Wyatt Teller. They signed Braden Smith. They re-signed Trent Brown and Ed Ingram, but they wanted to add some youth there, and I think Keelan Rutledge is fine in adding youth there. I don't think he would have been a first-round pick. I don't understand why you would then also need to trade up 2 picks to get him. But what do I know? The Dolphins have traded the pick, or they traded back, right?
It looks no.
No, they traded up with the San Francisco 49ers. They and the 49ers flipped picks. So what happened there?
It's going crazy. I literally just had. There it is. I was gonna say it's tweaking on me.
So we've got that. Do we want to get our Texans fan?
I texted him. I'm gonna assume he's asleep.
So
we're
we're
just
gonna get our backup
we're gonna
Texans
scrap
fan?
that. Chromie, if you're in the chat, let's hear your thoughts.
All right.
Because also it's kind of convenient because it's picked up pace here.
It has. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to Dolphins pick is in because we have
I don't-
no notes up there
I
on
mean,
Keelan Rutledge.
Yeah,
Let's just talk about.
I don't hate, it shoring up the offensive line, but it does I'm so curious to see what comes out about this pick in recent years. Why they liked him over a Pregnon, why they liked him over a Basantis, how he became their guy, and we'll hear about some interview he had with him where they fell in love. But I agree, the fact that they had to trade up for him is really interesting and very strange.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you felt someone would trade up to draft him. I'm struggling to find an explanation for it.
I also would have really, really loved Keldrick Falk here, right? Because they let one of their interior defensive linemen go. They bring back Sheldon Rankins, but one of their interior defensive linemen leaves in the offseason. And so a lot of the conversation around Falk is that he would move to the interior of the defensive line because he's just too large to play as an NFL pass rusher. That would have made a lot of sense.
Do they really want a project piece, though, at this point in their championship window? A piece that's young and they think he's going to have to grow, and that'd be kind of potentially learning a new position and a new scheme when the bodies they have there are at least competent.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dolphins traded up. They flipped picks with the San Francisco 49ers. I'm going to use the same explanation I just used for the Texans. I think they traded up to get ahead of Buffalo and Kansas City so that Buffalo and Kansas City didn't go Omar Cooper or Denzel Boston back-to-back.
Interesting.
And now they can get a receiver.
They
got
gotta
to
go wide receiver, right?
They have. This has to be Omar Cooper or Denzel Boston.
I guess if you go Jermon McCoy, though, you can't hate that either. He's fallen this far. I know the injury risk, but the talent is definitely there.
Yeah, and it's a huge
massive
position of need.
Dolphins picked earlier tonight. They picked Caden Proctor, offensive tackle out of Alabama, which was a surprise at the time.
Wide receivers currently are Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, and Tutu Atwell. Those are their listed starters on our
Denzel
lads.
Boston is the opposite of all those guys. He's tall.
Yeah.
All those guys are short.
Yep.
Denzel Boston can immediately be the tall one. But I wouldn't hate Omar Cooper either. It's really kind of whoever you want.
How comfortable do you feel saying that it's going to be one of those two guys? Jermod McCoy. Wait, you were saying so either Jermod McCoy or one of those two wide receivers.
99%.
99%. How confident were you just on that same question for the Texans?
75%.
Okay. Jack?
I'm probably similar to JP. Maybe I was 90. Maybe I was like 80, 85% on the Texans, but I just could never get a read on what the Texans were going to do. Now, I in no way had Keelan Rutledge being the pool for them, but they were always when we did mocks, one of the teams I had the most trouble with. And obviously, despite that, I got nowhere close. So
I did not realize this was their first round pick since 2021, but that makes sense after the Tyreek Hill trade, I guess, is where the majority of those picks went.
Yeah.
I believe I may have
on,
unmuted
man.
too soon, as Goodell is not even walking out there yet.
Yeah, they haven't shown the football yet, so
I'll go ahead and turn it back off and just...
Once they show the football, then I think that's when he's walking out.
I think you're right.
For whatever. That's how it's been all night, at least.
I also wonder, do they potentially go McNeil Warren here? Maybe the concerns around McCoy and his injuries are too extreme, and so they go a different direction in the secondary. That's also a possibility. I don't know if that changes your 99% JP, but just throwing that out there is another thing to consider.
It just has to be a receiver.
With the 27th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Johnson, defensive back,
All
San
right.
Diego State.
Of course he was a first-round pick, too.
JP literally texted today and said, I'm not preparing on Chris Johnson because I don't think he's going to get drafted in the first round.
You know what I said right after?
What?
Congrats on getting drafted in the first round, Chris Johnson.
Yep.
Because it was just going to happen.
I mean, we have limited notes on him, but we'll throw that up there.
Well, no, I mean he's a fine quarterback. I mean he played at a lower level, so that's something. But he has good physical tools. Yeah, the ball skills are there. I guess it's a thing of like the injury concerns for McCoy have to be just off the charts immense. Because the talent he has, like he's a phenomenal cornerback prospect. I don't hate Chris Johnson. I think he's a fine pick at the back end of the first round. But I just think McCoy, when healthy, obviously, big caveat, is leaps and bounds better.
Yeah, the Dolphins needed corner, which that's why I'm fine with them picking a corner. I think you would have been fine with Gerard McCoy and him taking the time to get healthy. They allowed.
You're not trying to win next year.
Yeah, they allowed a league high completion percentage, 72% last year. Their only established corner is Rasul Douglas, and this is kind of an anomaly pick. I mentioned this a few times throughout the draft process. The Packers,
trade.
The GM came over. Looks like now the Patriots have traded up.
I feel like we're getting a lot
Swapping
of
with Buffalo. Buffalo moves another pick back, and Mekhi Lemon is currently on the phone.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
We're getting a way big-time callback. Why?
Yeah, that confused me.
I agree. That was really poorly done.
Where I was, the Packers, their former GM, who has come over and is now the GM for the Miami Dolphins, they haven't drafted a corner higher than the 7th round in each of the past 4 drafts. And so that kind of breaks that precedent immediately with the Miami Dolphins. But, man, Gerard McCoy is this year's Will Johnson again.
I was literally about to bring that up. Is this being a possible steal, right? I mean, Will Johnson didn't... oh, here comes Roger. Man, did the Patriots... I don't know who they traded up for. Shot in the dark. I got nothing.
Champion pick. With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Interesting.
I'm another guy. I wonder what the reasoning for trading up for that was.
Back to the Super Bowl from Zane.
May have picked an offensive lineman, but all these trades are just, I guess, trading up to.
It's got my head swirling.
Guarantee,
man. Yeah,
you get your guy. Caleb Luma, the other offensive tackle from Utah, as we get Walker on the phone here, our resident Patriots fan.
Hello?
What's up, Walker? After the Super Bowl this year where the offensive line and Drake May were eaten alive, Pats has selected an offensive tackle. How do you feel?
JP, am I on a live stream right now?
You are live,
Yes.
talking to a lot of people.
Oh my gosh. We were just. Whoa, 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 whoa. We just traded to Buffalo. Hey, I'm a little behind. I can't lie. I'm a little behind.
Okay, well, the pick is Caleb Lomu.
Spoiler alert.
Offensive tackle from Utah.
Honestly, I'm glad we didn't choose a edge rusher like Zion. What was that? Zion Wilson, right?
Zion Young.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't go Zion Young. We need no tackle. Push Will Young to the guard, for sure. We saw the Super Bowl. Very depressing. A couple bit of tears came out of my eyes. I will not lie. But hey, I'll say this. The Eagles at 21 chose a wide receiver. Honestly, Lemon, I thought he was gonna go a lot sooner. I will not lie. I honestly thought it was gonna go a lot sooner. Now that tells us, hey, AJ Brown's coming to the Patriots. Better get the line orchestrated. We get the line orchestrated. I think we go 13-4.
Okay.
We're back in the Super Bowl. To be honest, I think we're back in the Super Bowl. Drake May, year 2 in the Super Bowl. He's gonna get it done. And we're going to pick up number 7.
I like it. The lofty expectations there.
The confidence is there.
100%.
The
How
optimism.
about last year? I said Patriots are going to the Super Bowl. What did I say? I think 13-4 as well. We went 14-3, and we made the Super Bowl. This year, I'm predicting Patriots win the Super Bowl. We're going to win it for sure. I'm foreshadowing it right now.
Love to hear it.
Manifesting. Because this is a manifestation kind of year, you know? I was not happy, I will say. When we lost that Super Bowl, I broke a couple blinds, broke a couple tables, maybe I shed a little tears. But this year, Drake May's got it. Mike Vrabel, he's figuring it out right now, you know? Honestly,
Yeah, hopefully the
why
counseling
don't we just
helps
go
him
with that
out.
reporter?
Yeah.
You know, let's get rid of the wife. Let's go with the reporter, and let's make a Super Bowl run, brother. You know, we're gonna win this, and Drake May's gonna show him that we're a franchise quarterback. You know, in New England, a franchise quarterback is a franchise quarterback that wins a Super Bowl. Mac Jones, we thought it was a franchise quarterback. No, he got his ass destroyed by Kansas City that one year. That's why we're going with Drake May, Super Bowl winner, MVP. That's how I feel.
I love it. And speaking of Kansas City, they're on the clock. Their pick is in, so we're going to let you go. But thank you for your thoughts.
Hey, I appreciate it. 13-4 Patriots winning the Super Bowl for sure. Put $100. No, not even $100. Put the house on it.
I love it.
I'm on it.
I love it. Hey, y'all have a good night. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate it, Walker.
What a ride, man.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's confidence. That is confidence like I have never seen.
That's what happens when you've won a lot of Super Bowls in your lifetime, I'm sure.
We got Zane predicting an A.J. Brown MVP.
Yeah, shout out Jake for telling him that the proper word was manifestation.
Yeah, that was elite.
Shout out to Jake. That was funny. Caleb Lomu, 6'6", ran a 5 flat at the combine. His arms are not a problem. Like, he can play offensive tackle for them. So, unlike Will Campbell last year, where their arms were a problem, they could move Will Campbell into offensive guard. Although Mike Vrabel did say that Will Campbell was going to start at left tackle next year. At the same time, Mike Vrabel 2 weeks ago laughed off the serious issue that has blown up today once again. So can we trust Mike Vrabel? Probably not. But as Walker said, he'll probably figure it out. So Caleb Lomu could start at left tackle, and he started 24 games at left tackle for Utah as well. This is a guy he's a member of the Church of LDS. Didn't get an offer from BYU, who is known for being very LDS, and went to Utah, which is just hilarious. BYU's biggest rival in the Holy War, of course, went to Utah as a member of the LDS from Gilbert, Arizona. He'll turn 22 in December, a very young guy, still 21 years of age, and he is an offensive tackle now for the New England Patriots, trying to protect Drake May.
Who does Zane cheer for? Is he a Patriots fan?
Patriots fan as well.
Okay, awesome. I had something to say about. Oh yeah, so with the Chiefs, with Mahomes out, is this maybe where we see Taylor Green come off the board to kind of play quarterback until Mahomes gets back healthy?
Sheesh, I think the picks here, I'm good with really anyone. I honestly.
Omar Cooper here,
Omar
maybe?
Cooper would
Jamal
be
McCoy.
interesting.
Secondary to replace the guys they lost.
A double dip.
With the 29th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods, defensive
Or a
tackle,
guy who was a top 10
Clemson.
pick coming into the season and is now sneaking into the first round. Peter Woods out of Clemson.
Interesting. They still have Chris Jones on the roster. Chris Jones has been one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL since he was drafted in 2014.
Yeah, but
2015.
Chris Jones is 32, 33 now.
He is old. I'm aware of that. I'm just trying to think once again, is that the piece they need to try and win a Super Bowl? Or are they thinking, I guess, the next 10 years trying to win 4 more Super Bowls? Maybe that's the thought process there.
I don't hate either of these picks, honestly. Peter Woods, talent-wise, was good enough to be a top 10 pick coming into the season. And so for him to be all the way here at 29, I think would surprise a lot of people if you told those people that in August. This is a guy who was a top 10 recruit in high school, meaning he's been talented since he was in high school. He's a freshman All-American. He was a second-team All-American his junior season. He won 4 straight high school state championships in high school as well. This is a guy I think with Chris Jones can be the next Chris Jones. I hope he is. I love him as a Clemson Tiger fan. He's a very, very physically gifted guy. He's not a gap eater. He's not just going to take up space. He's more so going to use his quickness to, get guys down on the ground as a defensive tackle does. But I like the 2 additions of defensive picks. I think with Mahomes at quarterback, you can kind of trust, and they have whatever kind of offense they have on that side of the football. And so build up your defense. And the Jets have now traded up with the San Francisco 49ers from the 33rd pick to the 30th to get a 3rd first-round pick and a 3rd player with a 5th-round option.
Well, who are we thinking? I mean, mine immediately goes, well, they could use a quarterback and you get the 5th-year option, but I just don't.
They drafted Kenyon Sadiq. Quarterback is there.
Do we see G. Nussy sneak into the first round?
G. Nuss would be insane. Maybe they're
if it's
really
Taylor
high
Green,
on.
I walk off.
Gerard McCoy, I think, is definitely an option here.
Correct, because they don't want to win next year, and so who cares if he has to get another knee procedure? I mean, long-term health is still a question, right? But you may be more willing to take that risk, especially here at 30. He's fallen so far.
And if you're thinking long-term health, you've got him locked in for 5 years. You can really you can have that other knee procedure and still have 4 years of play from him.
We're about to find out though, because here comes good old Roger.
Yep.
I mean, San Francisco will start night 2 tomorrow.
And another defender for Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
I would not hate it at all, but let's see.
With the 30th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr.
That also, yeah, that's fair.
Omar Cooper Jr.
All right.
Out of Indiana.
They're setting up their 2027 first-round pick for success, which I do not hate at all.
Probably was not. I didn't see the exact terms, but that just was not going to be an expensive trade-up either.
Yeah, definitely not trading from 33 to 30. Omar Cooper, a guy who played all 4 years at Indiana, and so he dealt with 7 combined wins his first 2 years in Indiana, and then 18 total catches. After Kurt Cignetti arrived, 27 wins over the next 2 seasons. Of course, the most productive year of his career where he was nearly a 1,000-yard receiver, had 13 touchdowns. An Indiana kid who stayed in Indiana, won a national championship with Indiana, and he'll bring the championship pedigree to a non-championship franchise and the New York Jets. They do have 1 championship, though, unlike the Falcons.
Can I ask what Ramseyest wide receiver means? It was in quotes, Ramseyest.
I guess the Los Angeles Rams kind of receiver, as in he's not the most physically gifted guy, but he just gets the job done, like Cooper Kupp, like Puka Nacua in that way.
Interesting.
I guess that would be the way
I have
Daniel
not
Jeremiah's
heard a
trying to put it.
team. Is that an adjective?
I mean, that's just what ESPN had.
I have
up
not.
there.
I have not heard
that one
a
before either.
sports team become an adjective. Actually, yeah, I probably have. But
Omar, of course, has the best catch in college football last year. The toe tap against Penn State.
Yep.
He had 13.6 yards per catch. He has torn his ACL in the past. He tore it his junior year of high school. So he has already torn his ACL, but it's not like Tommy John where you tear it once, you're probably good for a while. He could certainly tear it next year, which we have seen at MetLife Stadium. I hope that doesn't happen for him. Another trade. Buffalo trades back for a third time.
Tucker, let me text him to see if he's still awake.
And now Tucker is going to have to prepare as the Titans are picking 31 overall.
Let's see if they
they drafted another receiver, Denzel Boston.
It is their pick in.
It is. We'll find out here in a second.
I'm waiting to input my number.
But Omar Cooper, that fully sets up next year with Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr. for whoever the quarterback is next year. Of course, assuming Geno Smith doesn't go ahead and rattle off a Super Bowl with those weapons.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I think it's honestly a great pick. I was surprised that he fell all the way to the 30s. Omar Cooper, that is. I was expecting kind of early to mid-20s. So I think it's good value. And I agree, you're setting up your future QB for success, even though Zane in the chat says no Manning will go to the Jets, so probably scratch Arch Manning off the
probably
list.
won't be Arch Manning anyway. I mean, unless maybe
Dante
will.
Moore, future Jet?
I feel like it's Dante Moore in all likelihood, unfortunately for him.
Sadly. I hope he goes somewhere else because I do think he could be really good.
Who is the quarterback that has the best chance of going first overall with the least chance of success? Because that's who we should cheer for to go to the Jets.
I hope Arch Manning goes to the Jets.
Same. Horns down.
That's crazy. As a Peyton Manning fan, my entire life, I just can't endorse that kind of I don't like Texas either, but I just cannot root for that.
So you're a Manning guy.
I'm a Peyton Manning guy, and therefore I cannot pray on Arch Manning's downfall. I'm not going to root for him, but I'm just going to ride that middle line of
I'll pray on his downfall.
Well, y'all enjoy that.
Dear Lord. No, let's not get into that. Dear Lord, keep Arch Manning safe.
Yes,
yeah,
and all players. Even though we did predict, Tucker just texted me and said, "Just woke up."
We can get Sleepy Tucker on the phone if
he got
wishes.
his mid-draft nap, which I'm sure a lot of people do throughout the draft and its process and the years. But the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. They traded from 30.
I said, "Are you ready for another call?" Let's see what. Yes, sir. He's in. He's in.
I knew he'd be in, man.
Dude, I cannot wait to get Sleepy Tucker on the phone.
Oh, I made it to the 31st pick before I sneezed. I've been dealing with allergies so bad. Let's go.
That's great work by you.
Yeah.
Big time. That's professionalism right there. I'm keeping it together.
Jermod here. I've said it like the past 5 picks.
Nah, he's the second round pick at this point.
Pittsburgh, before the Titans pick, congratulations, you set a record for the first night of the draft. 320,000 people here
That is
tonight.
a lot of people.
That is a ton.
I just wanted to say real quick that
that's
you're starting to sound like Mel Kiper with Shooter Sanders.
That's 6.
Jamal McCoy's got to go here.
That's 6 football stadiums.
In the 2026 NFL Draft,
5 of us.
the Tennessee Titans select Keldrick Falk, defensive end, Auburn.
All right, Keldrick Falk is off the board. A guy that I like a lot. He's big, and defensive line makes sense for them.
You gotta like him going where Robert Saleh is in general. That makes me feel better about him immediately and better about his NFL prospects. But let's see what Tucker thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6'6", 276. Big arms. Not even 21 years old yet.
Welcome back, Tucker. Hopefully you're fully awake. What do you think of the pick?
I'm back.
Bet.
How you feeling about this pick?
I like this pick. It makes a lot of sense. He wasn't as productive at Auburn as I thought he should have been to get as much hype as he was going into this past season. But I think of someone to put beside Jeffrey Simmons, I feel like he fits that spot pretty well.
Yeah, I 100% agree there. How do you feel about being aggressive and coming back into the first round to pick up another guy to try and win some games this season?
Well, I opened my eyes and saw that we were on the clock, so I have no idea what we gave up.
Couldn't have been
But,
much. I didn't see it either.
Yeah, so assuming it wasn't something crazy, like I would be very against giving up picks in next year's draft. If it's just some later round picks in this year's draft to go up and get a guy you have a lot of conviction about, I'm normally pro doing that. I feel like that works out for a lot of teams that do that late in the first round.
Y'all gave up 35, 66, and 101, and in return got 31, 69, and 165.
No, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
That makes,
did not miss out
that
on
makes
much.
sense if you're trying to shoot up a couple spots to grab someone tonight that you really want, so that other teams don't have all day.
Sure.
To think about it and get the guy that you
The
want.
hat looks good on him. I won't lie.
And we have talked about how young he is, not 21 yet. Having that extra 5th year for a guy like that could also play out really well because he's so young. He may not flourish until year 3, maybe year 4, and so you're really maximizing your time with him on the roster. So I like that a lot, being aggressive and getting some extra time with him as young as he is.
Well,
as someone that's 24 years old, hearing some of these ages tonight has been depressing.
Yeah,
Valid.
it'll get you.
Last thing before we let you go, Tucker. You got 2 picks. Give a letter grade to y'all's first round.
C minus.
B minus. Okay, I think that's fair.
Carnell Tate.
C minus.
C minus.
I would have
Wow.
said
Okay.
C minus.
Carnell Tate pick dragging it down.
Yeah, for sure.
And that does definitely weigh more than your pick at 4 weighs more than your pick at 31. Thank you for your time. Hopefully you can get back to sleep, no problem. And I'm happy you enjoyed this pick more. And maybe we won't see you quite as early next year now.
We'll see. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fair. See you, Tucker.
Appreciate it, Tucker.
See ya.
Keldrick Falk, fun story about him. At 8 years old, the opposing team forfeited a game because they did not have enough players. Keldrick came off the field to his mother crying. His mother asked why. Keldrick said, because I didn't get to hit nobody.
I like that.
Fierce man, ultimate character guy, big human. And the Alabama fan, Tucker, gets an Auburn Tiger, and he's happy about it.
Tells you all you need to know right there.
Now we're down to our final selection of the first round.
Yeah.
It has flown by. It's only 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I could do something tonight.
The 8-minute, the difference is crazy from doing it last year, doing it this year. We just had so much more time. But yeah, I'm interested to see. It looks at this point that Seattle is going to hold on to the pick.
Does seem that way.
So,
and
I'll
Seattle's
give
in
them up on
a
the clock.
weird situation where they, had a lot of decisions to make this offseason about who to retain from a Super Bowl roster, who to let go. And those decisions are now in the rearview window. And one of the big decisions was Kenneth Walker, and a pick that has been mocked here was the running back 2 from Notre Dame.
Jadarian Price.
And it'll be interesting to see, was that prediction right? There's still a lot of guys on the board who are interesting. Jermod McCoy, maybe he's a replacement. They let one of their cornerbacks walk in the offseason. Tariq Woolen walked in the offseason. Kobe Bryant walked in the offseason, so maybe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is the answer here. Or maybe, they extended Rashid Shaheed, so I don't see them going wide receiver as much as I like Denzel Boston coming into this draft.
That'd be shocking.
Absolutely shocking. Just that's why I was throwing it out there. I think running back makes a lot of sense. I feel like wide receiver, you've got your tackles. You've got last year's first-round pick in Gray Zabel. That offensive line played really well last year. The thing is, I don't know if there's a running back talented enough to go in the first round. We don't know about Jadarian Price because he was stuck behind Jeremiah Love. I just feel like we don't know enough about him.
I'd be stunned if it was him.
I agree. That's just it's the position that makes the most sense for their team needs. I don't think there's a guy to do it, and that's why I lean towards defense, probably secondary, especially with the guys still left on the board currently.
For him and for myself, I would love to see Cassius Howell go here.
Same.
My official prediction is going to be T.J. Parker.
Hip Hams in the chat. Quick question: do we know what happens if a team doesn't turn their pick in before the clock expires?
The team after can turn in their pick before the team before gets to turn in their pick. They can get skipped.
Yeah, and it's like the first team can still turn in their pick. The other team just now has the opportunity to.
Correct.
So then it kind of becomes a race, which I don't know that we've had that happen in like modern history. That'd be kind of crazy.
Not off the top of my head.
Certainly unlikely in the first round. I bet it has happened, actually. I feel like I have heard stories of it happening later, but unlikely to happen in the first round. All right, here we go.
The last pick of the first round.
Only 10 o'clock.
Come on,
Make-A-Wish
Cassius.
kid.
I'm so excited to be here to represent the.
All right, he's not.
Cease and desist.
That is very loud.
Valid.
I can hear it through
I mean, yeah,
the
he's
headset.
hype. His team's winning
That's
the,
fair.
the
That's
Super
fair.
Bowl.
That's fair.
With the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
There we
There
go.
it is.
I am shocked.
Running back.
Color Jack shot.
Sometimes it just fits.
And there you go. For the first time in NFL history, the first two running backs taken in an NFL draft came from the same college. Both from Notre Dame, Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. It fits an immediate need with the Zach Charbonnet torn ACL suffered in the divisional championship against the San Francisco 49ers. Not a valued at first-round pick running back, but with the Seahawks not finding any suitors, evidently, to trade into 32 after we just saw 3 different teams trade back up in or trade back, they felt like they had to draft the running back now because this is not a running back deep draft. The next best running back is Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas. It's a guy who's dealt with fumble troubles, and he's more valued at maybe a 4th or 5th round pick as opposed to where they would be drafting at 64 when they pick next. Jadarian Price was productive even with Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
He had 700 rushing yards each of the last 2 years and 9 touchdowns each of the last 2 years. Also, 2 100-yard kick return touchdowns in college. Top 10 character guy in the draft. I loved really hearing some of these stories, including stories of his sophomore year of high school. Mike Gundy came to town. This is a guy from Denison, Texas. The closest university is Oklahoma State. Mike Gundy came to visit Jadarian, met him in the library. Jadarian walks in, says hi to the librarian before even acknowledging Mike Gundy. Another one where he used his NIL to buy Christmas gift for kids while he was there at Notre Dame, and then taking care of his younger sisters when his mother battled breast cancer. His mother survived and beat breast cancer after 16 rounds of chemo. Shout out to Miss Jessica.
That's
what
a big time
fighter,
shout out. Yeah.
and a fighter that Jadarian Price will be for the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
I like the pick a lot, and I don't even know. It may not even have come down to them not having a trade partner. It may have just been a situation where at this spot in the draft, the rookie contracts were a little bit smaller than top 3, like we saw his teammate Jeremiah Love go. And also with the way running back careers tend to go, you don't want to like extend one for a second contract. And so now they've got a talented running back, a guy who some people think was a fantastic running back and just was stuck behind a generational running back in Jeremiah Love these past several years at Notre Dame. And so maybe they just decided that it was beneficial to them, right? You get this guy for 5 years instead of 4, and then you don't have to extend him. You let him walk just like you let Kenneth Walker walk in free agency. You get that extra year of a cheaper deal. It makes a lot of sense, and it like I said right before the pick, it was the biggest position of need. I just didn't know if there was a guy to fill that need. Clearly, they think there was. And so, yeah, they go Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame, the guy whose name I can never remember because I have his backup, Anais Williams, on my fantasy team, and I'm excited for what that's going to look like in 2026.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Now I'm curious to see when the next running back off the board happens. Like, who's next? And is that, like, 3rd round? Does someone go in the 2nd round? We'll find out. But I'm fine with the swing. I mean, it's hard to be upset with the team that just won the Super Bowl. Like,
yeah,
you've earned a lot of
they can do whatever they
leeway
want.
to do whatever you want. So yeah, I'm sad. I hoped it was Cassius.
Yeah, Jadarian flies up fantasy draft boards now as he's going to be the lead back for Seattle at the beginning of the season. Congrats to him, and congrats to everyone who's drafted.
Yeah.
Now we have to let's give a reaction to everything. We'll want to do winners, losers, how we went best pick of the night. What are we thinking here, guys?
Instant reactions. I'm first going to say the Jamal McCoy to Will Johnson comparison makes a lot of sense, and I'll be intrigued to see when he does go. Likely on day 2, I have to feel. That's kind of
gotta be.
Yeah, that's what I'll be watching tomorrow night. Is where does Jamal McCoy land? Does he land on a fantastic situation? I mean, I would say a fantastic situation would be a team that already has a decent to really good secondary, even if it's like the Colts. After trading for Sauce Gardner, now Sauce Gardner is recovering from injury, so you might need more from your second round pick than Jamal McCoy can provide. We just don't know what his injury is going to look like. The Texans at 38, with that pick from the Commanders, that could be really, really that could be one of those Eagles type of picks where it's like in 2 years we're like, how did we let a team like the Texans with this elite defense draft this guy? Kind of like the Eagles did with this all those Georgia defenders for several years, where it's like, wait, this guy was available for 28 picks and the Eagles then picked him. That might be what we're talking about with Jamal McCoy in a few years. So that's what I'll be watching.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that. I'm just kind of surprised only 2 cornerbacks went in the first round in general. It was kind of touted as a position of strength, which it did teeter off because of the bad news with the McCoy injury, and then like Avion Terrell didn't test well at all at his pro day, so then he kind of fell out of first-round buzz. But still, only 2 quarterbacks surprised me. In terms of picks I love, or like my favorite pick, let me do a quick scan here. I love Mekhi Lemon to Philly. I think it's a great move and a great fit, and in that range, I think you got great value. I love Caleb Downs, all my division rivals. Caleb Downs to Dallas is a fantastic, fantastic pick. I'm a big Ty Simpson guy, so I love the swing by the Rams. And then probably the only other one I really want to shout out is, because I don't want to name the whole draft, but Dylan Thieneman to Chicago I think is a great fit, and once again, great value there at 25.
Yeah, I don't know how I wouldn't say the best pick of the night was Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
For him to fall to 11 and the Cowboys to get him with the needs that they have defensively and the kind of character that he has, like he's going to be perfect fit for being a Dallas Cowboy. Like I think he's going to live up to that bell very, very easily. And so I'm excited for that. I think the Giants drafting Arvo Reese at 5 was the right decision at that time.
Agreed.
And at that moment, I think he can very quickly. He could play linebacker for them next year. He doesn't have to be an edge rusher. With his age, he can take time to grow, to develop under pass rushers that eventually will fizzle out in Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns. And now he and Abdul Carter could be a dynamic duo for the New York Giants going forward. So I really like that pick. Of the teams with 2 first-round picks.
Well, I was going to say my winner would just before you get there, because
Yeah.
I think you're about to, the Jets for getting 3 first-round guys.
Sure.
With the 2 first-round picks they came into the draft with, and then trading up to take Omar Cooper Jr. I just love that for them. I love the impact player they got in David Bailey and how I expect him to affect that defense. And then I love the offensive weapons they got in Kenyon Sadiq and Omar Cooper Jr. Because I think one thing me and Tucker talked about this a lot with the Tennessee Titans last year is you draft a rookie and then you put him in an offense with no weapons. And now the Titans draft Carnell Tate, and you can argue whether that was a good choice or bad choice, but he was put in a bad spot. And I love what the Jets did in getting 2 huge weapons in Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr. at great value, I think, for both. I think getting Omar Cooper Jr. at the back of the end of the first after the rising that he had done throughout the process. I think getting Kenyon Sadiq at 16 after the rising he had done throughout the draft process. I think it's great value for both those guys. And I think now we're not going to be having this conversation about the Jets next year that we had about the Titans last year, that we probably should be having about the Raiders with Mendoza this year, about Raiders are a little bit better than the Titans because you've got Bowers and you've got Genty, but that offensive line is not great. And so now you're looking at the Jets for next year, assuming they're going to take a quarterback. Maybe they take one this year. Maybe they get one of the Drew Allers, Garrett Nussmeyers, Carson Beck. But if the Jets get their guy next year, Dante Moore, Arch Manning, whoever it is, I feel a lot better about that guy's chance to succeed than I did 3-4 hours ago.
Yeah, I really like that take. 6. At this point, if they use all 3 next year, that'll be 6 first-round picks in 2 years. And none of, so far, the first 3, we don't feel like any of those 3 are like, oh, yeah, that's for sure going to be a bust or a
not
very
like the Raiders
pick.
2017 draft, 2019. The Raiders 2019 draft. 2 of those picks, we walked away from going, and they had 3 picks. And
Yeah.
I did not feel that way about any of these Jets picks.
Yeah, it does not feel like these are doomed to fail. Besides the fact that they are New York Jets.
Yeah, they got the Jets logo on it. That does have a little stink to it. I probably would go with the Jets too in terms of teams that pick double. I don't hate the Malinoa pick for the Giants at 10, but I feel like if you walk away with Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs in that spot, like that's a pretty special pairing. So I feel like they kind of missed on an opportunity there. Dallas.
That might have just been them valuing, like, they just really thought they needed offensive linemen.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's a super important position, so I don't...
And also, if Malinoa was the first guy on their board and they expected him to go, I mean, they picked Reese at 5. If they expected Malinoa to go at 9 to the Browns, and then he just kind of falls in their laps at 10, maybe that was an opportunity they could pass on.
I don't hate the pick. I just, in terms of being, like, the best draft of multiple teams, it doesn't get the job done for me. So I do think it's the Jets, as weird as that is to say.
I think it's the Kansas City Chiefs. I thought they did the best out of those teams that were sitting there in the 10 to 5 range with the 2 first-round picks, one early, one late. I think Mansour Lane trading up and ensuring that the Commanders and Saints didn't take them while not giving up that much capital, getting a corner to replace Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. I thought they did well there, and quarterback 1. And then also drafting a guy who fell only because he just didn't have that productive a season, not because he got worse. He just did not produce, and no one on that Clemson team really produced at all this year. I mean, Avion Terrell didn't have an interception. T.J. Parker's sacks went down by 5.
Yeah.
Peter Woods went down. K. Klubnik was the number 1 overall pick. This night, a year ago for this draft, fell all the way to wherever he ends up getting drafted. I think they got 2 really talented guys there that can help that defense going forward. Because I really do feel like with Mahomes, as he's shown, it doesn't matter who you have on that side of the ball, he can produce enough points to win games down the stretch. I do think the losers, though, of those teams that drafted twice is unquestionably the Browns. I thought they failed this experiment that they kind of had coming to the draft, which was that we need to draft a receiver and then an offensive lineman. And I just feel like for drafting the first offensive lineman, I don't feel like they drafted the best offensive lineman. And for drafting a receiver at that point, I don't feel like they got the best receiver at that point either.
Yeah, they got like fine value at both spots, but no, like, wow, that was a good pick. So they randomly showed Mekhi Lemon at that one moment, and we were confused what was going on. They were explaining we should have the audio. The Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon, like basically trying to tell him they were going to pick him at 21.
Oh, wow.
And then the Eagles traded up to 20 and took him. So that's why they were showing him on the phone.
That's crazy.
'Cause he was on the phone with the Steelers. And then the Eagles came in and swooped him up. And so I've seen a couple Steelers fans that are like, well, that just kind of that made my night hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, that's sour. Wow.
I would say another loser that I had coming out of tonight. Let me go back and try and remember. I'm going to say the Cardinals because I look at this first round and they only had 1 pick and they spent it on a running back. And that's just very hard for me to swallow for a team that was not good last year. So bad they were picking 3rd overall. And it's not like all these other teams where I just feel like it's different. When you've got multiple first-round picks, okay, you spend the first pick on a running back at 3. And then later in the draft, you come back and you get a really solid guy, a guy you expect to play for your team for 8 to 10 years. I just don't feel that way about Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals. Like you said, the money, he's already the 7th highest paid running back in the NFL.
He's going to make $50 million guaranteed on his rookie contract.
That's just, I've got them as a loser just because of that. Now, if they had multiple first-round picks and they came back in and they drafted like a Dylan Thieneman somewhere like in the 20s or like somebody that we like really like and they made a really good steal, I would give them like probably like a B+ grade. But the Jeremiah Love thing, it just concerns me.
I feel like I care the least about the Cardinals out of any team. Like,
that's fair.
So mean to say, but like, I can't even like try and hate on a Cardinals pick because I just care that little. Like, they're just so irrelevant out there. Like, they're not even really fun to hate on. Like it is fun to hate on the Jets or hate on the Falcons or someone like that. But you are that is pretty rich, and it does when you frame it that way. It's a massive, massive, massive risk.
Like, let me go back. I'm curious. The Giants. I want to see in 2018. did they have another pick? I don't know that they did. But I feel like 2018, they did not. They drafted Saquon Barkley, and they did not have another first-round pick. And it didn't work out for them. I mean, they won a playoff game with that roster in like 2021, 2022, when he was still on the team. And Daniel Jones was the quarterback. But it's just that's probably one of my losers.
I gotta see more about this Keelan Rutledge guy before I really like dub that a bad pick, because it's just disingenuous to be like, just because I don't really know the name or like didn't do any like.
Same with
prep
Chris Johnson to Miami.
be like, I'm not a fan, because currently I'm not a fan, but that's because I don't know enough.
Yeah, I thought about listing the Dolphins as losers from the draft. My instant reactions with Caden Proctor at 12 and then Chris Johnson at 27. But Chris Johnson's more of an unknown to me, so I'm not gonna really punish them for that. And then Caden Proctor at 12 is just, I don't know. I feel like a little bit of a reach. I think the PFF big board would have agreed. I think there were better guards on there. I know they listed him as a tackle, but there were conversations about him moving to guard. So if you were going after a guard, I would have rather had.
He's going to get a fair shake at tackle the Dolphins. The Dolphins.
But there were a lot of other tackles.
It's an upside and potential swing. I mean, no one really denies that he doesn't have good traits. It's just a lack of consistency in using them.
Yeah, but if you're going upside, I would have preferred Monroe Freeling there.
I don't disagree.
So
I was pretty surprised by that one.
I would say I'm not the happiest. I'm grateful I'm not a Dolphins fan, unlike y'all thought I was going to be for a couple weeks back in the summer.
Do y'all want to figure out who won the auction?
Yeah, I want to know. I feel like it was JP.
Guess?
I think it's JP.
You want to guess? Okay. Well, I'll run through.
I think I won
by
quick 3 points.
So the first Ruben Bain drops out of the top 6. Sanders got that correct.
Bang.
Sanders at 1 point. Mekhi Lemon did not go before Jordan Tyson, so JP didn't get that point. Caleb Downs did not go in the top 10, so Sanders was incorrect there. Ty Simpson going in the first round lets JP tie it 1-1. 2 linebackers did not go in the first round in terms of true linebackers.
Did any?
Sonny Styles.
Yes. Okay.
But like we didn't see another C.J. Allen. Jacob Rodriguez didn't sneak in anything like that.
Yep.
So it's 1-1 through the first round. Cassius Howell did not get drafted in the first round, so that's a no for JP. As well as the Cardinals did not take offensive tackle at 3, so that's another no for JP. However, the Saints went skill position player at 8, so that puts JP up to 5 because that's what he used his doubler on.
Big time for JP.
6 wide receivers did not go in the first round. Only 5 were taken, so JP was wrong there. I was wondering if Denzel Boston was going to sneak in. He did not, so still 5-1. But Caleb Banks was the first defensive tackle taken, so that makes it 7-1. In terms of round 3,
I'm just getting absolutely annihilated.
Chiefs go defense at 9. Well, the Chiefs ended up not picking at 9, so Sanders just gets no points there. Panthers go defensive line at 19.
But they did go defense at 6.
But read the question. Chiefs go defense at 9. They didn't. They didn't.
If the Cardinals wouldn't have counted it, they traded back. So
Panthers go defensive line at 19. They did not, so Sanders was incorrect on that one. Omar Cooper did not go in the top 28, so Sanders was wrong there. Blake Miller did go in the first round, so JP got 3 more points there to bring him up to 10. And then Sanders had 4 cornerbacks going in the first round, or at least he bought that stock, and that did not happen. No one got any bonus points correct, so JP won 10-1.
That's crazy. After JP said he thought I was going to win.
Well, I felt bad about it, but
that's why you bid for value.
I thought I had JP winning from the jump.
Couple bad beats. They really were in JP. Well, the bad beat, the Chiefs at 9 is a tough one to swallow because.
But I wouldn't. I would have lost 10-3 instead of 10-4 instead of.
That
10-1.
is correct. I mean, as soon as JP got the doubler,
yeah,
and Saints went skill position player at 8, it was kind of wraps, but it was fun.
Any other instant thoughts, things to look for on day 2?
I'm sad the Commanders don't have a day 2 pick, but I just keep telling myself like it's for a good reason, so.
Yeah, I want to go look at best available.
Yeah, let's look at that real quick, then we can call it. I mean, Jamal McCoy is best available.
Obviously.
Followed by C.J. Allen.
I wonder, do you start to get scared for Cassius Howell now? Because we've wrapped back around to the bad teams again? After you said all along that you wanted him to end up on a good team. somewhere where he didn't feel a lot of pressure. He could
But
play
see, at this
in
point
complementary
now
football.
he's a second-round pick, so the pressure's already lessened. Even if he goes to a worse team, and maybe he won't produce as well because there's more pressure, or he gets beat up in the run game a little bit. He's a second-round pick. You can't expect him to come in and flourish right away.
So that's fair. You were more concerned about expectations than on field.
He goes 15 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they're like, all right, perfect. We're in the middle of a Super Bowl window. We need this guy to come in and, just be massive all-around impact for us, and he just isn't very good against the run right away, and then they get upset.
I thought your concerns had to do with him being the guy and having to be a primary edge rusher.
The thing is, I do think that
if he gets drafted by actually, there's not really anyone picking in the top. If the Bengals draft him, would he be the primary edge rusher?
Nah, Boyamafe would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Dolphins. If he gets drafted by the Dolphins at 43.
Welcome to Devon Achan's team.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was largely an expectation thing because I think he'll still rack up some sacks because how good of a pass rusher he is. The down impact maybe won't be as valuable, but even still, it is what it is. At this point, just get drafted. You can't be beggars. Beggars can't be choosers when you're in the second round now.
Other players remaining: Zion Young, Brandon Cisse. Is that how you said it? Cisse. Excuse me. Jacob Rodriguez. There's a lot of really intriguing names. Jeremy Bernard. Some people like him a lot at wide receiver as a day 2 guy. So a lot of intriguing players remain. TJ Parker is a lot like Peter Woods in that he was, I believe, a former 5-star, projected to be a top 5, top 10 pick coming into this season, and then that entire Clemson team underwhelmed, and he has now fallen into the second round at least. That'll be something to watch. Like I said, Zion Young out of Missouri is a talented edge rusher, played in the SEC. Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker from Texas Tech. R. Mason Thomas was super effective and efficient at Oklahoma, primarily a run defender, I believe. Or was he? He might have actually been a pass rush specialist. I believe that might have been him. There was one edge rusher I liked a lot to the Buccaneers because it might have been R. Mason Thomas to play on the edge because I thought he would complement Vita Vea very well, but I can't remember if that was him. Let's see who else. Eli Stowers it would be tight end 2 right now, expected. I can't wait to get on social media and see what the meme was for tonight in the draft room. I wonder if it's going to be Fernando Mendoza not dapping up his brother. Or is it going to be who was the guy that I think it was Jordan Tyson. Did you see when he stood up and he wiped his face and saliva just went everywhere?
Yeah, it did go flying. That was pretty gross.
That might be the meme from tonight. Anybody else? I also really like Danny Dennis Sutton. Denai Dennis Sutton. Liked him a lot. So that'll be something to watch on day 2. And then running backs. Who is the next running back? Where does the next running back go? It's gonna be a fascinating day 2.
Yeah, I can't wait. It does once again a little damper that the Commanders don't have a pick. But what can you do?
I'm really sad we're not covering it.
There's going to be some more A&M players going, which is always exciting. And, yeah, some more fun names. Excited to see.
Just one, right? It's going to be the guard, likely.
And then Cassius Howell, I assume, will probably end up going somewhere in the second round.
Yeah, you're definitely right.
Not a guarantee.
Not a guarantee.
He slid this far. Could keep sliding. But, yeah, do we want to wrap the show up and get out of here at this fine 10:30 in the evening?
Yeah, I got nothing more to add. I don't know if either of y'all want to say anything, but I had fun. It was a good show.
I'm tuckered out.
It was awesome. Thank y'all to everyone who was here, which I'm sure you're about to say, Jack, but I was also going to say it.
Yeah, and thanks to all the callers. It makes the show a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Good moments.
It was a blast.
From Walker to Tate to Abby Brooks getting surprise called.
Did you not tell her we were going to call her?
I told her we were going to call her, but she's not paying attention.
Okay. She just seems surprised. She's like, oh, hey.
I wonder if she expected JP to call and not me or something like that.
Maybe.
But, yeah, it was a blast. I'm sure we'll run it back next year, but thanks everyone who tuned in. And we'll have more draft content, too. We'll do some sort of, winners and losers, when the full draft has happened, draft grades, stuff like that. And so tune in for that.
And if you're not subscribed, subscribe. Tell your friends to subscribe. We're almost halfway to the point where we could, make a little bit of money. at 1,000 subscribers, we can start to make a little money, which we don't actually care about.
I'll
That's just
grab
like
some
cool.
bots.
That's just cool to be like, oh yeah, we generate revenue. I don't know. That's just like kind of crazy to think about. We just do this for fun, and then it's like, oh yeah, 1,000 subscribers, subtle flex. But yeah, thank y'all so much.
Damn, Fernando, little brother, hosed.
Yeah, it really hurts, man. I hope he apologized. But we'll get out of here. We can stop dilly dallying.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
Peace.
See ya.